After the lecture, we'll have a 15-minute break, and then we'll have the first presentation by Dr. Hanan Mosi, Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The second presentation will be by Stefan Dakon, Director, Center for Study of African Economies, and Blackavit School of Government, University of Oxford, England. The third presentation will be by Dr. Amar Bhattacharya, Senior Fellow, Brookings Institute, Washington. Will be by Professor Kevin Gallagher, Director, Global Policy Center, Boston University. So I've been told that the chief guest is on his way coming, so I'll stop there and perhaps continue with the briefing you on the agenda once they have arrived. Thank you very much.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Let one and all have, O God of all creation, bless this our nation. Justice the shield and defender. May we O God of all creation, bless this our nation. Justice the shield and defender.
mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. You can all be seated. So, for the benefit of the official guests, I'll just quickly go through the program. We'll have the official opening session, followed by the plenary sessions, the presentations. Then we'll go to floor discussions. And then later in the afternoon, we'll have a panel discussion, which will feature about 6 panelists who will be seated at the podium. So so that we don't waste much time, I would like to welcome our acting executive director, Professor Theophile Zimo, to give his welcoming remarks before he invites Professor Aiti and later Professor Njuguna. Thank you very much and welcome, Professor Theo.
Thank you, Charles, for the introduction. Professor Ernest, the chair of the board of AERC, Honorable Professor Njuguna Ndungu, the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, and immediate past Executive Director of AERC, Honorable Situmbeko Musokotwane, Minister of Finance and National Planning, Zambia, Dr. Hanan Morsi, Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist at UNICA, Dr. Amar Batasharaya, Senior Fellow, Brookings Institution, Mrs. Mavis Oyusu Gamfi, Executive Vice President of the African Center of Economic Transformation, AERC distinguished network friends, resource persons, researchers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all observe, all protocol observe. Good morning. Bonjour à tous. Dear friends of AERC, chers amis du CREA, on behalf of the AERC Secretariat, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the opening session of the plenary event of the AERC 57th Hybrid Biannual Research Workshop with the topic African Economies, Recovery from Multiple Shock. For AERC, this is a literal recovery from multiple shocks indeed, both internally and externally. Externally because COVID-19 came knocking and the economy literally slowed down. Most of our programs were affected, since previously they were all run physically. However, as you know, every cloud has a silver lining. This outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic did not destroy us, but made us much stronger and innovative by adopting digital transformation in all our research and training programs. For the past 3 years, we have had successful virtual or your unwavering support and commitment to our programs even during this difficult time. This has been vital in strengthening local capacity for conducting independent, rigorous inquiry into the problems facing the management of economies in sub-Saharan Africa. Our researchers, thank you for keeping the fire burning through conducting independent, rigorous inquiry into problems pertinent to the management of African economies. AERC appreciates the sacrifices that each one of you has made in taking time out of your busy schedule to prepare and participate in this biannual, both physically and virtually, because this is a hybrid biannual. So for our friends connecting from other parts of the world, I also say thank you and welcome. You all play a vital role in making contribution towards economic policy research to transform policy on our motherland of Africa by engaging in the AERC thematic and collaborative research agenda. As I said, AERC faces a literal recovery from multiple shocks, both internally and externally. Internally, the government of Kenya came knocking also at our door and took our ED, Honorable Professor Njuguna. You know, it's quite difficult for me, after 2 years, to call you Honorable. Thank you for coming. And the government of Kenya appoints him as the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning of Kenya. This was a major event, a major win for AERC due to the close and mutually beneficial relationship between the AERC and the government of Kenya, which we know will be augmented. Being a strong team player and pillar, this exit shocks the staff. Honorable Minister, I remember when you were leaving the office, you told me, Theo, you can call me at any time. I will respond. Text me, I will respond. And this is true. You respond. Indeed, you reply. However, I noticed that in the course of time, the number of characters in your replies in WhatsApp has shrunk considerably. I have evidence, yeah? A mission and vision. May I especially thank the AERC board for the unwavering support and all the staff for the resilience. Together, we all can. Let me finish with, and I will be brief. Let me take you back to 2009, 30 years ago. And at that time, in 2009, I started a new job at United Nations in the Netherlands. We were married. And we were organizing a big conference in Dakar, Senegal. And my boss at that time invited me for a lunch. And in that lunch, there were 4 people, evidently, me, myself, and the director of United Nations institution, and 2 other people who are sitting here today. So in that lunch, we can observe that 3 people are here today. Okay, me and 2 others. One, Fintab. Fintab, good morning. Where are you? Thank you, Fintab. Fintab at that time was newly appointed as executive director of UN-wide. The world is small. Do you remember Professor Arieti in 2009? And today, you are the board of the chair of AERC and my boss as well. And I would like to thank you and to convey to you a message of the staff of AERC. They asked me to tell you, to thank you for your dedication, for your commitment, for your support, you and the board of AERC. We will continue working hard to take AERC to the next level. Please, Ernest, come to address your people, to address the network of AERC.
Had a fair amount of jokes about titles, had a fair amount of jokes about titles and how they are used in Africa. But he knows that we take it very, very seriously, that he is not just called honorable, but he is honorable. He served AERC very well in a very, very honorable manner, and we are extremely pleased that the President of the Republic of Kenya has decided to move him higher. So, Uganda, thank you very, very much. The board of AERC recognizes the fact that Africa, like the rest of the world, is experiencing several different shocks. There's a lot of turbulence in the world. So today, we all know exactly what climate change means to the whole world. But for us as Africans, we know what it means. We know that the way to hit us, or the way it hits us, will be quite different from the way it hits the rest of the world. We know that. And so it's important for us to work to address it in our own way. We saw the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. It hit the entire world, but it hit Africa differently. It wasn't as bad as we anticipated, but the effect on the economy is quite different from the way it hit the rest of the world. So we've seen that there are many other shocks. Today, the most relevant will be the war between Russia and Ukraine, which is affecting the whole world. But it affects Africa a lot more differently than it does the rest of the world. We live in an Africa where almost every country is struggling, reeling from these new shocks. So the board of AERC is very pleased that the management opted to look at how best we can recover from multiple shocks. Apart from these global shocks that we are getting accustomed to, almost every single country in the region has its own fair share of local shocks. some of it driven by local politics, some of it driven by various other things like ethnicity and other things. So managing an African economy at this time is one of the most difficult things. Luckily, I see a trend where African governments are beginning to rely on well-trained and very experienced economists to help guide the search for solutions. We've seen it here. So Njuguna becomes the cabinet secretary in Kenya. My good friend, Sabuso Kutwani, is doing the same for Zambia. One of our other board members has become the finance minister in Lesotho. So there's a new trend where African leaders are looking for people with track record to help deal with the challenges. So we're very pleased with what AERC is doing in this regard. Theo spoke about the shock we at AERC have suffered as a result of our ED being moved up, and also the shock we've suffered from Abebe leaving to support the government of Ethiopia. These are things that should be of concern to everybody. But the board has asked me to allay any fears that you may have. It is doing everything possible to ensure that within the shortest possible time, we are able to replace them with people equally engaged, equally qualified, equally committed to AERC. So that's the message I like to give to the entire network. This network has been around since 1988, and this network has seen growth, considerable growth, not only in the numbers of researchers and resource persons and so on. We want to widen that. We want to see more African central banks, but not only the central bank, but the treasury also, to show support for AERC. It is the products of the AERC network that will run the treasury in various countries. Today, there's hardly any research department of a central bank in Africa that is not run by people who were with AERC as researchers, hardly any. So if we are building central banks, it's only proper that those central banks should reciprocate the gesture that we make in, and also finance ministries. So we would like to assure you that the search for a new ED and the search for a new director of research, this has begun. We do expect that latest by the end of March next year, we will have these positions filled by people that you will be proud of. It is our intention to find people who are very well known to the network and people who know the network very well to do that. AERC needs to grow further. AERC needs to change in ways that will accommodate all the changes taking place in our world. And so we will be looking for an ED who is likely to push as strongly as possible in the direction of finding the solutions to African development challenges. We want an ED who will very much bring new insights into the way we do business. An ED who will draw many more central banks into the system and also bring in finance ministries and African governments. It's about time that African governments showed a lot more interest in African networks like AERC than they've done in the past. It's about time African governments were made to understand that without solid research and innovation, the likelihood of finding solutions to African problems will be extremely minimized or compromised. So, I end by saying we thank you for remaining loyal to AERC. As network members, you continue to do your research and even met virtually. We appreciate that. The board is extremely happy that the network did not collapse. We thank the various funders. They showed loyalty to AERC. They showed continuing commitment to AERC. We thank the staff. They stayed. They could have moved on to do other things, but they stayed and did the work extremely well throughout the pandemic, where while we were having virtual meetings, things were going on. The ED was busy mobilizing resources. We did not lose anything. We don't lose much. We gained, on the contrary, we gained a lot as a result of the hard work put in by the ED and his team. So we thank them all. And the board wishes to assure you and assure all the funders that the transition at AERC should not at all be taken as a sign of weakness. No. On the other hand, the changes at AERC will give the board a greater opportunity to work with the funders to find solutions to new problems as they arise. So we end by thanking them for their support, and we thank you for showing up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. You know, we planned this plenary session and made sure that, and we did that with Abebe and Theo plus the secretariat, the AERC secretariat. And we wanted to make sure that let's come back to in-person meeting, and let's start with a hybrid, because we don't want to lose the momentum for researchers. You can imagine after the COVID, we have had virtual meetings, and obviously we were losing it. And I remember in my group B, the chair was complaining that even the researchers are not participating because you need to see them face to face. And we wanted to say, look, it is time to come back to each other, have each other in-person meetings so that we keep the fire burning. And because AERC Biannual is really the flagship of AERC. And we planned this very well. And I did believe that the hybrid session, and you attest to this once we have participated in this, will be something that we want to remember, that we can actually have a hybrid meeting. But as it were, even though we planned this so well, I didn't realize that I would come in as a guest. I thought I would be here just telling you about the program, what we are going to do. But now, today, I am a guest. When Theo sent me a message, that's why he's complaining that I become very, very brief. Should I say it's Shakespearean way of saying brevity is the soul of wit? I just told him that, yes, I will be there the whole day, because I never thought that I would be a guest. I thought I would really talk about the whole program. But this, as the chair has said, Ernest, is a cycle of things. The last time I joined the AERC as an official, I was director of training from 2003. I lasted for 4 years. Then I was picked, I became governor of the Central Bank of Kenya. I served for 8 years. For the first time in Kenya, a governor had finished 2 terms, as the law requires. And then I thought, now I should do other things. Then I found myself back in AERC. And just again, exactly 4 years, I did not even finish my first contract. Then I'm again picked up to become the cabinet secretary of the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Of course, it's an honor to the AERC network. It's an honor for me, but it's not something that I planned for. So you can imagine we worked to the details in terms of this plenary, and we worked to make sure that things will work. Especially a hybrid meeting has its own technical difficulties, but we do believe it's going to work. So you can see that some of these things happen, but we honor, and I'm happy, and I joined the chair of the AERC board, in actually saying that it's a development that the AERC network should enjoy and should look forward to, and especially for us, our researchers. But anyway, there are so many things one can say, but the most important thing is that recognition that AERC network is providing support to African economies is extremely, very, very interesting and exciting. I did invite even the speakers, by the way, and they are here. Of course, they didn't realize that they will find me in a different way, but we are happy that we are together and we are able to talk about this. And when we even thought about the plenary session and what we didn't need to talk about, it was exciting. We wanted, as the usual way, since I joined the AERC, what we did was to change the plenaries to start with a brainstorming session. And then we commissioned the papers in the June plenary. So there will be a brainstorming. And we wanted to make sure that we allow the researchers to pick up some of the issues and bring them into their own research agenda. So today is to be a brainstorming session, and we wanted to craft it in terms of multiple shocks that are hitting African economies. And in fact, it's also important that there were serious shocks because we could not even meet in person just because of the COVID-19. And even before we recovered from the COVID and it's still ongoing, then we had Ukrainian crisis. And surprise shocks are hitting most of the African economies. And also back home in the Horn of Africa is the drought situation, which has become extremely, extremely pervasive. In fact, I was arguing the other day with some of my colleagues that we need to consider food security and climate change in the midst of our development agenda. We have to look at what issues do we need to look at in terms of mitigation and adaptation and creating appropriate resilience. So you can see how things are changing, and this is where our researchers should actually pick up. But for me today, since I've changed my role, I was just even thinking about what should I say, because I do not want to read a speech. I think I'll be getting difficulties in terms of reading a speech, Theo. What I'll be doing is just my usual way of trying to address the network. I know there are places where I would be forced to read a speech, but now I'm going to be talking to our network members, which is very, very important that we are meeting for the first time in person since 2019 December. That is quite a long time to go. In fact, the training program is the one that we were feeling like it's going to also, it's being affected in the same way, because we have been virtual since then, especially our JFE. But anyway, things have to come. But let me say, because of the areas that are going to be covered, let me put in 4 areas as far as I see things. And there are areas that I have actually talked about in public. There are areas that we have been talking about. But before I do that, I recall we managed, even with the AERC Secretariat, to actually have a retreat. I think our HR manager was so vicious, she wanted to make sure that we have a retreat. And you can imagine, we paraded so many things. But by the time we came towards the end of the retreat, I noticed that for the last 4 or so months, we had made massive fundraising efforts, and all of them were coming to realization. And I was so happy after the retreat. I was telling myself, it can never be any better, that because most of the collaborative research projects that we fundraised were actually coming through, and our managers in both training and research were very active. So I was just saying, wow, it is so good. But all of a sudden, I find myself in a different environment, but also supportive environment. The AERC has trained most of the economists in the Ministry of, in the National Treasury and Economic Planning for the last 11 years or so. So you can imagine it's like a convergence. But let me mention 4 areas because of the subject matter. And I say this because since it's a brainstorming, we are going to address some of these issues in the afternoon in the plenary, which I was given again a responsibility to chair, so it means that I cannot run away from the network. And one of the things when we started talking about the economic recovery agenda after multiple shocks, we started looking at what areas should we focus on. And we started, remember I had arguments, very heavy discussions with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, people who wanted us to start thinking about economic recovery. And of course AERC, because they wanted us even to do more work in terms of what was the effect of the Ukrainian surprise crisis and the surprise shocks. And we came up with like 4 areas. And one of them was, how do we protect private investments, especially after the COVID-19? And this relates to how do we ensure, how do we recover in the health infrastructure, especially the health infrastructure in African economies was tested to the brim. And the second one is education. And the third area here is actually nutrition. We have been covering a lot of work in food security and nutrition outcomes with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for a number of years. And now we have moved into a new area on food markets and food systems and nutrition outcomes. You can imagine. So protecting private investments becomes very, very important. We look at health, we look at education, and we look at nutrition. Some of the areas that we're going to look at in the economic recovery period. The second area, which I'm very fond of myself, is develop, regulate, and even protect markets. Because this is where economic recovery will happen and will take place. And for me, this is a subject matter I like a lot, and I'm sure most of the researchers may pick it up. It is in the market where economic recovery will be felt, and participation in the market will actually be very, very important. But unfortunately, in our own economies around here, in the African region, markets must be protected from capture. Today, I think we have also Stefan Dacon, who will be talking about some related issues in terms of what happens, especially in his latest book on gambling for development. It's an interesting one. And the third area is actually, we have to rethink about domestic resource mobilization in the African setting. Most of the time, we have tax effort indicators. They are quite depressing. But most of the time, it's also the taxable capacity or even tax instruments themselves. So we have to rethink the whole family of domestic resource mobilization. And finally, the digital evolution is actually going to be very, very exciting in the African setting. We have seen even write-ups about the 4th industrial revolution that can coordinate most of the other 3 areas that I've covered. It's going to be quite exciting. I say this because we do believe that in our brainstorming session today, so many of those things will come in and can apply in your own respective countries. And we want to push our researchers to these areas so that we repackage ourselves in terms of relevance on the policy issues that are affecting us. But more importantly, we have a debate with the policymakers in terms of what is constraining. I thought I would mention those 4 areas because I do not want to read a speech to my colleagues in the network. I just want to make sure that I remain in that relevant area of research and to make sure that we are together. And as I told Theo, I'll be here today. That's why he found me answering in a very precise way. But what I said is that I'll be here the whole day because actually the agenda belongs to me. But one more thing about that is that we have to showcase that we are here. And I'm very happy from my friend and now colleague from Zambia. I have several people who are here to actually help us in terms of reshaping this. The most important thing is that we have to provide the answers that are required in these times of difficulties. So mine was to grace the occasion. I don't think we need any official opening. What we really need to do is to now dive into the subject matter. If the the Master of Ceremonies will agree to come here and usher the process. Theo, thank you very much, and good morning.
So we go to the next phase of the program.
So thank So, as I said, I was prepared to introduce the topic of the plenary session, and I'm happy that Njuguna made it so that we can save time, okay? We are already behind time. So let me just add to this that AERC has some expectations, as usual, from the plenary session. And one of them is to develop, a framework ED insists on how African economies require strong fiscal space to absorb multiple shocks. And with this, some of the countries, they have made steps to improve the capacity in resource mobilization. The question is, are these resources adequate? The resources that have been generated, are they adequate, to take or to strengthen the state capacity and domestic resource mobilization? And also, can Africa economies enable shift in social contract by building trust in taxation structure? The fourth approach that we have defined to recovery is to build resilience and to withstand future shock. With the framework of existing regional economic communities, how have countries benefit in coping with the COVID-19 pandemic through regional coordinations, going beyond the traditional view of regional integration. How could African countries harness untapped economic benefits of regional integration and regional trade agreements in Africa, in particular in designing economic complexity to map comparative advantage? So these are some of the questions for which we would like to have an answer. And the expectations that AERC and the whole network we have, let me put it very briefly in 2 or 3. One, for this topic and the panel discussions will set the stage for frontier research by lead academics, by charting out the profile of multiple shocks, the impact, the path to recovery, and building resilience to prepare for the future. The AERC commissions papers that provide a better understanding of the shocks, recovery, resilience nexus in Africa and provide policy recommendations. These commissions papers will explore areas that previously either have been under-investigated or are overlooked for various reasons, to provide a comprehensive perspective on the importance of shocks and the opportunities they present for implementing innovative, bold, and comprehensive policy reform. And this biannual plenary will be followed by the June 2023 biannual, where fully developed papers that benefit from the interactions with policy and decision makers will be presented in a wider community of researchers, practitioners, and policy makers. So with these remarks, I would like to thank you, as we say in Swahili, Asante sana. Merci beaucoup for the French community. And we don't forget those who are following us online, and this is an hybrid biannual. Okay, merci beaucoup, and thank you so much. And with this word of remarks, I declare open the 57th AERC biannual research workshop. Thank you for coming all. Yes.
Plenary presentations, and I would like to invite Professor Ernest Aete, the chair of the AERC board, to guide us in the proceedings. It was meant to be chaired by Professor Ibrahim El-Badawi, managing director. Is not able to join online, so Professor Ernest Aete will guide us in the proceedings. In the first session, we'll have Professor Stephen O'Connell giving a lecture on Professor Ben Ondulu memorial lecture. And then after that, we'll have a coffee break for 15 minutes. And then now we come back for the presentations proper. Thank you very much, and I invite Professor Ernest Aete to guide us in the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The first we have in this session will be the presentation by Professor Steve O'Connell, who is the Guild and Frank Mustin Professor of Economics from memorial lecture, and I'm quite sure all of you are remarkable way when he died. We agreed that we institute this memorial lecture to honor him. And I'm very, very pleased that the first is being delivered by Steve. Steve is not a stranger to this network. He was here right from the beginning and has always supported everything that we've done. So I'm very happy to invite Steve to deliver the first Professor Benno Ndulu Memorial Lecture. He'll be doing that online.
Gathered together. Are you hearing me okay? Okay. I'm going to share my screen, and I'm aware of our timing, so I'm going to try to, let's see, hang on. Let me see. So I'm getting a message saying host disabled, participant screen sharing. So I think someone needs to make me a co-host, maybe. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to try to pull up my presentation here. Okay, so I hope you're seeing a PowerPoint presentation here. Ernest, can you give me thumbs up if this is showing? Okay, fantastic, terrific. So let me just go ahead and get started and just say again, it's been since June 2019 for me to be in this gathering of friends and researchers, and it's a great honor to be giving this brief talk in honor of Benno Ndulu. Here is a pensive Benno, a picture taken in 2006 at a senior policy seminar. I'm going to honor Benno not by talking about the topic of today, which is managing a set of shocks that confront African economies in the short run. I'm going to look over a much longer period, and I'm going to talk about a book that was coordinated by a number of AERC scholars and others, including Ibrahim El-Badawi, who I think was the main coordinator at the bank. They came out in the year 2000, and it was called Can Africa Claim the 21st Century? So I'm going to go through these exports. The blue lines here are looking at sub-Saharan Africa. The other lines are for other, what I call super regions, three other regions of the developing world. And the blue lines kind of make the big point I want to make, which is there just has not been much movement out of primary commodities in sub-Saharan Africa, not nearly as much as the authors of Can Africa Claim the 21st Century had hoped, and therefore a harder path in terms of creating employment-rich growth patterns. So I'm going to just quickly talk about five challenges that I think are important, and in the background paper that I've submitted, you'll be able to see these worked out a little more carefully than I'm going to be able to do. I'm going to show you one picture per challenge. These are related challenges, I think. They're particularly powerful for economies that have a natural resource base, and they together, I think, pose a really deep set of political challenges for economic reforms that are going to play the long game and overcome resource dependence. So I'm going to go quickly here. First, my first slide here says challenge number one. Just flip forward here. Promising non-traditional activities are too small to attract costly public investment. The arguments I'm going to be making are general equilibrium arguments, just like comparative advantage. So here's an economy where you're looking at an economy that has two sectors, traded and non-traded. And the production possibility frontier is that black line that you can see. See if I can point this out. This one here, the production possibility frontier for a resource poor or a resource rich economy. We're looking here at the non-oil or non-fuel economy. For the resource poor economy, this is also the set of expenditure possibilities it has if it runs balanced trade with the rest of the world. Here are the set of spending possibilities for a resource-rich economy that has this amount vertically of oil revenue to top off its capacity to spend on traded goods. And so this is a very old and familiar point, that an otherwise identical non-oil economy locates itself in very different spots between the non-traded and traded goods sectors in these two countries, one resource-rich and one resource poor. And now I just ask, let's imagine some kind of costly reform that would raise productivity in the production of traded goods and rotate that PPF out the way you see it here, the dotted line. So expenditure possibilities in the resource poor economy go this way. If I have one-to-one spending, the resource poor economy has quite a transformation of well-being here, large increase in well-being. The resource-rich economy, not so much, not so much. So the short-run costs here may simply not be enough to justify this reform here in the resource-rich case, whereas it's quite strongly justified over here for a resource-poor economy. Similar point, challenge number two. The resource-rich economy here I'm contrasting with a resource-poor economy. These are now traded goods, manufacturing or resource or traded resource sectors. And I'm looking at two economies that are not so different in terms of the size of their resource sector, but they're very different in terms of whether you could characterize the economy as having a near comparative advantage in manufacturing. And the point here is very simple, that a resource-rich economy needs to work way harder in terms of effective rates of protection to get itself over into becoming a net exporter of manufactured goods. You see this gap here between the global terms of trade and the internal price given by infant industry protection or some other form of protection. That gap is much smaller over here for the resource-poor economy. So challenge number 2 is that the aggressiveness of industrial policy in order to make a noticeable difference in the short run, which is sort of the politically relevant period, the aggressiveness has to be quite high. And that's going to mean that this economy, the resource-rich one, is going to be subject to regulatory capture much more strongly than the resource-poor economy, and is going to be also subject to fragility of its protective regime in the face of macroeconomic shocks. For example, if you use import quotas and you have a macroeconomic shock, some kind of over-expansionary fiscal policy, let's say, the degree of protection afforded by your quota is endogenously going to rise. So there's this fragility there that's going to be relevant for the resource-rich economies, particularly given the volatility of their revenues. Okay, I've got two or three other issues that I think are really worth thinking about. Here's a familiar diagram you may have seen, a general equilibrium model that talks about the development of employment in a modern sector of the economy through movements of workers out of the traditional sector where they may be underemployed. So here's an initial equilibrium with a high modern sector wage, a low wage paid to workers in the traditional sector. That gap is inefficient. It's propped up maybe by the strength of bargaining by the small number of workers in the modern sector, or maybe public employment is leading to high wages here. And let's ask the question, what's the return to a policy of wage restraint? And the answer almost everywhere is, in the short run, it basically hurts workers. Wages would fall in the modern sector along this short-run demand curve. There'd be a small increase in employment. The total wage bill falls in the modern sector. A tough bargain in the short run, the politics and the economics. But here's a kind of break-even point where the wage bill in the modern sector, which might be the politically salient one, is constant. And if labor and capital are gross complements, meaning the elasticity of substitution is less than 1, which is the empirically relevant case, this fall in wages is going to raise the return to capital. So if we are in an Adrian Wood kind of world where there's a kind of global return to capital that's a reference rate here, there's going to be inward investment by domestic residents and by outsiders that's going to respond to that wage restraint. And so what you have as a prospect over time is ultimately actually a rise in real wages across the economy, including in what may be the most politically salient part, the modern sector. So in the paper, I just lay out this issue as yet another example of a short-run investment, a cost in the short run, for a long-run payoff for all groups, including the group that gets hit in the short run, which is urban labor. And so the issues are, how rapidly does an economy move from a point like that's likely to be considerably slower in a resource-abundant economy? I have a simulation here, which I don't have time to explain, but the argument is that the parameters that characterize a more resource-abundant economy mean that the period to break even for the wage bill in the urban sector to simply get back to where it was, much less to justify that move in the longer run, is much longer, likely to be much longer in a resource-rich environment than it is in an environment that already has a near comparative advantage in the modern sector, labor-intensive activities. Two more points I want to make. One, an old point from the growth literature argues that the growth of an economy that depends both on human and physical capital, that an economy is probably going to approach a balanced growth path at which that ratio is some fixed number. I'll call it H over K with an asterisk. And in the old literature, the growth rate is lowest here, and it follows a U shape when the economy is away from this balanced growth path. It's faster everywhere else because one or the other of the capital stocks is the binding constraint and has a very high return to investment. Lucas in the 90s developed a more general version of this in which human capital investment requires human capital as an input. And in that world, the kind of left-hand side of this diagram flattens out, and you get a monotonic story here where if you start with low human capital as a share of physical capital, you're likely to have slower growth for a while. Okay, so I've basically hit my time constraint. I'm going to just talk for maybe 2 more minutes. Here are some data that are actually rather encouraging in terms of where sub-Saharan Africa has gone since 2000 with respect to human capital. That's the blue line here. So here, this is the ratio of human capital to total reproducible capital. So human capital has actually accumulated faster than physical capital in sub-Saharan Africa, both in absolute terms and relative to other regions. Here I disaggregate Africa between resource-rich and resource-poor, and you can see that the resource-rich economies have lower levels of human capital, but that they've participated in this story of accumulating human capital faster than physical capital, and I think that's a rather hopeful development in terms of setting the stage for getting closer to diversifying into activities that use human capital more intensely. I'm going to skip the political economy here. And so what's the bottom line of the story I wanted to tell? First, I think the resource curse remains of real continuing relevance for Africa, partly because of things that the authors of Can Africa Claim the 21st Century could not have predicted. I think the key question is, has a stronger platform for diversification been built? I think there's some very favorable stories there. Debt relief in Chinese lending supported improvements in infrastructure, advances in health and education before the interruption of COVID. Now we are facing a period of daunting short-run shocks that you'll be talking about later today. I will emphasize that these are also moments of opportunity. I would add monetary tightening, by the way, to the set of shocks, monetary tightening among the industrial countries. I think all of these shocks point in the same direction, that they're going to tend to favor weaker real exchange rates in Africa for some time, and that is favorable for diversification into new export lines. The last bit, which I think, in all fairness, I really don't have time to do justice to, is my argument that I would love to see AERC researchers, some of them, trying to focus on a general equilibrium framing to these issues of inclusive growth and crossing that with micro work on labor markets. So I see as key challenge number one, now not talking about the next few years, but over the next decade or more, is to maximize what I call the employment dividend. What I mean by that is the employment to population ratio. So you can break out GDP per capita to employment per population, and then the standard output per employment kind of productivity measure. So this is what I mean by the employment dividend, the growth in the employment to population ratio. And you know, Sub-Saharan Africa is well poised for that because of the demographic dividend. The key bit I want to emphasize is, how do we get growth in the ratio of employment to the population of working age? And if you look at the data, the differences across countries that have a similar demographic dividend, that's what I'm measuring on the x-axis here, but very different growth in the employment to population of working age ratio. Here's South Africa and Botswana, very similar demographic dividend, very different stories in terms of employment creation. It seems to me that understanding these differences and pushing north in this diagram is really just of huge importance. I think realistically, Ernest, I should probably wrap up here. I wanted to distinguish a kind of skill-constrained view of what constrains growth. Previously, we looked at this kind of familiar two-sector diagram. This is a world in which it's labor demand that is the constraint on growth. We could look at a two-sector model in which it's labor supply or skill that is the constraint on growth, and in a number of countries it's thought that that may be crucially important. And it seems to me that we have to, we have opportunities to think much more carefully about whether the wage differentials that we observe are those inefficient and invitations to structural transformation, that's the old story, or are they, as Lagakos and Waugh and Young and company wrote even 10 years ago, is it possible that the differential in wages between modern activities and traditional ones really affects efficient sorting of workers? And so that there's not a lot of unexploited productivity gains, and the work has to be in driving skill accumulation in the economy. Here's a picture I am a bit obsessed with these days. Inclusive growth. Inclusive is a statement about economic benefits being shared across society at a point in time. Growth is about accumulation over time. I think that the politics of those two dimensions are absolutely crucial. They are distinct in some important ways. That the inclusive dimension requires solidarity. It requires pulling in marginalized groups who are not the elite. And growth requires patience. It requires avoiding excessive discounting of the future and playing the long game. So I'm going to stop there with this slide. Can Africa claim the 21st century? I still think this is a vital question. It's a question we ought to have on our minds all the time. African voices are more vital than ever, and to the folks in this room, especially the young ones, AERC research is more vital than ever. Thank you very much. It's really been a privilege to honor Benno in this way, and I wish you a great biannual.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you very much. You couldn't have chosen a better theme for your address in honoring Benno. Listening to you and looking at the slides that you've shared with us reminds me very much of the things that brought us together as AERC. These were the very same issues with a different scope that brought us together. Clearly, there's still a lot of work to be done in this area, and you reminded us of what we have failed to do over the past 22 years. Everything was quite promising. We seem to know what needed to be done. There have been a number of shocks that have made it difficult for African countries to do what we had agreed to do some 25 years ago. So it's good that you are reminding the young ones among us this unfinished business. AERC needs to be right at the center of all of that. So it's really a good opportunity for us to reflect on what went wrong and how we can correct that for the future. So thank you very much. I don't know if there are comments or questions from the audience. Steve, do you have time to take a few comments?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Anke.
Thank you. My name's Anke Höfler. I'm from the University of Konstanz, Germany. Thank you very much, Steve, for very interesting retrospective and also setting us a new research agenda. Now, COP27 just finished, and as a globally, we face the challenge of greening the economy. So mining and the export of rare earths and other subsoil assets in Africa is going to continue to be important. And I'd love for you to reflect a little bit more on these new challenges that are going to face us in Africa.
Thank you. Finn?
Thank you very much, Steve, for this both stimulating and absolutely to-the-point lecture. There was one thought that, as you spoke, that came to mind. I mean, arguably, the last paper that Biannual actually wrote is a paper on export diversification, structural transformation, and inclusive growth in Tanzania. Now, key in that paper is an attempt to try to explore and utilize the complexity literature to try to gain insights. And I was just sort of wondering, because I didn't get that you were kind of relating to that literature, and I was wondering whether you could elaborate a bit on how you see that. So this is sort of taking Hidalgo and Hausmann, but also others serious, and seeing whether there is anything that can be gained. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Finn. We have time for one last question. Yeah. Okay. Professor Akpan Ekpo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Steve, that was a good one to honor Biannual. I remember some years back, we were in the same group B for years. But I want to just, Akpan Ekpo is my name, a caution. This issue of inclusive growth, we have to be very careful. If you look at our countries, different periods, we have growth. All growth in my mind is inclusive. The idea is whether the growth is sustainable, that's one. Secondly, we have the conditions for inclusive growth have to be looked at, because on one side, it seems to roll back the role of the state in the development process. And I think in our context, the state is still very crucial as we try to enhance growth. And let us not forget that growth itself is not development. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think this is quite a coincidence that, Steve, you raised the issue of, you bring in the statement about can Africa claim the 21st century. It's a coincidence because Ibrahim El-Badai was supposed to have chaired this session, and he was the author of that volume by the AERC. But then what followed is African Development Bank and ECA and UNDP, including AERC, came up again to form a network of economic conference, try to ask, has Africa claimed the 21st century? That is way back in 2003, all the way back. But it means that it's a question that is not answered yet. According to that, including, actually even the chair here had a chapter in there. The whole issue is, it was predicated on some resolving some constraints, and you can see that the constraints that Steve has brought in his, the 5 constraints are quite consistent with what we are anticipating. Maybe the next issue is to ask, can we now come back and ask ourselves, why has Africa not claimed the 21st century? Maybe it will be a very important, perhaps, lesson to ask, or lesson to actually put together, then ask ourselves, where do we go from here? Maybe that will be a very, very important issue we can brainstorm on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Steve, any final comments or responses from you?
Well, thank you very much to Anke and Finn and Akpan and Njuguna all for those comments. All well taken. I do agree with Anke, if I understood you correctly, Anke, that African countries are going to rare earths and other mining outputs are going to be in high demand. I think that's there's no question about that and preparing for being aware of it and realizing that it's going to make diversification tougher, I think is crucial. I think China is not going to be a difficulty the way China's emergence was. It looks like that may turn in another direction, so that that may be to some degree a moderating factor. That China's tremendous demand for primary commodities, I don't think is going to be growing the way it did over the last 20 years. Finn mentioned the complexity literature. This is the idea that you can map out the activities in which you might say you have a near comparative advantage, that they're close enough to what you already do and are things that are exported by countries that are similar to you. So I think that's really quite potentially useful. It kind of feeds into my framing in the sense that it maps out areas that are new activities, but that don't require fantastically excessive rates of protection to nudge effectively. So they, to me, they would be a kind of sweet spot. That framing could give you maybe some guidance in terms of where you can move in terms of industrial policy without having to be so aggressive that you're going to get captured. And Akpan made a good point about inclusive growth versus sustainable growth. And sustainability is a key word that I really haven't said much about, although I guess I don't feel that all growth is inclusive myself. And there's a sustainability path that for me runs through politics that links up the idea that growth has to be inclusive, has to be a narrative that many, many people can buy into and invest into, or else it may not be sustainable politically. I think we see that really often. Just think of South Africa, for example, a country I've thought about a lot recently. A country that seems to go back and forth from a kind of growth orientation to one that is much more redistributive and populist, if you like, and that seems to operate through a political channel, still searching for a pathway that would be employment rich and that folks could really buy into. So thank you very, very much for the feedback. It's a thrill really to be with all of you again. It's been too long, and I just wish you well for the rest of the day and the week.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yeah. Thank you. We know that you should have been in bed, but you stayed up to talk to us. So hopefully you can go back to bed now. Thank you very much. I think we'll take a 10-minute break, right? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Steve O'Connell, for that insightful lecture. He mentioned something about human capital development, and I just thought that what another coincidence, because in our next senior policy seminar, which is coming up in March 29th, 30th, 2023, is on human capital development. So please look out for promotion that we'll do beginning of next year. Just a few housekeeping announcements here. If you have not registered, please visit our secretariat in room 5 and pick your name tag, because you need it to move around the hotel. The other announcement is that we have a tea break just across atrium on this second floor. So after this, we'll take a 10-minute tea break. We're already running late by more than 30 minutes. So if we can strictly adhere to the 10 minutes, we'll be very grateful. Lunch will be served on first floor. When you get to first floor, The whole, I think one section of the, 1/4 section of the floor is where lunch will be served. So please, lunch will be served in the first floor. And during lunch break, those who have not visited the AERC Secretariat for facilitation, please visit the Secretariat during lunch break, not tea break, during lunch break. We'll make other announcements as we proceed. So let's break for just about 10 minutes and come back at exactly 11 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the 57th Biannual African Economic Research Conference here in Nairobi. This year's event is themed African Economies, Recovery Agenda from Multiple Shocks, and is expected to ignite new ideas for innovative. Welcome to the 57th Biannual African Economic Research Conference here in Nairobi. This year's event is themed African Economies, Recovery Agenda from Multiple Shocks, and is expected to ignite new ideas for innovative mechanisms of resource mobilization. The discussions will center on profiling multiple shocks in Africa and how they will affect the path to recovery. Debt resolution and fiscal sustainability, state capacity, domestic resource mobilization, and building resilience to withstand future shocks will also feature on the agenda. African economies have weathered multiple negative global shocks in the last 2 decades. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the war in Ukraine and climate-related shocks, caused permanent damage that could take years to mend. The insights presented in the plenary session will offer fresh perspectives and define new frontiers of research that respond to the pressing needs of policymakers. The panel discussions will set the stage for frontier research by lead academics by charting out the road to recovery and building resilience to prepare for the future. The December biannual plenary will be followed by the 58th conference next year, where fully developed papers arising from the interactions with the policy and decision makers will be presented to a wider community of researchers, practitioners, and policymakers. The papers will be published as working paper series of AERC, as well as special issue of the Journal of African Economies in July 2023. Through this practice, the AERC hopes to inspire young African researchers by exposing them to emerging topical and policy-relevant issues on themes and learn from senior academics as they flesh out challenging and intractable development problems. Once again, welcome to the 57th Biannual Conference Workshop. Welcome to the 57th Biannual African Economic Research Conference here in Nairobi. This year's event is themed African Economies, Recovery Agenda from Multiple Shocks, and is expected to ignite new ideas for innovative mechanisms of resource mobilization. The discussions will center on profiling multiple shocks in Africa and how they will affect the path to recovery. Debt resolution and fiscal sustainability, state capacity, domestic resource mobilization, and building resilience to withstand future shocks will also feature on the agenda. African economies have weathered multiple negative global shocks in the last 2 decades. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the war in Ukraine and climate-related shocks, caused permanent damage that could take years to mend. The insights presented in the plenary session will offer fresh perspectives and define new frontiers of research that respond to the pressing needs of policymakers. The panel discussions will set the stage for frontier research by lead academics by charting out the road to recovery and building resilience to prepare for the future. The December biannual plenary will be followed by the 58th conference next year, where fully developed papers arising from the interactions with the policy and decision makers will be presented to a wider community of researchers, practitioners, and policymakers. The papers will be published as working paper series of AERC, as well as special issue of the Journal of African Economies in July 2023. Through this practice, the AERC hopes to inspire young African researchers by exposing them to emerging topical and policy-relevant issues on themes and learn from senior academics as they flesh out challenging and intractable development problems. Once again, welcome to the 57th Biannual Conference Workshop. Welcome to the 57th Biannual African Economic Research Conference here in Nairobi. This year's event is themed African Economies, Recovery Agenda from Multiple Shocks, and is expected to ignite new ideas for innovative mechanisms of resource mobilization. The discussions will center on profiling multiple shocks in Africa and how they will affect the path to recovery. Debt resolution and fiscal sustainability, state capacity, domestic resource mobilization, and building resilience to withstand future shocks will also feature on the agenda. African economies have weathered multiple negative global shocks in the last 2 decades. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the war in Ukraine and climate-related shocks, caused permanent damage that could take years to mend. The insights presented in the plenary session will offer fresh perspectives and define new frontiers of research that respond to the pressing needs of policymakers. The panel discussions will set the stage for frontier research by lead academics by charting out the road to recovery and building resilience to prepare for the future. The December biannual plenary will be followed by the 58th conference next year, where fully developed papers arising from the interactions with the policy and decision makers will be presented to a wider community of researchers, practitioners, and policymakers. The papers will be published as working paper series of AERC, as well as special issue of the Journal of African Economies in July 2023. Through this practice, the AERC hopes to inspire young African researchers by exposing them to emerging topical and policy-relevant issues on themes and learn from senior academics as they flesh out challenging and intractable development problems. Once again, welcome to the 57th Biannual Conference Workshop. Welcome to the 57th Biannual African Economic Research Conference here in Nairobi. This year's event is themed African Economies, Recovery Agenda from Multiple Shocks, and is expected to ignite new ideas for innovative mechanisms of resource mobilization. The discussions will center on profiling multiple shocks in Africa and how they will affect the path to recovery. Debt resolution and fiscal sustainability, state capacity, domestic resource mobilization, and building resilience to withstand future shocks will also feature on the agenda. African economies have weathered multiple negative global shocks in the last 2 decades. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the war in Ukraine and climate-related shocks, caused permanent damage that could take years to mend. The insights presented in the plenary session will offer fresh perspectives and define new frontiers of research that respond to the pressing needs of policymakers. The panel discussions will set the stage for frontier research by lead academics by charting out the road to recovery and building resilience to prepare for the future. The December biannual plenary will be followed by the 58th conference next year, where fully developed papers arising from the interactions with the policy and decision makers will be presented to a wider community of researchers, practitioners, and policymakers. The papers will be published as working paper series of AERC, as well as special issue of the Journal of African Economies in July 2023. Through this practice, the AERC hopes to inspire young African researchers by exposing them to emerging topical and policy-relevant issues on themes and learn from senior academics as they flesh out challenging and intractable development problems. Once again, welcome to the 57th Biannual Conference Workshop. Welcome to the 57th Biannual African Economic Research Conference here in Nairobi. This year's event is themed African Economies, Recovery Agenda from Multiple Shocks, and is expected to ignite new ideas for innovative mechanisms of resource mobilization. The discussions will center on profiling multiple shocks in Africa and how they will affect the path to recovery. Debt resolution and fiscal sustainability, state capacity, domestic resource mobilization, and building resilience to withstand future shocks will also feature on the agenda. African economies have weathered multiple negative global shocks in the last 2 decades. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the war in Ukraine and climate-related shocks, caused permanent damage that could take years to mend. The insights presented in the plenary session will offer fresh perspectives and define new frontiers of research that respond to the pressing needs of policymakers. The panel discussions will set the stage for frontier research by lead academics by charting out the road to recovery and building resilience to prepare for the future. The December biannual plenary will be followed by the 58th conference next year, where fully developed papers arising from the interactions with the policy and decision makers will be presented to a wider community of researchers, practitioners, and policymakers. The papers will be published as working paper series of AERC, as well as special issue of the Journal of African Economies in July 2023. Through this practice, the AERC hopes to inspire young African researchers by exposing them to emerging topical and policy-relevant issues on themes and learn from senior academics as they flesh out challenging and intractable development problems. Once again, welcome to the 57th Biannual Conference Workshop. Welcome to the 57th Biannual African Economic Research Conference here in Nairobi. This year's event is themed African Economies, Recovery Agenda from Multiple Shocks, and is expected to ignite new ideas for innovative mechanisms of resource mobilization. The discussions will center on profiling multiple shocks in Africa and how they will affect the path to recovery. Debt resolution and fiscal sustainability, state capacity, domestic resource mobilization, and building resilience to withstand future shocks will also feature on the agenda. African economies have weathered multiple negative global shocks in the last 2 decades. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the war in Ukraine and climate-related shocks, caused permanent damage that could take years to mend. The insights presented in the plenary session will offer fresh perspectives and define new frontiers of research that respond to the pressing needs of policymakers. The panel discussions will set the stage for frontier research by lead academics by charting out the road to recovery and building resilience to prepare for the future. The December biannual plenary will be followed by the 58th conference next year, where fully developed papers arising from the interactions with the policy and decision makers will be presented to a wider community of researchers, practitioners, and policymakers. The papers will be published as working paper series of AERC, as well as special issue of the Journal of African Economies in July 2023. Through this practice, the AERC hopes to inspire young African researchers by exposing them to emerging topical and policy-relevant issues on themes and learn from senior academics as they flesh out challenging and intractable development problems. Once again, welcome to the 57th Biannual Conference Workshop. Welcome to the 57th Biannual African Economic Research Conference here in Nairobi. This year's event is themed African Economies, Recovery Agenda from Multiple Shocks, and is expected to ignite new ideas for innovative mechanisms of resource mobilization. The discussions will center on profiling multiple shocks in Africa and how they will affect the path to recovery. Debt resolution and fiscal sustainability, state capacity, domestic resource mobilization, and building resilience to withstand future shocks will also feature on the agenda. African economies have weathered multiple negative global shocks in the last 2 decades. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the war in Ukraine and climate-related shocks, caused permanent damage that could take years to mend. The insights presented in the plenary session will offer fresh perspectives and define new frontiers of research that respond to the pressing needs of policymakers. The panel discussions will set the stage for frontier research by lead academics by charting out the road to recovery and building resilience to prepare for the future. The December biannual plenary will be followed by the 58th conference next year, where fully developed papers arising from the interactions with the policy and decision makers will be presented to a wider community of researchers, practitioners, and policymakers. The papers will be published as working paper series of AERC, as well as special issue of the Journal of African Economies in July 2023. Through this practice, the AERC hopes to inspire young African researchers by exposing them to emerging topical and policy-relevant issues on themes and learn from senior academics as they flesh out challenging and intractable development problems. Once again, welcome to the 57th Biannual Conference Workshop. Welcome to the 57th Biannual African Economic Research Conference here in Nairobi. This year's event is themed African Economies, Recovery Agenda from Multiple Shocks, and is expected to ignite new ideas for innovative mechanisms of resource mobilization. The discussions will center on profiling multiple shocks in Africa and how they will affect the path to recovery. Debt resolution and fiscal sustainability, state capacity, domestic resource mobilization, and building resilience to withstand future shocks will also feature on the agenda. African economies have weathered multiple negative global shocks in the last 2 decades. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the war in Ukraine and climate-related shocks, caused permanent damage that could take years to mend. The insights presented in the plenary session will offer fresh perspectives and define new frontiers of research that respond to the pressing needs of policymakers. The panel discussions will set the stage for frontier research by lead academics by charting out the road to recovery and building resilience to prepare for the future. The December biannual plenary will be followed by the 58th conference next year, where fully developed papers arising from the interactions with the policy and decision makers will be presented to a wider community of researchers, practitioners, and policymakers. The papers will be published as working paper series of AERC, as well as special issue of the Journal of African Economies in July 2023. Through this practice, the AERC hopes to inspire young African researchers by exposing them to emerging topical and policy-relevant issues on themes and learn from senior academics as they flesh out challenging and intractable development problems. Once again, welcome to the 57th Biannual Conference Workshop. Welcome to the 57th Biannual African Economic Research Conference here in Nairobi. This year's event is themed African Economies, Recovery Agenda from Multiple Shocks, and is expected to ignite new ideas for innovative mechanisms of resource mobilization. The discussions will center on profiling multiple shocks in Africa and how they will affect the path to recovery. Debt resolution and fiscal sustainability, state capacity, domestic resource mobilization, and building resilience to withstand future shocks will also feature on the agenda. African economies have weathered multiple negative global shocks in the last 2 decades. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the war in Ukraine and climate-related shocks, caused permanent damage that could take years to mend. The insights presented in the plenary session will offer fresh perspectives and define new frontiers of research that respond to the pressing needs of policymakers. The panel discussions will set the stage for frontier research by lead academics by charting out the road to recovery and building resilience. Here in Nairobi. This year's event is themed African Economies, Recovery Agenda from Multiple Shocks, and is expected to ignite new ideas.
Okay, let's start the next session. I believe the majority of the participants are already here, and I would like to invite the chair of this session, Professor Anne Haiti, to lead the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and welcome back. Let's go straight into the first presentation. And then, so there'll be 2 panelists. We have Dr. Hanan Morsi, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist at UN Economic Commission for Africa, Addis Ababa. And then our second presenter will be Professor Stefan Derken, who will be joining us online. So, Hanan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you in person, among many distinguished colleagues and friends. Today, I'll be presenting to you on the impact of the war in Ukraine and the global shocks that the continent have been facing on the recovery and the resilience of the African economy. A lot of basically the hard-won gains that the continent had achieved over the last decades in terms of reducing extreme poverty. And then we still were also impacted by the implication of the war in Ukraine, which particularly affected the continent, while we were on the recovery path from the COVID-19. And basically, it really affects the continent in three ways in terms of food, energy, and finance. Particularly in terms of the exposure of the continent to the imports from Russia and Ukraine of stable commodities, but also, of course, for many of the African economies that are net importers of energy, and even those that were exporting, energy exporters, many of them still are importers of refined products. So even the ones that have, had the opportunity to benefit from higher energy prices were really impacted through this issue that they were exporting primary commodities in terms of oil, but then importing refined products. Then on top of that oil, we are now faced with the cost of living crisis and the implication of the tightening of global monetary conditions worldwide, which has really led to tightening of interest rates globally, with implications in terms of the cost of finance for many African countries, and really increased the socio-economic pressures in the continent. It's important to note that all these series of shocks came on top of already huge needs that the continent had even before we encountered all these shocks. So the continent has huge financing needs in terms of the requirements to finance infrastructure needs that is estimated between 130 billion to 170 billion US dollars a year. The continent also have huge financing needs estimated at 39 billion US dollars for closing the education gap, and 66 billion US dollars for the health investment gap. This is all before we were hit by these series of shocks. And as you can imagine, now all these shocks have really compounded these financing needs, eroded the fiscal space in many countries, and really increased dramatically the socio-economic pressures that the African economies are facing and the policymakers have to deal with. So in terms of the impact of the war in Ukraine, one of the things that really compound that effect is the fact that most African countries are actually net food importers. And of course, the spike in global food prices had serious implications for all these net food importers. Basically, we have 39 countries, around 72% of the countries in the continent are actually net food importers. And the fact also that there were a significant number of these countries that relied on imports of wheat, for example, from Russia and Ukraine. 15 African countries were importing more than 50% of their wheat from Russia and Ukraine. And of course, this volatility in the global food prices increases the pressure in the continent in terms of food security issues. This is even further amplified by the fact that African households have been hit hard due to the fact that the expenditures on food constitute over 40% of total expenditures in many countries. So this is particularly, if you look in terms of the comparator, compared to other regions and other countries, it's significantly higher. You have, as you can see in this graph, you have actually 3 countries that even have more than 70% of their basket is actually on food in Africa. And this is significantly higher than the ratio that you see, for example, in Asia or in emerging Europe. This is actually also further, like if you put it in context, the fact that even before the implications of the war in Ukraine and the sharp rise in global food prices, in the continent, we already had a worse initial conditions in terms of higher food inflation in many countries than any other region. So what happened with the implication of the war in Ukraine further exacerbated the situation. For example, the average food inflation in Africa increased from 12% in January of this year to 19% year to year in June. And the number of countries with more than 10% of food inflation increased to 30 countries from 23 countries in January. From 4 countries in January. So all these issues really, further increase the vulnerabilities of many countries and the pressure that it's going to represent in issues of risks of hunger and malnutrition, which already, even before the war in Ukraine, we had already seen hunger in Africa worsening significantly since 2014 to reach 21% of population, and 70% of the increase that we had witnessed up to, looking up to the impact of COVID, were actually related to COVID. So this is further, if we consider also that number of the countries that contribute to issues of hunger in Africa are actually, many of them are countries that were also highly impacted by the and vulnerable to the war in Ukraine in terms of relations and import relations from Ukraine and Russia. And this is basically, as you can see, 80% of the number of undernourishment in Africa originates from 15 countries, and a large share of these countries have been dependent on imports from Russia and Ukraine. Another issue that really affects the food insecurity in the continent has also been what we have seen in terms of pressures on in terms of price and availability of fertilizers. And here, Africa actually share of producing fertilizers is very limited, despite the fact that most of the raw material for producing fertilizers, the continent is very rich in. And this is an issue that actually represents a great opportunity in terms of going forward, how we can actually utilize these global shocks in terms of building more the fertilizer industry to also reduce this high reliance on and exposure to such shocks. Of course, also the volatility in energy market increased the energy insecurity, and we have seen since February a lot of volatility in the energy markets. And although there are, as I mentioned, several countries that are net exporters of petroleum, only 7 are net exporter of refined petroleum. And that's an issue that really even limits the beneficial impact of the high energy prices for oil and energy-rich countries. Moreover, 61% of countries are net importers of natural gas. So these are things that also compounded the pressures that we've been witnessing. And of course, the issues of the tightening of global financial conditions worsened the ability of many countries to actually be able to tap financial markets. And we've seen spreads rising for many countries that are actually access countries in Africa. And we've also seen the tightening of policy rates in the US leading to currency depreciations and radically increasing the cost of borrowing for many African countries. This is particularly important because there is a wall of debt repayment and maturities that are coming due in this year and next year for many African countries. As you can see here, for example, for this year, there is more than 20 billion US dollars that are due in principal and interest rates for the continent. So the fact that now the financing will be basically at worse condition and higher cost for many of these countries, it affects their ability to roll over their debt and refinance. So this is also an issue that many countries will actually be grappling with. The situation is further compounded by actually the impact of climate change. And having just finished the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, which is seen as an Africa COP, Africa contributes little to climate change with less than 3% of global emissions, yet it's one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change. 9 out of the 10 most vulnerable countries to climate change are actually African countries, and on average, African countries face a cost of about 5% of GDP annually to deal with climate change. Moreover, many African countries spend up to 9% of their GDP in response to extreme weather shocks that are induced by climate change. And yet, despite the fact that the continent has huge financing needs of over $3 trillion US in terms of mitigation and adaptation by 2030, the share of finance that the continent receives out of global climate financing is very little, at 5.5%. So in terms of looking at all these issues, what does it mean for policymakers and the type of issues that they have to grapple with going forward? Of course, the fiscal space has been eroded by these series of shocks. And puts many of the policymakers in a very tight position where they have to basically respond to these shocks and the implication of them on the population, while at the same time their policy space has basically eroded, and the financing options are becoming a lot more difficult than what it used to be. So many of them have to grapple between the need for fiscal consolidation because of the more difficult global financing environment and high levels of debt, but at the same time, they have to deal with the socioeconomic implications of all these shocks on the population and the need to actually take measures to alleviate the impact of these shocks. At the same time, also, they have been dealing with debt issues and the significant rise that we have seen and the levels of debt, with number of countries, actually, as you can see in the graph, the number of countries in debt distress are 8 countries, which has almost doubled in 2020 relative to 2021. So the pressures have really increased. So while they have to decide whether to actually use existing frameworks, such as the G20 common framework, to apply, they have to also consider the implications of that on credit rating downgrades, on issues if they don't go with this, how do they deal with liquidity and constraints, and perhaps in some cases even insolvency. And particularly middle-income countries have been really hit with the war in Ukraine. They have been, globally, they have been kind of like the most affected, but particularly also in Africa. And for middle-income countries, the financing options are more limited in terms of availability of concessional finance. So many of them will be left with the need to resort to commercial financing at a much higher rate. So, in terms of what is needed to respond to the crisis, I think there are 2 sets of issues here. One is at a global level of what needs to be done, and here we have kind of like 3 pockets. One related to debt service relief and restructuring. Another is the emergency financing, and a third one is the special drawing rights and what needs to be done to really utilize this. So for the debt issues and the needs for reforms for the global debt markets, one of the issues that is very important, of course, is to have a debt service relief to the poorest and most vulnerable countries. And we've seen that before, used, for example, for the facility that is called CCRT that the IMF did during the pandemic, and we need to have continuation of such facility for what we're going through now with the war in Ukraine. There's also a need to reform the G20 common framework, and here there are a number of issues that would be important. One is the issue of implementing or introducing debt service standstill upon application to the G20 framework. It's really important to have this to allow the countries, the space while they actually are in negotiation for restructuring. It's also important to expand the eligibility criteria for the G20 framework to include middle-income countries, and to expand creditor committees to really include more private sector creditors, and of course, and the integrate really the new creditors beyond the Paris Club ones. There is a need also to establish a comparability of treatment formula that is agreed on, rather than having to really go into deciding this formula for each case one-on-one. And another very important issue also is the need to use more, perhaps boldly, the lending into arrears policy that the IMF has, to actually allow to bring in, reduce the holdouts in such restructuring, and basically bring a smoother negotiations going forward for that. In terms of the emergency financing, For the World Bank side, there is a need to enable countries to use the emergency funds through the crisis response window and to front-load IDA 20 and to allow countries to quickly redeploy committed and unused balances. On the IMF side, there is a need to suspend surcharges for 2 to 3 years, and this is an issue that is really affecting would hit number of African countries, middle-income countries, given the size of the shock and their financing needs. There is a need to restore pandemic crisis access limits for emergency financing, to enhance lending concessionality and increase the duration of the lending programs. And on the side of the special drawing rights of the IMF, there is a need to really, there is a need to rechannel some of these SDRs through MDBs to really get the multiplier and leverage effect of such financing. And there is a need also to rechannel these SDRs through the RST and PRGT and immediately deploy pledged resources. At kind of, the local level, there are also a number of things that there are a number of opportunities that need to be utilized. And here there is, a need, of course, to increase access to financing at affordable rates. And here things like the liquidity and sustainability facility that ECA had been advocating can help, because it creates a repo market that can basically increase the liquidity and in the long term reduce the cost of borrowing. There is a need to also leverage the procurement platforms that have been created and now are being extended to beyond not only pharmaceutical but actually to fertilizers and food. And there is a need to really avail more de-risking tools that would be critical going forward, and whether it's partial guarantees or equity investments for private sector, because the needs are humongous and cannot just be met by through public sector. So we need to crowd in the private sector. And then also there is a need to scale up domestic resource mobilization. And here, of course, the need to reduce illicit financial flows, to review tax exemptions, and to really deepen domestic capital markets. I believe huge opportunity that is in front of us is actually utilizing the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement going forward. It's a very timely the stage that we are in for that agreement, and the fact that this comes in a global time when all regions or all countries around the world are looking more into having regional value chains that are closer to home. And the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement offers that opportunity and reduces the vulnerability to these global supply disruptions. And in addition, of course, there is the need to support the Pan-African payment system to facilitate cross-border payments in local currency. That would really help a great deal, and reduce also transaction costs associated with these, with multiple exchange rates. There's also a need to leverage this agreement beyond just the trade in goods and services to actually include also issues of harmonizing investment codes across countries, so that it becomes also a way of unleashing intra-regional investments. Finally, as in conclusion, with this series of shocks that the continent has faced, we don't know the depth and the length of these crises and how long they would last. Meanwhile, I think the focus needs to be on really making sure that the implication on the population in terms of food security and protecting the most vulnerable is key. And there is a need to also reduce dependency on imported energy sources and perhaps invest more in renewable energy given the huge potential that the continent has. Of course, there is a need to have a unified African voice beyond the reforms that are needed to do the changes that we had talked about earlier, which we're actually, as ECA, collaborating with in a high-level working group with African ministers of finance and other key institutions to actually help have a one African voice with these asks at the global stage. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Stefan, are you online? And over to you, Stefan.
Okay, thank you. Oops, get to the slides here. Just trying to get my full screen properly on, but it's, yes. I presume this is fine. So good morning, everybody. Well, thank you for giving me the chance to briefly talk. Thank you, Ernest, also for not introducing me. That's actually quite helpful because it's just, let me just talk to you and basically explain to you what I briefly want to talk about is the kind of stories we tell about development and how I'm somewhat concerned about the stories we tell and that they're actually not getting us to some of the essential bits that are constraining or helping us to actually move forward in development. And it relates to political economy, conversations on development and growth in sub-Saharan Africa. By the way, anything I say about sub-Saharan Africa today could apply as well to Asian countries. It would apply as well to European countries. I've just spent probably the last 10 years, I think 8 of the last 10 years, I've been involved with the UK government. And I can assure you it's very similar issues as than the ones I will be mentioning and talking about appear as well. But I think it's important for us to do this. And the reason is that one of the things that I find very somewhat problematic at the moment, also in our development discourse and our growth discourses, is that, there was a time when, in fact, also AERC started, like the early 1990s, there was a big attention, there was a lot of big conversations about the big picture views of where we're going, what we're doing in terms of development and growth. And in fact, it was so good to have Steve reflecting back on what Biannual and Dulu had been thinking about and writing about, and this kind of visions that we need to have in terms of saying, well, where do we try to go? What are we trying to do? Also, as economists engaging in this. I'm not saying that they don't exist, because policymakers have them, and I will mention in a moment. But there was a time that as economists, we really engaged with them properly. And, you know, I'm probably being part of it. I'm in the end a microeconomist, that, you know, microeconomists have kind of taken over somehow a lot of the academic discourse and development. Probably, you know, for very good reasons. Academically, there's a lot of exciting stuff going on. But the whole big picture view, the kind of broader view on where we're going and what is actually holding us back, has become academically less attractive. Okay, so, and I think we've allowed, as researchers, to get, you know, almost institutional views and pictures of views to almost take over, and we're not quite engaging with that as well. So there's still a strong focus on global discussions, and I don't want to belittle the importance of some of the issues there, but they take over in a way that I don't think is that helpful in the end. And you know, but think of the narratives of climate that totally take over institutions in Washington. And I will say rightly so, but without necessarily giving a clear path where countries that are on early stages in development, how do they actually fit into it? And also a bit, and I listened very carefully to Hannah Morrissey's really interesting conversation, and I don't want to, it's not trying to be a criticism of that kind of thing, but there is an issue, is that probably more than I remember, we've reduced development discourses all about financing, big financing flows and so on. And I think what matters here is that they seem increasingly far removed from the practical reality that someone like the Cabinet Secretary in Kenya and our dear friend, Professor Ndungu, has now faces the practical reality of economic policy making in most countries, and indeed of the effectiveness of a lot of the flows we may be talking about. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't have everything, we shouldn't talk about climate. Of course, it's a crucial existential thing, but it fits in what Steve O'Connell was talking about, some of these longer term things, where we're sitting with a short term series of constraints and indeed crises that we need to have a path that actually can get us to this, and that day-to-day reality of economic policy making, we need to actually have a good narrative for and a good understanding of in particular. And in this talk, and one of the reasons why I want to do this is that if we go back since the 1990s, since people like Benno were writing about, you know, where can the continent go? Actually, for me, what's really important, and I will show a bit of figures, we've had now, not anymore maybe where we were in the 1960s, 70s, a very clear sense of there is one world that is rich and one world that is poor, one world with a very similar set of patterns and another set where it's actually there's maybe relative stagnation there. We have actually definitely since the 1990s, since arguably the way we recovered from the last really deep crisis in sub-Saharan Africa, basically the age in the 1980s, lots of similar features there with high debt, a cumulative set of shocks, economic policy making in rich countries that didn't help, and so on. And so we actually want to point to the more differentiated experience in the last 30 years, actually in the developing world, including in sub-Saharan Africa. And I'll try to give a bit of a big picture view to think about the drivers of this differentiation, firmly placing it within the country. That's not trying to get all the geopolitical forces or rich countries off the hook, but actually the fact that there is a differentiated experiences even within the continent actually is quite important, because we want to understand better that. And my argument is that we've kind of ignored often also, and we do that often as economists, we say, let's assume there's a social welfare function, there's an objective function, and then let's try to optimize things. That we've stopped actually looking deeply enough into that objective function, basically the nature of the elite bargains, which I will argue in the countries, and I think they are quite key to understand differential progress, And they are then important in terms of the way we actually deal with, for example, international financial flows. I may not have enough time to talk about it, but also how we think about how today, in the presence of the deep crisis and the shocks that everybody's facing, the seeds will be sown of a new differentiated experience even within the continent. Okay, let me race ahead now a little bit. Differentiated experience, we know very simply, and I come as ultimately as a poverty economist originally, global patterns in extreme poverty, differentiated experience. This is the number of extreme poor people since 1990 up to 2017. Red is East Asia, orange is South Asia, blue is Sub-Saharan Africa. With all the problems of the data we have, we do know, of course, East Asia, massive reductions in extreme poverty. South Asia started a bit later, but definitely is also on a trajectory down. Then we have Sub-Saharan Africa, where it's creeping up still, even though the percentage of the population that is in extreme poverty has probably declined, but it's still creeping up given that its population, of course, is larger than in 1990. Now, what we have there, and I end here in 2017, we know that COVID added to lots of extreme poor, and that actually makes it almost like the picture you see here, more or less similar to today's pattern that we think is likely to be the case, because we've lost 5-6 years of progress. So this is probably the kind of picture that we have, and if anything, maybe worrying that Sub-Saharan Africa actually has moved ahead further, as the World Bank data seems to have suggested, in numbers of extreme poor people. But for me, what's actually really fascinating and interesting is the differentiated experience again. Is that actually, okay, this is using the $1.90 with the PPP of 2011, not the latest one that they have. I must say I find it deeply frustrating that globally we talk about, well, this move from 1.90 to 2.15 doesn't make much difference. Actually, in the patterns and our understanding of what's happening in Africa, it makes a lot of difference, and more than actually one should feel comfortable. I was a peer reviewer for the data, and I said, look, it shows both that there's not an investment in the data in Africa, but also that on the ICP, the PPP corrections we use for these things, we just do not pay enough attention to the African data, because countries have now moved quite dramatically and swung around based on this new correction, even though globally on the continent it doesn't make that much difference. But on the 2011 PPP, 2017 latest update, or by 2018, you had some countries that had half poverty, Ghana and Ethiopia, and some had doubled. By the way, what will have changed is that maybe the rate of decline and the rate of increase of the countries I mentioned here is slightly less maybe than doubling or halving, but it's still the same countries. But the differentiation has to be clear. Nigeria and the DRC and Madagascar, they probably have close to doubled the number of extreme poor people in their countries. Some of the others also, it has gone up significantly. That I mentioned there, like Angola, Malawi, even Kenya and Zambia, we have that relative to this halving of the extreme poverty. A lot of other countries, there's relative stagnation. So you get differentiation on the continent there as well. And definitely the DRC in Nigeria, as you know. I was at a session not so long ago with Olusegun Obasanjo, the former, of course, Chief Obasanjo, the former president. He was talking about the Nigeriaization of extreme poverty in Africa, that actually Nigeria becomes so a big part that has stayed behind. Of course, we know that these things, and I'm being sympathetic to the comments already on growth and exclusive growth, but for a long-term progress in extreme poverty, growth has mattered. There's not a single country that has not reduced sustainably extreme poverty without also having sustained growth. You go, of course, in the global pattern, places like China, Indonesia confuse our pictures, and then Africa seems to be relatively stagnant. However, within Africa, we get quite a lot of differentiation since 1990. And then this period 1990 is helpful here, because think of it, it's the age of structural adjustment. So countries have come very differently out that period, where, say, Nigeria initially seems to have, in the early 2000s, getting onto a trajectory. Of course, it's so strongly natural resource boom that Steve also talked about. Nigeria on a decline in the last 10 years. You've got other countries like Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire. In each case, it's partly a recovery as well from previous declines. You get Kenya's growing less, Senegal maybe much later, Ethiopia doing a very fast growth since about 2005, and then you get the Malawis or Niger, where I was only recently. I'm actually talking to you from Ghana, where I just arrived, where actually, you know, you get this stagnation. So you get this differentiation within the continent, and I think that is important, and we should not underestimate that. So I'm always told as an outsider in Europe, Africa is not a country. We should similarly not analyze always saying Africa faces this challenge, Africa this, because there is also differentiation we have to be willing to recognize. Now the question, of course, I want to then in a way deal with, why is that differentiation there? No, that's an old question, of course, and at the age when people could still reasonably credibly do cross-country growth regressions academically, people don't quite realize that the flaws with these kind of methods. But a lot of people were talking about, and I think that's probably why academia was still engaged in some of these discourses. But it's a question, of course, that a lot of people have asked. And in fact, in a lot of the storytelling in development, these people, I don't know how well you recognize them, it's a good pub quiz to do at home, how many do you recognize, but these are the bestsellers in economic development, okay, and these are their books. You know, and they tell you very different things, but they're actually worth talking. But these are the kind of what I mean by the kind of narratives and stories that are being told. Having worked in the policy circles in the UK in DFID as a chief economist for many years, but also going around in Washington and so on, these views, these stories, these overall narratives on development, they have a big influence in these kind of stories that are being told. And I do think in some countries, not all, they also will have their impact. Now, what are the diagnoses of these academic storytellers? Well, I would say they're definitely at least trying to have a coherent economic story and not just some kind of wishful thinking. And forgive me, but I do think some of the Washington and New York stories, they are all getting very muddled and very little based on a clear thinking or of path how to get anywhere. But in these books, what they typically do, and most economists tend to do that, they tend to focus on what you should do and what you not to do. And of course, that's what we do. We advise on policy, what you should do, what you shouldn't do. Within it, though, these days, I think there's two very big competing diagnoses that in the academic world, if you talk to, I don't know, development study students or definitely development economic students, what are the views that are prevalent there, what the mental models, the way they think about the world. It's probably about, you know, one block is very influential. And of course, the institutional one, the why nations fail kind of thing. Now, you know, I'm very sympathetic to a lot of that research, and institutions, of course, really matter. But the way that is brought into policy and the storytelling about policy is actually, I think, very unhelpful. The evidence tells us that institutions are shaped through history very slowly. Histories of colonialism, of structures, on the continent, also, you know, the way the struggles that may have taken place. But the research largely looks at historical causal factors that influence what institutions look like. Now, the conclusion then, getting your institutions right is not that helpful, because the evidence doesn't tell us that you can really quickly switch them, that you can quickly change them, that you can actually have a real chance to change these things rather quickly. And in fact, a lot of the advice, all we need to do institutional development, is actually not consistent with the evidence that's being produced. Furthermore, people like me that go around the world, at the time also the UK government, what advice can I give based on the evidence when I go and see President Buhari's team in Nigeria? I can hardly go and tell them as a British official at that moment, please get your history right. Why don't you get another history? You know, history is something we can't change. It's something, a constraint we have to work in when doing it. But also more importantly, when you start looking at countries that made progress, not least also in Asia, think of Bangladesh that has done remarkably well, but also in the African continent, you know, where in recent times, say, Ghana has done remarkably well, you know, relative to others. We can't quite say that Ghana or Bangladesh, when they started to picking up growth seriously again, that they actually had good institutions. In fact, China or Indonesia, some of these big success stories, they did not have strong institutions when they exactly started. China in 1979 was in crisis, had a cultural revolution that totally disrupted the structures of even of government. It had followed by Mao's death and the Gang of Four battles. We actually, I remember as a teenager in school being taught about China may well not continue to exist in the way it is because it may well implode. This is not an example of strong institution. Someone worth reading, Wen Ang, has written about a book called How China Escaped the Poverty Trap, really wants to emphasize China was actually weak in institutions when it started doing it. Now that's important because institutions don't have to be strong before you start doing anything. We don't have to kind of wait until we have perfections over a couple of centuries and then we can start doing the development. A lot can be done the here and now. And I think the Asian countries, but also the African countries that have been successful, they tell us that actually if you get certain things right, then you actually can get going. Now, one thing is different from the 1990s, and think of, and it's still worth looking at, the report of the Growth Commission of 2007, Michael Spence, with a lot of economists, including, I think Ben also wrote a background paper to that as well. You know, it's a much broader set of policies that countries have used than maybe we thought in the 1980s and the 90s, and definitely those who worked in international institutions were advising these countries. The countries that have been successful actually use not a single recipe, as Michael Spence famously said. We do not know the recipe for growth, and I would actually say there isn't quite a recipe for growth, but we do know the ingredients, of course. But you could do maybe more infrastructure-based, more human capital-based, and certain things. It's finding somehow your path in it. But if there's a broader set at what you can do, so why, for example, maybe forgive me to be blunt, why doesn't President Buhari's team do more sensible economic policies rather than 7 exchange rates? Why do local policymakers choose not amongst the broad set that actually can get you success, but actually choose other things? And I think that's an important thing, why actually we see the policies that we see. And it's not economics that will tell us, and we can keep on telling us what the first best is and what to do it. So in the book that I wrote and that kindly the Cabinet Secretary referred to, is actually a book that I actually want to, and it's largely descriptive, but trying to actually drill down, we need to understand better. And for me, that is was brought home totally about 7-8 years ago as a chief economist, going to 2 prime ministers' offices, one to the DRC, the other one to Ethiopia. And the task was, I was invited as a British official, as a chief economist. They said, oh, can you come? I want to tell you about our development plans. And we could have a discussion. So I go to the DRC. President Ponyo receives us. We sit with all his advisors, a big team, and we're given the beautiful development plans that they had on agriculture, on infrastructure, on dollarization, how to get out of that, macroeconomic stability, health, education. In fact, both as an academic, but also involved in policy making, you could actually be proud of it. This is really, really good plan. It really made sense for the context, and I think even in Washington at the IMF, the World Bank, they probably would have been pleased with it. I remember walking out of that room, out of that building, with an advisor, a Congolese advisor from the UK Embassy, and he says, "Quel spectacle, what a show we've just seen." And we laughed because we knew, and maybe slightly disrespectfully, but we knew full well nothing would ever be implemented. And indeed, nothing of this plan has ever been implemented in the DRC. I go a couple of months later to Ethiopia, where under this, you know, quite a controlling government in economic policy and other matters as well, I go there to a session, and in fact we had some really great people with us as well. We had Paul Collier there as well, Justin Lin, we had Lan Pritchard there, we had John Sutton there. Fascinating. They had invited us. We want to tell you about the plans, and please give us comments. And so they tell us that the plans on a retreat in Debrecen, Bishoftu, and for a day we have there the governor of the central bank, the minister of finance, prime minister's advisors, deputy prime minister was there as well, and we discuss these things. And it's fascinating, these meetings. In fact, next week we'll have another one of these with the current team. You know, they asked us and really give us critical comments, which we all gave. And we all were very worried on the macroeconomy, whether they could really do this and so on. But think of it, it's 7, 8 years ago. This was actually the period that subsequently in that decade, they delivered the fastest growth in Africa and one of the fastest in the world. And actually, I remember us also 8 years ago going out of the room and saying, look, this is going to be tricky. This is sailing close to the wind. This is actually taking quite a lot of risks here, whatever. But you know what? We all agreed that they were going to do it. And secondly, they were really going to work hard to make it a success. And indeed, the data shows us, used with all kinds of other issues we could talk about, but it was really fascinating, the difference. An imperfect economic plan, but actually implemented with a lot of zeal. And that was really the difference. And that is the one that I want to emphasize here and quickly, in the last 5 minutes or so, try to quickly develop a bit further, which is basically, you know, we need to think a little bit what states are and how they function before we can understand what actually is the actions that the state takes. And it's good to go back to Douglas North and his book with Wallace and Weingast. It's not that widely read, but it's actually, probably I like it best as Douglas North's work. It's Violence and Social Orders. And it actually basically has this view of the state that, you know, states historically, how they emerged, a lot of violence is around. Basically, rather than everybody fighting and doing things, a state is basically emerges really by forming a dominant coalition of elite groups that actually control who has access to resources and who has access to activities, to land and capital and to education, to trade and whatever. Actually, funnily enough, the more you think about it, every state somehow or another is like that. And indeed, and I want to bring that down, is to actually to elite groups. Let me quickly develop that, and that was the framework in the book I use. Think of a state as an elite bargain, not just of the present government, but actually those who have power and influence. And often it involves also people not just in government. A former finance minister in Ghana said, you know, it's really important to understand also the opposition, those who are not in power in the political class. But of course it goes further. It's the leading people in business. I was just in Niger and talking totally about how the democracy there is really perverted, a lot to party financing and issues to do with that, and thinking through that. It often involves the military. It may even involve civil society leaders in some of the successful places like Bangladesh. That was definitely part of it. And so you basically get somehow a broad group of people that somehow do think of it as a kind of cooperative equilibrium of saying this is how we're actually going to run the state. This is how we're going to act and behave. This is our equilibrium. At the minimum, if you have total fragmentation, you have instability and often conflict. So at the minimum, it's this idea of an elite bargain for controlling somehow violence, a bit like Max Weber said, you know, monopoly of legitimate use of violence as a basic principle. And any elite bargain, you know, if you don't do that, well, you can't really extract your resources, you can't control the rents in your society. And basically, every society, in some sense, involves a political deal and an economic deal. And I want to say, and I won't have the time for it, you know, I can do that analysis for the UK, for Britain. I've worked in Whitehall at the top of government, advising the Foreign Secretary, you know, sitting there in all these meetings. You know, these are political deals and economic deals about who controls the state, who has access to resources. And look, it's not... Nowhere in the world it's pretty. I want to say this. This is not trying to lambast something like it's something to do with culture in some places or whatever. Absolutely not. But basically, you can have quite a different number of things. We all know about Russia these days, how we describe it. Putin and a small group of people in the political class, quite controlling, a deal with the oligarchs to keep on financing and keep on doing it. You know, think of it an oligarchic state. You could also go further, where the state simply becomes an instrument for stealing, where basically said, if I control the state, I can steal, and it's basically a kleptocratic state. You know, I've worked quite a bit in the book also on Mobutu, also on Kabila, father and son, the DRC. I don't know what it is now, I worry about it, but definitely until 5 years ago, it was a kleptocratic state. A state where basically if you're in power, you use it to extract from anyone, not just the resources, but also from anyone that's around you. A lot of states in Africa and across the world are clientelist states. They're built up basically rewarding people that brought you to power, basically either by jobs or by contracts. You know, Niger was definitely an example. You know, it's basically, if you come to power, to use something, a sentence that was used in a book about Kenya as well, it's basically, it's your time to eat. You know, it's our time to eat when you come to power. That's how you use the state. You know, and a lot of states in the world have that element. You know, even Britain, the US have that. We see it definitely also across Africa, and we have to just be conscious of that. You know, that states are not built up necessarily purely meritocratically in terms of the instrument, and that makes it, for example, different to how the Chinese bureaucracy historically was built up. You know, for 2,000 years, quite a meritocratic bureaucracy built up. So it makes me come to the conclusion, if you ever do state-led development, don't try it in most places in the world. But, you know, if you try it in China, you may have a good chance to work, because you actually have a state that is built up in a very different principle. Because if you do state-led development, you better be cleaner than clean, because you have to be willing and able to correct as well. And that's basically where I want to come to. Where do we see in the countries across the world where we actually have seen growth and development successes? Well, the elite bargain is what I would call a development bargain, where there's somehow or another in that elite bargain, it actually emerged to be centered more around the shared commitment of growth and development. And that's not about the president talking about, I have 5 objectives for development, or like in the DRC, have a glossy development plan. It's actually a deep commitment that is more broadly shared than simply in the form of words of a political platform. It needs to be shared even across the civil service, about the state, the delivery instruments, across the political class, indeed across the business class. And that's when countries like Bangladesh become fascinating, because they moved in the 1980s away from total, call it actually chaos and conflict and problems. Henry Kissinger called it a basket case around 1980, where you basically moved towards a much more clear shared commitment across the political class, and basically with features like this, you know, a commitment to peace and stability. Yeah, it was in a democracy, and there is occasionally all kinds of strife, but fundamentally much more stable. But the state that also understands what it can do. Bangladesh did not do state-led development. In fact, it let its social sectors be largely driven initially through NGOs. You know, which state in the world would allow an NGO to become as big as BRAC became in Bangladesh? BRAC is the largest NGO in the world, and in the end, it was key to delivery of social services to the poorest in the 1980s and 90s, actually all the way up to today. And the state was self-aware, it didn't block them from doing it. And so you basically have a state that functions, and then you need to be able to correct. And this is where the biggest problem always is. You know, you will make errors, because for your local context, for your own political context, but also economic context, for a world that is a total mess with all the shocks and whatever you have to be able to correct and change path and be willing to be accountable one way or another, either externally, maybe through political processes, democracy, for example, can do that, or internal ones with strict codes of having to deliver targets and whatever, as it was in China. So you need to find one. But importantly here, and I know I need to hurry up, to keep in mind, you don't need to wait until you have perfection. You know, Indonesia was by no means perfect when in the 1970s it started this fascinating growth path. In fact, corruption was rife and all the kind of things. You know, it's also not a simple choice between market and the state. It's actually, and we can, there's more about it in written elsewhere, on autocracy, democracy, it's not per se, but it needs to have some system that can renew itself, correct itself. But for the elite, it tends to be a gamble. You know, the short term is very attractive. The short-term status quo is very attractive for the elite. They know that game. This is part of the problem also, for example, in Nigeria, where the short-term game is simply redistributing natural resources. So why bother with doing the difficult things of diversification? Because fundamentally, with oil, and then if you bring a new field in the north now into it, and so you can continue that game. And indeed, the whole elite bargain seems to be about redistribution amongst a small group of people, not 1, 2, or 100, maybe maybe 100,000 people, the oil resources that you have. Because you know that game. Gambling on growth is much more disruptive, and it actually may distort the status quo and may end up in all kinds of troubles. So, and then to actually bring it onto what crisis, why do they matter? when you look at the case studies, in the book I have a lot of case studies, those countries that actually managed to get change, they did it often after an end of a period of conflict or disruption, often after a period of military dictatorship even. They actually find a way of actually starting this process. Now, we know that conflict breeds conflict. So it's not that conflict is a good idea here and therefore it will result in something positive. No, the most likely outcome from conflict is conflict. But occasionally, in periods of conflict, we can see this happening. Think of Rwanda, think also of Ethiopia, where that actually was something there. Often also after a deep crisis. You know, the couple of countries that have done it after structural adjustment and took advantage. I was in Mauritius, Île Maurice, recently, and it was just fascinating to see how they, early on in the 1980s, just got structural adjustment quickly over with by 1983, 84, and by 87, they were actually growing at 11% per year. And there's fascinating stories about the political economy of that, how they handled that. And often also it's to do with leadership that wants legitimacy, or indeed losing power or legitimacy. And often in autocracies, if an autocracy ever deliver this, it's often to do this, that. I'm not trying to argue for autocracies, because on average, we don't see much difference between autocracies and democracies in this kind of things. But the important thing is that during periods of crisis, the seeds are sowing for these different outcomes.
Stefan.
And this is then important in the theme of the event. I will finish now. This is the last slide here. In an age of crisis, it's really important that actually what Steve O'Connell talked about, this idea to move from short-term policy blockage to long-term equilibria, you know, that actually is fundamentally a political economy issue. And it's basically whether an elite bargain can be struck, that those people who can stop changes and reforms are actually willing to go along and actually take a bit of a gamble for a longer-term outcome that can be better. So it's basically for researchers, you know, we always like to describe the first best. But actually, it's not that helpful in the policy world. Unless you understand the local political economy and understand the objective function, your advice of the first best is usually quite useless. And so actually you should look for the second best that possibly takes into account the political constraints, but I think actually even more ambitiously, something that endogenizes these political constraints. You know, how do you do policies that begin to unblock some of the blocks in the elite bargain, find a way of beginning to do them, and then actually move forward. I will not talk about A10, but basically it has its implications as well. But this is then the conclusion. It's not about a quick silver bullet. It's not about purely technocratic stuff. Outside community, you know, there are countries that are really trying, and we should gamble more on it. That's really for the outside community. But for us, also as researchers, let's not be naive about the politics, and let's actually just have a better understanding and try to find ways of integrating this in our thinking about policy and policy implications, not as an add-on, but actually integrate it properly. There is a book there as well if you're interested, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Stefan. Thank you very, very much. This is a very comprehensive discussion of exactly what we need to consider. It's a shame you chose to go to Ghana when you knew I wasn't going to be there. I would have given you a much warmer welcome. I said you chose to go to Ghana when you knew I wasn't going to be there.
Sorry, we have a lot of African researchers together here as well, and we're going to interact with them, all in the same spirit of AERC. We're going to create some people that will be useful for you too.
Thank you very, very much. We are really out of time, so we're going to skip the discussion that we had planned till later. So let me invite Dr. Aban Bhattacharya, who is a senior fellow of the Global Economy and Development Program at Brookings Institution, to do his presentation. I knew Aman many years ago. I knew him under the G24, basically the brain initiative. And it's good to have you here with us at AERC. Thank you.
Let's try. Okay, it works. I'll try and help Ernest, you and Theo in shortening the time a little bit, drawing a little bit on the previous presentations. Let me begin, though, by thanking Honorable Professor Njuguna Ndungu, Abebe Shimeles, and Theo for inviting me. We've had the opportunity in the COVID period to interact actually quite a lot, and it has been very productive. I'm going to make a presentation. I don't know whether it's loaded up or not. It's a PowerPoint presentation. If you could load it up. And it's essentially about the central proposition is that climate and development needs to be brought together, and that Africa is absolutely central to that agenda. So that's my central proposition. For a long time, you know, the discourse was that acting on climate was perhaps not acting on development, and we now know that not just acting on climate is essential for development, but it's an important opportunity for a new and better form of development and growth. So I'm going to follow a four-structure here. I'm going to begin a little bit where Dr. started, which is the multiple crises, and so I can be quite brief there. And then I want to relate it to the crises of climate, also to structural change in Africa, the centrality of investment and innovation, and the actions that will deliver it, including the actions necessary on finance. So this is what Dr. Morsi presented. The COVID crisis, you know, as Ernest, you started by mentioning, has operated through different channels in Africa, but it has been much more impactful than the 2007-8 crisis as far as Africa is concerned. Second, again, as Dr. Morsi pointed out, and fertilizer channels have had great impact in terms of their immediate shocks on Africa. And this, in turn, has shrunk fiscal space, led to increased indebtedness and constraints in terms of financing conditions. What I want to focus on, though, is that failing to act really for Africa. We see that in multiple ways. We see that in terms of the shocks that Africa is already facing, but we see it also in terms of slow onset effects in the continent. We talk about global warming. The global warming in Africa is much. We have to act on climate because, in some sense, both because of frequency and of shocks and the higher costs associated with them, but also slow onset impacts such as droughts, drop in agricultural yield, and the impacts that they are having across the continent. I also want to very much focus on the demographic transition that Africa is facing. It is an opportunity of a young population, but it's also a responsibility to deliver what they need in order to equip them for the world that we are facing. So this combination of climate change and demographic transition is both an imperative but also an opportunity to change growth in Africa in a very different way. And facilitating that, again, as we talked about, at the beginning, is innovation. Innovation in one aspect here, which is the pace of technological change with regard to energy, but that's also innovation with regard to materials technology, with regard to digital technology, which allows Africa opportunities to leapfrog, avoid mistakes of the past. This will be a decade of fundamental change in Africa in terms of urbanization, in terms of connectivity, in terms of energy. And as we know, Africa has contributed very little to climate change, and Africa's consumption of energy is the lowest. If you look at electricity consumption in Africa, per capita electricity consumption in Africa is 1/5 that of India. And India is low. So the African challenge in terms of energy is not just a challenge about climate, it's actually a central proposition to get development going in Africa if we are going to get the transformation we need. So we can look at this and say that, Africa has contributed very little, but Africa will be absolutely central to global climate action for two reasons. One is the energy transformation in Africa over time will determine whether we meet the global climate goals or not. But Africa, as we also know, is the most vulnerable to climate change. So action on climate change in terms of mitigating the potential losses has to start with Africa. And Africa cannot do this on its own, and this is something we will come back to. So I want to really begin with, end this discussion with where, the morning's conversation started, which is what is the growth opportunity of the 21st century? And, the three adjectives we use these days is it has to be strong, it has to be sustainable, it has to be inclusive, and it has to be resilient. And Africa has huge resources, as we have discussed. There are multiple co-benefits of a shift in growth strategies at this point in time. Africa has tremendous opportunities on two planes which it needs to exploit. First is in the energy transformation, Africa has the potential to use renewables and associated investment in renewables delivery of energy. More energy, better energy, cleaner energy, and renewables at the center of it. It's also a way to deliver inclusive growth because we have the opportunities of decentralized energy, distributed energy that gives potential for use of energy in ways that we did not have in a centralized system. Second, agriculture and the transformation of agriculture provides a great opportunity, including for new forms of employment. So these two growth drivers for Africa are fundamental to development. They are also fundamental to climate change. Doing it better. Urbanization will be a very, very important feature in Africa. The opportunities of cleaner, greener cities is something that Africa can seize, but it's not on the path right now. It's something that has to become a central part of the agenda. In order to get this synergy between development and climate, two ingredients have to be put in place. One is investment, and the other is innovation. On investment, all of the numbers point to are large. One aspect of this agenda is scale and urgency. We have to deliver on scale because a lot of these investments we are talking about are relatively capital intensive, they are front-loaded, and they have to be undertaken quickly because the window for acting on climate change is shrinking. Acting in terms of resilience and acting in terms of avoiding lock-in of technologies that will, in a financial sense, leave stranded assets, but in a climate sense will leave, emissions that will not be compatible with the 1.5 degrees. If you look at the numbers, they range, from about
5%, as Dr. Morsi pointed out, to about 10-12% of GDP for Africa. These are manageable numbers. They are not overwhelming, but they are large and they have not been delivered in the past. So what are we talking about? So here are the components. You know, electricity generation in Africa has to increase manyfold, and it has to be an electricity system that is built on renewables but supported by strong public infrastructure in grid systems, backup and storage. Energy efficiency will be of paramount importance and will give economic benefits. Zero emission transport will be a big challenge in Africa because, after all, you know, if you look at it right now, Africa is a destination of reused automobiles. And so getting to a system of zero emission transport in Africa will not be an easy challenge. Accelerating information, you know, in the hard to abate sectors, Africa will have to catch up in areas like cement, in areas like steel and petrochemicals, if it wants to avoid the carbon border price adjustments that will follow in this area. Adaptation and resilience I already spoke about. You know, investments in adaptation and resilience are a fraction of what they need to be. Today, Africa is investing close to $10 billion a year on adaptation and resilience. That will need to increase many fold. As we heard, the numbers are in, you know, $200 to $300 billion by 2030, given the impact of climate change. Nature and biodiversity. Africa is blessed with nature and biodiversity, but the protection and the restoration of nature and biodiversity will require significant funding. Sustainable agriculture, you know, will be the lifeblood both of development, of protection against climate, and against mitigation. Agriculture is rolled up in one: mitigation, adaptation, and development. For Africa, getting those three pieces right will be critical not only for climate but for its development path. Finally, we have to think about a just transition in all of this, and there are two types of just transition that we have to keep in mind. The first is the transition for those countries that are dependent on fossil fuels or on coal, such as in South Africa. But the other is the exit from the fossil fuel pattern of growth must lay the basis of for an inclusive growth, as we heard, and for employment. That is a very important focus right now of the Just Energy Transition Program that South Africa is trying to put. And finally, we have to make sure that we are getting circular economy so that we are, in some sense, conserving resources rather than just exploiting them. I want to end with 2 points about then getting this done. We often, as Stefan correctly said, we often just focus on finance. In order to get the investment piece right, you know, we have to find mechanisms to short-circuit the institutional and policy challenges that we face in order to ensure that the investments we are making are sound and that they are compatible with long-term debt sustainability. The best way to do that is through having an investment strategy that a country lays out and that has a governance structure associated with it, which has an element of accountability. If you look at the South Africa Just Energy Transition Program, supported by the investment plan that was launched at COP27, that is precisely what it aims to do. It sets out a plan that is South Africa owned, South Africa specific, South Africa. It sets it out in a way that says this is what the country is aiming for. It gives a direction which is important for its own domestic polity, but it also gives a direction that is important in terms of getting an understanding with the external stakeholders in terms of the provision of finance. The approach of country sector platforms, which South Africa is taking, Egypt has come up with such a program in the food, water and energy nexus. Indonesia announced a Just Energy Transition Program at COP27. There are others in discussion. Is one way to think about how can we act on these complex issues of institutions and policies that Stefan was talking about, but not waiting for 10, 15 years for them to fall into place. If the acceleration of investment is critical to the development and climate agenda, then we will need to find innovative means, institutional, policy, governance, that can lock us into a virtuous cycle. And these ideas of the platforms, which is something new, is one way to do that. So if you look at Africa's financing right now of climate, what is interesting is that the domestic component of finance is relatively small compared to the international component of finance. That's on the left-hand side. And if you look at it, actually international public finance occupies a quite important role in Africa. So I will come to some of the challenges around that. But that is a very, very different kind of map compared to any other region of the world. And so if we want to act on climate finance, we will have to work on both pillars. We will have to work on the strengthening of the domestic finance pillar, and we will have to work on the international pillars. So if you look at, in terms of relativities, and you look at what Africa is spending on renewables, it's the red amount, it's relatively small. If you look at the total mitigation, which is in blue, again, it's a very small magnitude. It needs to be at least 10 times that. If you look at what Africa is spending in terms of fossil fuel investments, it is a multiple of what it is in terms of the renewable space. And if you look at fossil fuel subsidies, it's a large amount. So there is big potential in Africa in terms of reallocation. These are difficult decisions. They are, of course, this is an aggregate of countries, and ultimately the decisions have to play out country by country. But the elimination of fossil fuel subsidies, movement to carbon taxation, are going to be very important in terms of strengthening the domestic tax base, a domestic resource mobilization base, but so will be, improving the tax base in Africa. As you can see, the tax base has remained relatively stationary, and there is a large variation in terms of tax effort within Africa, and ensuring that the tax effort can can be raised in Africa through both domestic actions, but also international cooperative action, including curbing illicit flows, will be very important. I think we lost the slide presentation. Let me move on. The next point I would like to make is that in terms of the elements of finance for Africa, in terms of the international side, we all emphasize that the concessional finance has not been adequate. We all emphasize that the share of adaptation finance within that has not been adequate. And if you look at the point I was making, Africa actually accounts for a significant proportion of international public finance. But, in that we have to look at, not just the relative share, but what is absolutely needed. So if you look at the multilateral development bank finance for Africa, it has been significant, but if you look at the prospective needs, we would argue that it needs to increase many-fold over. The financing of Africa until now has largely been done by concessional finance, meaning the IDA finance, African Development Fund finance, and other concessional facilities. The market borrowing instruments, IBRD, and even the African Development Bank and EBRD now, altogether provide a very small proportion of overall financing for Africa. That will have to change going ahead, and indeed should change. Because if you look at the cost of borrowing from IBRD, it's about 3-4%. If you look at market-based borrowing for Africa, it is a minimum of 16%. So the potential for Africa for gaining very, very significantly from expanded support of multilateral development banks is probably the most important source of prospective financing, broadening it way beyond IDA into mainstream multilateral development banks. If you look at the share of private sector finance in Africa, it is extremely small. And this is not just only an issue of access to private finance, but it is also an issue of cost of capital. The cost of capital for private finance in Africa is high for two reasons. One is that the sovereign risk premia are high, and so that the baseline of cost of finance is high, manifesting itself in terms of exchange rate premia. And the second is risk premia are high, particularly with regard to policy-induced risk and with regard to credit risk or at the transaction level. If the right side shows you, the cost of financing, equity cost of financing solar projects, and as you can see, the cost in many African countries very, very high. So while we talk about private financing, we have to find mechanisms to deal with the elements of risk, and those elements of risk are how do we manage exchange rate risk, how do we manage policy-induced risks, and how do we manage credit risk in a sector where investments are now very diffuse. So we will need aggregation, we will need first loss guarantees. It's not just a question of guarantees, it's understanding the nature of the risk and finding the mechanisms to deal with that. Finally, I want to just make a point in closing about debt and debt sustainability. Ultimately, the investments we have to make are about preserving growth in Africa, and therefore they are the path to creditworthiness. The answer is not don't invest, the answer is invest, and if you invest and you invest it right, you will get the creditworthiness. And that is the path that Africa has to follow. But if the cost of capital is high, then you will not be on a sustainable path. So if you look at this graph, it tells you what happens if you borrow at, say, IBRD-like terms with a big investment push, and it tells you what happens if you borrow at current market terms. So the financing structure for Africa has to keep that very much in mind if we want to be on a sustainable path. I want to end with emphasizing or pointing out that ultimately, given the nature of the shocks we are facing, as Professor Ndungu was pointing out, the droughts in that Africa is facing, the costs of, extreme events, we will need significant concessional finance, debt-free finance for loss and damage. We will need low-cost finance for adaptation and resilience. We will need low-cost finance for protection and restoration of natural capital. So while the energy transformation can be financed from commercial but low-cost sources, for many of these other elements, we will need significant pots of concessional finance. And it is not going to come from very large increases in aid. Even if the bilateral donors double their amount for climate finance, that would take it from 30 billion to 60 billion. It will be nearly not enough for what we are looking at. So here are things that we can do in terms of expanding that pool. The first, and again, Dr. Morsi pointed this out, is the enhanced use of SDRs. And there are three channels by which we can enhance use. First is regular issuance of SDRs. As African ministers had pointed out, if we go back to the original design, which is issue SDR in line with global liquidity, calculations show that you would need to issue $170 billion of SDRs a year, of which 100 billion is potentially reusable, in addition to the direct impact that you get, of course, from the original issuance. So the potential for getting significant sums in terms of issuance of SDRs is a big item that could add to resources. Second, at the moment, the use of SDRs is complicated, and we need to simplify it. So this religion that it has to be a reserve asset, and have certain very, very tight, rigid characteristics, inhibits the use of SDRs. And third, again, as Dr. Morsi pointed out, we can expand the channels by which we use SDRs, extend it to, for example, the multilateral development banks, extend it, for example, to the LSF. So these three elements could really make the SDRs a big instrument. I should say that the RST, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust that the IMF has put in place, is a very good step, but the scale of it and the conditionalities associated with it are not really consistent with the long-term nature that we see of the use of SDRs. So there is also a case of making sure that the RST evolves in a way that it is able to support climate action. Second, there is tremendous potential from voluntary compliance, voluntary and compliant carbon markets in the following way. These markets can generate carbon credits that can be, or that they can buy carbon credits that could make a significant difference. But in order to do that, you would need integrity in the issuance of these credits, the effort, for example, that the Economic Commission of Africa has been making, and the Congo Basin, I think, of high integrity markets is exactly the right way to go. And the magnitudes of that could be anywhere from, a few $1 billion to $100 billion, depending on what happens to the carbon price. But once you put the structure in place, you get a very powerful means of generating debt-free finance that can be used for natural capital. Again, the Economic Commission of Africa has also been pushing the idea of climate and nature debt swaps. We've also seen that in terms of blue economy initiatives elsewhere. Seychelles pioneered that here in Africa, and we have great potential to use that to help bring down to increase, in some sense, the fiscal space, and that's a crucial test. Private philanthropy can play an increasing role, especially in supporting of just transitions. There is a program that has been put together by private philanthropy together with donors and others. It's called the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, which is seeking to mobilize $100 billion in terms of the energy transformation, most of it intended for Africa. So there's a big potential for use of private philanthropy. And finally, we can use innovative mechanisms, including through guarantees. And so if you have a cause which, a bunch of donors and some multilaterals agree on, the use of guarantees can greatly expand the power of the multilateral capital in this. Let me close by saying three things, therefore, at this point in time, in terms of the finance agenda that came out of COP27 that I think has great potential. Those of you who were at COP27 will have known that there was a big focus on the multilateral development banks and the need for them to step up, both in terms of their support activity, but in terms also of their financing. In the paper that we prepared at the request of the COP27 and COP26 presidencies, we argued that MDB finance must be tripled within a 5-year period. There are three ways in which the MDB financing impact can be strengthened. First, through the implementation of the capital adequacy framework recommendations of the group that Franny Lottier led. There are lots of potential there, but it will not get you to the tripling. Second, the MDBs can do a much better job of leveraging private finance. And third, there is tremendous value in injecting new capital into the MDB system. Just to give you an example, if you wanted to double the capital of the World Bank from 300 billion to 600 billion, the total amount that you need for it one time is only 9 billion. We have not been able to agree on that. It's an issue on which Africa now has a big stake, as I said, because Africa should be a major beneficiary of that MDB finance. Second, we need to create a new highway for private sector finance through a better partnership between the public and the private sector, but in a way that is extremely conscious about the cost of capital. There is, if the cost of capital for renewables is 15% or 20%, then finance is a problem. It's not a solution. So we have to be very mindful of the cost of capital. And the last point, as I said, on the agenda for Africa that would be very important is how do we expand the pool of low-cost finance given the limitations on fiscal space and given the tremendous needs that we are facing both for transformation and responding to climate change. So there is a very rich agenda here, but of course, as we started out by saying, it all depends on ultimately countries taking the lead in terms of a clear direction in terms of their own investments, strategies, and the actions to support it. Thank you very much, Ernest.
Thank you very much, Amal, for sharing with us your ideas about how to expand the amount of resources available for tackling the major problem we have with climate change. Let's go on straight to the final presentation for this morning. We have Dr. Kevin Gallagher, who is a professor of global development policy at Boston University, where he directs the Global Development Policy Center. So, Kevin, if you are available now, we'll be happy. Yeah.
Good day, everyone. It's an honor to be part of this conference, and I'm very sorry
that I'm not there. We're celebrating a holiday here in the United States, but I really wish I'm there. Right now in the morning, it is -4 degrees Celsius here in Boston, and I'm sure it's not that in Nairobi. I'll be quick for two reasons. Can people see my my slides, just to make sure? Okay, I'll be quick for two reasons. One, because I'll echo much of what my colleagues before me said, and two, because I know I'm biting into your lunch. The major point that I'll make during this presentation is that right now external debt and the rising costs of capital really jeopardize the ability of African countries to be able to mobilize capital for any development strategy to gamble on, especially the prerequisite that all development strategies right now will need to be climate resilient moving forward. First, to put it into some context, let me talk about the macro critical implications of climate change in Africa. And as you all know better than I, because you're there, Africa is on the front line of climate change, even though, as my colleague Amar said, it's only emitted 9% of global emissions. It bears many of the highest costs of climate change, whether it be the floods in Nairobi and Durban, or the slow-burning productivity changes in agriculture that happen time and again over time. I'll share with you a regression table from some of our colleagues at AERC, John Asafu Ajayi, Jaguna Jagunda, and Abebe Shemeles, who show that a 0.7% rise in annual temperature could lead to 2 percentage points of GDP losses in Africa in between 1990 and 2021. And this has a particular impact, negative impact, on households in Africa, especially in the agricultural sector. And to segue into the external debt conversation, if you look here, those countries that are the most climate vulnerable right now are facing the highest levels of debt service to export ratios in the region. Let's shift to that. External debt and distress and the cost of capital are on the rise in the region and really jeopardizing the ability to mobilize capital for development strategies. Africa had very manageable levels of debt until these external polycrises, these people are calling them, forced the region to really tap markets and almost double the levels of debt in between 2015 and 2020. And most of the doubling comes from going to private capital markets that were relatively expensive, China and the World Bank. If you look at this profile of the stock of external debt in the region now, private sector bondholders are now the largest component, with the World Bank and China not far behind. I guess the key point here is that this is not the 1990s where there's just a handful of creditors that the region needs to engage with, but it's a myriad group with diverse interests from all over the world. Debt service is going to be the worst in 2024, and the composition of the debt moving between debt service in between 2022 and 2028 looks like this, with Chinese entities such as the China Development Bank and the Export-Import Bank actually leading, and bondholders just about at the same level, with the Paris Club and other multilateral creditors such as the World Bank being the fourth largest. So this is a very complex picture, which Zambia, Chad, and Ethiopia know only too well, as they are part of the common framework in trying to engage with these myriad actors with myriad interests. The cost of capital now for private capital markets is pretty alarming for most of the region. The spreads between bond spreads up until about 2020 were closer to 5%. Now they're upwards around 12%, and for some countries they're just unpenetrable. If you look at debt service as a percentage of exports, on average, it's about 30%, with some countries unable to borrow at all. the debt and the debt costs really threaten the ability to mobilize financing for climate change and climate resilience. Here are calculations based on a new study that I think Amar Bhattacharya had on his slide deck that showed the climate financing needs for Africa, and this just takes those numbers and says let's look at debt service as a percentage of climate finance needs over the period 2022 to 2028, and just on climate finance needs alone, on average for the region, debt service would be 80% of those. So let alone education and health, recovering from COVID and so forth, the debt service is about 80% of climate finance needs moving forward over this crucial decade. This is just a picture of the top 20 countries, with Cote d'Ivoire really having little room, but even Eswatini at 37%. This accentuates that picture even more. This is data that I got from the IMF, and unfortunately I'm not allowed to share which country is which bar. But what this shows is basically the sovereign borrowing space. Those countries on the far right have, in the dark blue bars, have space for foreign borrowing. Only 12 in the region have space for foreign borrowing. The light blue bars are the climate finance needs, and in only 10 countries is there a net amount of space for external borrowing relative to the amount of climate financing needs. Of course, there are so many other more significant resource mobilization needs in the region, but just to meet the climate needs, only 10 countries even have the ability to finance that. So there's I'll just echo largely what a number of my colleagues already said, is that there's a need for global action and domestic action. But much of this has to happen at the global level as well. Number one, as others have said, that we need a reallocation of the latest SDR allocation. Only about 80 billion of the reallocated pledges have come to fruition. That needs to happen through the PRGT, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, and through channeling to MDBs to meet some of the goals that Amar talked about. But we also need further issuances of SDRs, at least for the next 5 years, as the Prime Minister of Barbados has called for, and Amar echoed earlier today. We also need capital increases at the development finance institutions, especially the multilateral development banks, and a implementation of the recommendations that the G20 put forth about capital adequacy frameworks. Most of the multilateral development banks are not maximizing their lending headroom. But we also are going to need debt relief for many countries and a better system of debt restructuring through a reform of the common framework. I'm actually part of a group that's calling for the G20 to do a review of the common framework in the India G20 so that the Brazilians can implement such recommendations. There are 4 things that I recommend need to happen to reform the common framework. Number one, the debt sustainability analysis that rests on the restructuring needs to be fundamentally reformed. The latest one for Chad assumes a significant growth rate because of a permanent increase in oil prices, and also a cost of capital for Chad at 5%. Those are completely unrealistic. It also doesn't factor in the resource mobilization needs that we have been talking about in this panel, nor the susceptibility to climate shocks. In addition to if there was a better debt sustainability analysis, it would give us a much better picture of the size of the haircuts that the multiple actors would need to engage on. But if you look at the pictures that I showed, that there are many creditors here, and the biggest problem to the common framework is that we're not being able to get the creditors to get that commensurate treatment that they get, that they've been giving across the creditor classes. I argue that all creditors need to have commensurate treatment and commensurate action alongside a reformed DSA. The IFIs will have to play a role here through gold sales like they did during HIPC and the MDRI, through the CCRT, and Paris Club actions. And a way to do that is the way that the United States acted in the 1990s with many Latin American countries, and to create a guarantee facility where the new bonds are guaranteed by the World Bank and other MDBs, so that bondholders and the Chinese, etc., feel confident that they will get their new money back after the debt relief. Also, given the crises that we're engaged in now, that those new bonds need to be linked with climate change and development goals, with pari passu disaster clauses, so that when there's a Nigeria episode or a episode like in Durban in South Africa, that countries don't have to choose between trying to get out of a massive flood or pay their bondholders that month. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the deliberations. Here are some of the references.
Thank you very, very much, Kevin. Was a brief presentation that saves us a bit of time. Thank you very much for that consideration. Are there any burning questions that you'd like to ask any of our four presenters?
Thank you very much. My name is Radha Upadhyay. I'm a research fellow at the University of Nairobi. I really enjoyed all the presentations, particularly Professor Durkan's on the need to have a more diverse narrative of Africa. I actually really enjoyed your call to try focus on more local political economy, however, and focus on institutions. However, as someone who's moved from being like a very mainstream to someone who's become a development studies person, I felt that the way you caricatured development studies to say, by looking at history, you often suggest that countries need to change their histories, like making a straw man. I really feel that trying to, what development studies people do, and whether it's political settlements framework, which actually has been used a lot by DFID, or other forms of political economies, really try to understand how differences within the continent and how history and context-specific historical trajectories can lead to better policy outcomes. So I think I'd like to kind of question you on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Janvier.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Janvier Kurunziza. I'm responsible for the commodities program at UNCTAD. So I have a couple of comments about the first presentation. First one is really I enjoyed it, and I think one other element of monetary tightening, in addition to cost of borrowing, I think is the direct costs of imports. We did recently some quick calculations for Ethiopia, for example. The cost of wheat imports has just more than doubled, and half of the additional cost is due to the increase of the cost in international markets, but the other half is due to exchange rate devaluation, basically, of the Ethiopian birr relative to the American dollar. And that is really a very important cost. We find the same for Egypt, the same for Pakistan. These are just three countries we quickly looked at. So I think that point needs to be made. The other element that I thought was missing in the presentation was about international trade policy. We know that when we have crises like COVID, like war in Ukraine, the first thing that countries tend to do is to impose export bans or export quotas. And we have seen this many times. Currently, for example, we saw India imposing a ban on the export of broken rice, and Senegal is suffering because of this ban. The third element I think really should be reinforced is about scaling up food production in Africa. I think there is huge potential for Africa to produce its own food. rather than importing wheat from Russia or Ukraine or rice from India. So, and as we said before, this is not just about money. I think it's about policy, it's about countries' priorities, political priorities, but I really think this is a narrative that we should try to work on. My last point is it's a question to Mr. Bhattacharya. It's about really Africa and the energy transition. When you look at Africa, I think the key issue is energy access. So my question is whether Africa's energy access, because when you look at the map of energy access, almost half of Africa's population doesn't have access to energy. That is the only region in the world where you see this kind of statistic. So I don't know what he might think of my question. Should access now be in terms of green energy, or is Africa going to go through the same path as other countries did, using some fossil fuels, maybe less polluting like natural gas, before probably transitioning or going to green energy? Because you can't talk of energy transition if you don't have energy. So this is a question we've also been trying to look at, but there is no clear answer to this. Thank you.
Wisdom.
Thank you very much. The name is Wisdom Akbalu. I think Stefan's presentation is really, really critical. We all know that the process that delivers political leadership in most African countries is inherently corrupt. A politician comes to power, he has to invest in campaigns, and after coming to power, he has to find a way to recoup those investments. And as a result, institutions have to be weak, or he has to control those institutions. So, endogenizing political constraints, and most of the models that we use, conventional models, orthodox models that we use, is based on the assumption that the politician is well-intended or the social planner is well-intended. When you provide the right information, it will be used, and then when they are used, we will have better outcomes. But we have a situation where we are saddled with politicians that have to invest and recoup those investments, and for that matter, keep institutions weak. Wouldn't this mean that we have to start rewriting our models from the first principles so that whatever we are doing, our models that we apply now that are not working will better work, especially when he talks about endogenizing political constraints? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finn? After Finn, we will take one last one, and then I will invite the presenters to.
Thank you very much. There is actually a direct link between the discussions around elites and the green transition. The situation is the following, that the way in which the rationale for the green transition in Africa is formulated, in my perspective, sometimes misses the point. We want Africa, in the longer run, not to be below the production possibility frontier. We want Africa to move up to the production possibility frontier. The reason why a green transition in Africa is desirable in many ways is because we don't want in 30 or 40 or 50 years to see Africa continuing below the production possibility frontier. And that's what's going to happen if Africa somehow locks itself into existing technology of extracting gas and other resources. And I think that argument is incredibly important that we get that across in our discussions with the elites that have somehow to take on that rationale for the green transition. Because it's incredibly tempting just to stick to the existing technologies, but they're going to lock Africa in such a way that Africa will then, when we are talking about our grandchildren, then be locked into technologies where exporting is not going to be feasible because the rest of the world is going to prohibit it, etc., etc. So I just sort of like to encourage that we think about that rationale as part of our discussions. Thank you.
Okay. There was a, yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Christina Witty. I'm an economist with UNCTAD. So my will go to Stefan Derkon, and I have three key takeaways. The first one is, once we economists have carried out our analysis, before policy recommendations, we have to probe further and understand the environment. For instance, is there an elite bargain committed to development, and what are the blocks or challenges that they're experiencing? And to answer that question, which is my second takeaway, we need to know if the elite bargain is willing or committed to development. And then this sort of will inform recommendations that we make. And finally, the third takeaway is, I couldn't resist but do a very quick analysis based on the elite bargain definition, or how I understood it. So you can classify African countries in three buckets. The first will be countries that do not have an elite willing or committed to development. And in your presentation, this example is DRC. Then you have the second bucket, which is countries that have an elite committed to development. And in your presentation, this is Ethiopia. And then you have a third category, and this is where Ghana falls. General commitment to development, which is not sort of driven by the elite, but generally, committed to development. And this is why, for example, we see that it's one of the only two countries that had a poverty reduction or achieved poverty reduction of the target of having poverty by half based on 1990 numbers. I think I'll stop there. Thanks.
Let me invite our presenters each to take not more than 2 minutes to respond to any of the questions that they receive. Hanan?
Thank you very much. I think let me perhaps, that there were a number of questions that are not necessarily targeted at my presentation, but I think there is one that has been raised that is really important, which is the issue of the fact that Africa has a huge energy deficit. We know that 600 million people that don't have access to energy. We're talking about transition. Transition cannot happen without actually closing the deficit. What we have here is probably an opportunity to leapfrog in how we transition, given that there is currently technologies that make it possible and that are now becoming available, particularly in solar, at a much more affordable than historically. And the continent has 40% of the global solar potential. So that would be a low-hanging fruit in terms of how we leapfrog into the transition using existing technology and innovating. But at heart, we will need to close that gap based on available resources, but utilizing technology, potential, and then also, when available, gas can play a critical role in that transition, especially given that there is a high reliance or there are critical issues in terms of safety of cooking energy. And gas can play a critical role in that space.
Thank you. Stefan?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I think there were three questions directed to me, and I will actually say I agree with the comments and the way they were doing it, and I'm very grateful for them. Very quick on the first point, I definitely don't want to belittle the historical approach, but I'm more alluding to we have to be very careful that if we do, and this is really, I assume the room is full of economists, we do a lot of institutional economics, and we use historical factors then to explain everything. It's not enough. Leonard Monchacon, who is actually working often in these areas, he has a nice line. It says 50% is history, but 50% is also agency of the actors. And that's the point I want to make. Think about these. You can't change history, but you can work with this agency. All the analysis that was referred to, I think, by Radia, and so I totally
I read that stuff, the political settlements work and so on. That's all informative. And it's actually the appeal to the economists to actually not put themselves outside of that, but actually say, well, look, if I want to give, especially not necessarily when I do research only, but if I want to write a section on policy implication, I want to be involved in policy advice, I want my work to be useful, make sure you understand the political context much better and use some of these kind of broad range of political analysis to actually begin to understand it. Wisdom is absolutely right. Although I don't want to say we should chuck everything away, but it actually is about just beginning to rethink a little bit, especially when we give policy advice, to build in the political economy aspects of it. And Christine's point, we could have a longer conversation on classification, but I agree. Maybe with the final point, these elite bargains need to change, they need to evolve. You know, Ghana, I write in the book about very positively since the 1990s, but we do know that in the last 7-8 years, something got unstuck with an unsustainable debt and fiscal situation well before COVID. And actually that has to do with maybe a lack of renewal of that elite bargain for growth and development. And now we have to rethink about as well. I'll stop there. Thank you so much for the comment.
Thank you. Amar?
So just to build on what Dr. Morsi said, the transformation of energy, both on supply and demand, is probably the lowest hanging growth opportunity for Africa in terms of its macroeconomic impact and its terms of its development impact. The investments on the supply side can now be largely done by the private sector, but will require development of institutional capabilities and a financing structure associated with it. There are good models evolving within Africa that can be replicated. For every dollar of private investment, though, you will need 60 to 70 cents of public investment in the grid. And at the moment, that will require, scaling up, public investment at a time where we know public finances are extremely tight. So we need institutional mechanisms, and particularly development finance, local, regional, and multilateral, to help solve that challenge. And third, yes, gas could be part of the solution, but it will be very context specific. If you look at East Africa today, 74% of its energy is already renewables based. So there's no need for gas in East Africa. So you have to look at this in a very context specific. And analysis that has been done suggests that the storage and backup capacity with smart grids is changing quite rapidly. So Africa needs to make its choices in a state contingent and smart way, but also tremendous potential for sub-regional and regional cooperation. So I think the energy issue in Africa really is something that AERC, I believe, should put a lot of emphasis on in its work.
Thank you very much. Kevin?
Thanks, everyone. And again, I'm sorry I couldn't be there with all of you. I want to underscore. I'm still waking up here. I want to underscore the need for elite or bargains and compacts, but to note that they need to be engaged in the region on two levels, at the domestic level and at the international level. And to achieve some of the goals that we've been talking about on this panel, we really need a new bargain in the region for green structural transformation that leaves no one behind, including the incumbent fossil fuel capitalists and workers that are part of the elites right now. If they can't win as part of an investment-led growth path along the lines that Amar Bhattacharya put together, there'll be no hope for a sustainable future. But as equally important as bargains at the domestic level, there needs to be global bargains that have Africa at front and center. At the G20 in India, many of us are pushing for the African Union to have full standing at the G20. Also next year in 2023, there will be IMF quota reform. African countries are some of the largest users of the IMF, but they have so little say in the institution. We need to reform quota allocations to scale up the IMF, but also to increase the voice and participation of countries in the African continent. And there needs to be a bargain with the private sector at the international level. The costs of capital right now are way beyond the risk that firms and investors play in the region, and need to be bent down through credit enhancement and multilateral development banks, but also through regulations. In the 21st century, we have to steer global capital flows towards productive green structural transformation. In between 1980 and the present, the financial sector in the world economy has gone from $12 trillion to $500 trillion, according to the FSB. However, during the same period, outside of China, gross fixed capital formation as a percentage of GDP has gone down from 23% to about 20%. Not only that financial system is feeding on itself rather than fueling green structural transformation, and it's probably the most central global task that we have, is to steer private capital flows and private investment towards a new growth path and a set of bargains along that. Thanks so much for your time today, everyone.
Thank you very much, Kevin. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the plenary presentations. We've listened to 4 very interesting and quite complementary presentations from speakers. They've each given us some more detailed understanding of how these shocks have occurred and how we've responded, what would be the way forward in terms of having a much more structured response. What we've heard from Hanan, we heard from Kevin, from Stefan, from Amar, these are things that complement one another, and it will be very useful for us as we reflect on the point that Juguna gave us at the beginning. That is a brainstorming session to allow us to tease out of all of these presentations what are the salient points, what are the things to guide us as we move forward in thinking about what kind of research. I think each of the 4 has given us something that we can reflect on. What kind of research can we do with that? Everybody's talking about SDRs. What kind of research do we need to do in order to make sure that SDRs are used properly to foster development? So I thank you for supporting me to chair this, and I look forward to the lunch and then the afternoon session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now it's time for lunch, and lunch is served on first floor. It's an open area, so you won't get lost. But just before that, there are 2 important announcements that I would like to make. One is that we'll have a special dinner at 7:30 today in this hall. It will be transformed into a ballroom. It will be in honor of Honorable Professor Njuguna Ndung'u. Of course, also Thanksgiving for having served the AERC. And we'll have 1 or 2, 3, 4 people giving speeches. So please create time for that event. The other, and of course, it is not a farewell, because once you join AERC network, you don't leave the network. So you're still a member of the network. So you're not calling it a farewell, you're calling it a party in honor of our outgoing executive director. The second announcement is on tomorrow's concurrent sessions. We'll have sessions begin at 8:15, not 8:30 as indicated in the program, just to allow the chairs to give opening remarks to the researchers. Normally, the chairs talk to the researchers before the presentations begin at exactly 8:30. So that 15 minutes should be enough to give that opening remarks. And in terms of where the groups will have their meetings, Group A will have its meeting in room 1, second floor, this floor. Group B will have its meeting in room 2, also here. Group C will have its meeting on first floor, room B. Group D will have its meeting also on first floor, room A. And then group E will have its meeting on second floor here. This this hall will be divided into three groups. So wish you a nice lunch and bon appetit. Merci.
Good afternoon. Oh, how come? I think some people haven't managed the lunch, but I think they will find us. I don't know why I didn't stop this debate, Abebe, of Honorable. I don't know how I'm going to stop it. Because I was thinking he was referring to someone else. But anyway, we want to start this session, but unfortunately, maybe the lunch wasn't being served as fast as possible. But I think what we can do is to take it up. I think we have covered the 4 papers that were presented today, have covered massive areas, and I do believe that it's going to give our researchers some should I say, massive information to use in their future research. In fact, I was having lunch with the chair, the chair of the session, that is Ernest, and he was saying that actually in Africa we should actually try to start a debate, let's say a policy debate, which allows people to vent some opinions or even anger in some areas. But I don't know how it can be done, but I think it's a good idea. So we can actually listen to ideas from different dimensions in terms of how they can work. And you can see when the media pulled me out there, they did not even ask me about the title of African Economies, Recovery from Multiple Shocks. They wanted to know why interest rates, why debt, you know. That's what they wanted to know. But you see, if you open up to say, what is the objective function here, they tend to, you tend to lose them, but that's not the idea. The idea is to feed a lot of ideas. Anyway, I'm trying to buy time to see whether we are going to fill up, if you didn't notice that, but but maybe let's start off. We have some panelists, but some panelists have dropped off, you can imagine, Africa connectivity problems. Ibrahim cannot join us even online. But at least we have 2 who are online, and the others are with us here. But what I'm going to do first is actually to give them like 3 minutes each for them to give us a rundown of the issues that took place and even their take on those issues before I come to specific questions. Okay? So 3 minutes. One of them is a summary of what is your take on the issues that were presented today. Once we finish that, we can now come to specific questions. Let me start off with my friend for many years, and I used to watch him when we were just young economists, but he was always there, Musokotwane. Maybe you take the first 3 minutes to just tell us what is your take on the presentation that was made today, and what broader issues before we come to specific questions.
Thank you very much, and my dear friends, and congratulations for you ascending to the Treasury. Indeed, it's good to see you and Professor Ayete, having been there at the time when AERC was being founded, Unfortunately, I didn't remain long in the academic field. I moved on to the central bank and many other places. Now, regarding the discussion this morning, I'm very thrilled and excited about it. It also, if I come to the question that was raised about the researchers and the policymakers, my comment would be that it is actually, I wonder whether within the work program there can be some adjustments made, because people like me and you now, we are confronted with situations all the time. For example, no one ever imagined that there would be a war between the Ukraine and Russia. No one ever imagined COVID would just pop out of nowhere and be there. Obviously, there are some problems that you can anticipate, such as indebtedness, like in the case of Zambia, but there are many other issues that just pop up. And what we are faced with as so-called practicing economists is that you must immediately be able to react. You must know what to do. And unfortunately, in many of these areas, there is no research that you can fall back to. You can't say this country was invaded and this is what happened and this is it didn't happen that way. So there and then you must think of issues and how to deal with them. So coming back to AERC, I would say, is it possible within the work program of AERC to have a team whose assignment perhaps will be to help with prescriptive economic policies when emergence or new situations arise, so that we don't wait for years and years. We have people with experience, people with the technical skills to be able to advise that with this new thing that is turned up, these are the options that are available. Of course, we have some teams like that in our offices, but it would be good also to draw upon a resource like AERC so that you could assist and be part of the practicing economists in that sense. Let me stop here and hope that this issue that I've raised, the colleagues in AERC will think about it and get a response. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Musokotwane, Honorable Musokotwane. I think that is a very good thing to actually bounce it back to us. But I would like also to make sure that we have Zambian researchers so that we try to put them in a corner to try and say, how do we distill some of these issues that are coming up? And for us, it's actually trying to bring things back home. It's going to be very, very important. Thank you so much. And what I'm trying to do is not to lead the biography of the speakers or even the panelists, because I think I was given a nice folder and everybody has that folder. It's good for you to remember who said what and why, and then you can follow them up. That is going to be very, very important. I hope we have Anthony Simpasa online. I wanted to give this chance to Anthony. Is he there? Did he? Can we get to him? Very good. Anthony.
Good afternoon, Prof.
Good afternoon. What we were doing, if you had my introductory words, was that we can give you 3 minutes for you to give us your take in terms of the subject matter that has been analyzed today. Especially we are looking at African economies, the recovery from multiple shocks and what is the road ahead, and perhaps your take from the presentation made this morning.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think that first let me commend the AERC for putting together this important
think we are having some problems, some connectivity problems, Anthony.
Express our deep appreciation for the invitation of the African Development Bank to share with you our perspective on Let me switch off my video. What I was saying was that it's important that we take stock of all these developments that have happened over the past couple of years. And the presentations this morning did give us an overview of where we are right now. I think one key takeaway for me is that we can no longer be operating in the old regime of the policy environment. We now need to innovate and be able to read the signs of the times in order for us to be able to respond appropriately to these shocks that are buffeting the African continent. One other important aspect that I picked, especially from Stefan's presentation, is that we are focusing our minds too much on finance as a constraint to development. But I think we cannot run away from the fact that many countries in Africa especially have large fiscal constraints, and until we address the financing aspect of it, we will not be able to address the kind of shocks that are currently impacting on the African continent. And so I would like us to have another conversation on this one and maybe engage Stephen even more in order for us to be able to understand his perspective on why he thinks that our focus on finance is diluting our understanding of development in Africa. But one thing that he also highlighted, and I think is cardinal for us to be able to deliberate on this, is what kind of model of development does Africa need, really? What kind of political economy structure do we need for us to be able to bring together all the different stakeholders in Africa to be able to agree on the kind of growth and development that we need for our individual countries? And of course, these will be country specific. We cannot prescribe a development model across Africa, but they will need to be more country specific. So I'll stop here for now, but I'll come back with the specific questions and maybe in the interaction with the audience when time comes. Thank you very much.
Very much, Anthony, and you have brought in some interesting issues about finance and maybe the development model that African economies should adopt to. Maybe it's an issue that we'll come back to and try to focus on. Unfortunately, we can't get Ibrahim, so I think I'll move on to Madame Mavis. Back to you in terms of your 3 minutes, first of all.
Thank you very much, Honourable. I'll try not to say Honourable, but thank you for now. I think for me, I had 3 key takeaways listening to today's presentation. The first one was when I listened to a lot of the presentations on how we are responding to short-term crises. What are the instruments available to us to respond to short-term crises? We look out a lot. The question is, what are the domestic and regional instruments available to us, and how are we strengthening and building those instruments? And given what we've had to navigate as a continent, I think this is probably the first time we've navigated a crisis where we haven't had the world rush quickly to our aid with a reasonable percentage of the finances we're asking for. The question is, have we learned from it? And what are the African instruments we should be building going forward to deal with any future crises we should have? My second takeaway was issue around green energy and green growth. From the analysis that we've seen and we've read thus far, it offers a real opportunity, not just for us to contribute to the climate crisis, but to really generate desperately needed job opportunities. And there's a real opportunity for us to do in-depth research to say, what will these jobs look like? What will they comprise of? And how do we build these jobs across the continent? Let's look at our local challenges, but let's work through regional solutions. So how do we build out and ensure that we take advantage of the free trade area to facilitate labor mobility, to take advantage of opportunities that emerge out of green growth and green energy? And my third point is political economy. You know, Stefan will remember, I'm also an ex-DFID alumni, so we've been on this journey of political economy before. Extensive research done on the political economy of economic development in Africa. My question is, what happened? How did that research fail to translate into any tangible action? And why are we back here? Because if we spend the next 10 years reinventing the wheel on political economy, identify where our elite change agents are and how we drive change, I am pretty certain that in 20 years' time we will be here having this conversation. I'll probably be grayer and older, but we've got to change that discourse. How do we do political economy better? And one way in which we do political economy better is, I'd like to build on what Ernest said earlier on, which is, where are the economic researchers in government as actual leaders within government, making the choices and decisions? So throwing the baton back at you, Honourable, on that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will come back, of course, and try to see how much I can throw back as well. But let me first of all continue with the round. And this is Dr. Olivia, is also online from Malagasy. Is that possible?
Oui, je suis là, Monsieur le Président.
Oh, fantastic, you're there.
Bonjour et merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole. Bonjour à toutes et à tous aussi. Avant de commencer, je tiens juste à m'excuser pour l'absence physique. Hein. J'aurais bien évidemment aimé être parmi vous à Nairobi, mais pour des contraintes professionnelles, c'était assez difficile de se déplacer. Par rapport à la thématique et à la problématique soulevée, je ne vais plus m'attarder sur les impacts de ces chocs-là sur nos économies, parce qu'on en a suffisamment entendu et vu, je pense. Moi, là où j'aimerais juste insister, c'est que ces chocs-là, c'est bien dit de dire chocs multiples maintenant, parce que ces chocs-là ne s'alternent plus, mais frappent de manière simultanée nos économies assez souvent. Si on prend par exemple le cas de notre pays, hein, Madagascar, cette année, rien que cette année, on subit à la fois la conséquence de l'inflation mondiale, des conséquences de la guerre en Ukraine, en même temps que les conséquences du changement climatique. On a eu l'un des cyclones les plus dévastatrices durant les 30 dernières années. Donc, ça fait souffrir énormément le pays. Donc, on doit pas seulement s'attaquer à un choc, mais à plusieurs chocs, mais au même moment même. C'est ça le premier défi qu'on rencontre maintenant. Et deuxième défi, ça a été aussi un peu soulevé tout à l'heure, la question du financement. C'est très difficile l'accès au financement actuellement, compte tenu de la situation au niveau mondial. On connaît toutes ces situations-là, hein, l'incertitude conjuguée avec
la politique restrictive pour contourner l'inflation effectuée par la politique restrictive adoptée par certaines banques centrales actuellement. Donc il y a des grands défis et là où il faudrait renforcer, je pense non seulement là où l'AERC a un grand rôle à jouer, c'est de renforcer la recherche, mais pas seulement la recherche, mais surtout je pense, la dissémination de ces résultats de recherche-là, parce qu'on a déjà quand même, je pense, dans le tiroir, pas mal de recherches qui peuvent nous éclairer sur comment s'en sortir dans ces situations-là. Mais il faut que ça arrive, les résultats de ces recherches-là, il faut que ça arrive entre les mains des décideurs pour que ces derniers s'inspirent des bases scientifiques pour relancer l'économie et sortir de ces situations-là. Monsieur le Président, voilà les quelques propos que j'aimais pour le moment. J'interviendrai au fur et à mesure des échanges. Merci.
Thank you very much. I forgot it is not Maragas. It was written Maragas. It's Madagascar now. Anyway, but interesting. Let me turn to Rose Goge from Kipra. Just a quick perspective. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks very much, Chair. From the discussion that we had in the morning, I have 3 quick areas that I picked. One of them is a key question on what should we see as the sources of growth for us to claim the 21st century for the continent. I think what was coming out clearly is that as we think about competitiveness and we think also about diversity, it looks like we have not gained as much. We are still a primary commodity continent, and probably our thought was we can move on to manufacturing as a sector that would help to absorb any excess labor in the agricultural sector, but that is not happening. But the complication that is also coming in is that without clean energy in high supply for the region, then how do we promote our manufacturing with maybe fossil fuel or any other kind of energy? So I think at the moment we are kind of at a difficult or a crossroad of thinking diversification, but at the same time thinking about the energy transition path as we look at environmental issues. So for me, the fact that there is growing evidence that we have deindustrialization that is seemingly happening in the African region begs the question whether going forward Africa is expecting to manufacture or industrialize, or it's going to industrialize through which sectors? Is it going to industrialize with the industries without smokestacks, or is it going to industrialize with the manufacturing as we know it? And my second element that I picked from it is the aspect of climate change and financing. What was being brought out is that we in Africa, we produce very little to the carbon emissions, but we get the highest as far as effects are concerned. We are doing, as far as renewable energy is concerned, and putting more on fossil fuels. But even when you think about the fossil fuels, you'll notice that as a continent, we are not necessarily putting too much. I think we are exporting so much so when one is trying to think about financing for climate change, financing to rebalance the energy transition path, I think as researchers we may want to see how to balance this and get the equation better so that we can achieve killing two birds with one stone. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. And a few points have come up which are also extremely interesting and perhaps exciting. Of course, Anthony is asking why did we focus so much on finance? And the whole issue is that development requires a lot of resources. And ministers of finance are always in a position of captivity. I think I've experienced that already in 3 weeks. Because everybody wants resources. And it reminds you maybe to ask a question, where did the rain beat us? And why is it that we are always talking about finance? Why is it always a constraint? And that's very important. The second point I think also is coming up across is actually the development model. We talk about diversification. But we only talk about diversification and development model when we are in a crisis. So you can imagine that is the time you're not flexible in terms of trying to think about diversification. The whole issue, and I think that is what most of you have come up to say, can we redefine the development model? And maybe that is something that we really need to focus on, and how can we diversify? But at the bottom of it all, the capital accumulation is low and does not actually allow for economic transformation. So essentially we have to go back to the drawing table. When we were talking, I just remembered a few things. For example, there was one time Shanta, Devarajan, and others came up, I think even AERC researchers came up with a book that asked whether conditionalities by the IMF and the World Bank led to reforms, to policy reforms or institutional reforms in African economies. And the answer was no. But it took a crisis for reforms to be effected. And of course, the joke was that don't go looking for a crisis so that you can actually reform. So it was quite interesting. Maybe something that we need to refocus on. And the second one was the example that was given today. Can Africa claim the 21st century? Ibrahim El-Badawi and others, and that was AERC. And the bottom line that came up was that you have to resolve some very serious binding constraints. When I looked around, and even the discussions I've had from the panel, we haven't solved any of those. Where do we go from here? I'm trying to flag this because the next set of questions will have to address where do we go from here. And of course, if we haven't resolved some of those binding constraints, some of which were actually debt issues, and the other ones were, of course, human capital development and several others, you can imagine where we are. And so we are here. We are talking about crises, shocks that have hit economies. Kofi Annan reminded us that you should never let a crisis pass without taking advantage of it. So in a sense, he was actually trying to address the issues of what Shanta was referring to as taking advantage of a crisis so that you can effect some painful reforms, but which could pay a lot of dividend after the crisis. So it's interesting in terms of the way we focus on them, and maybe we can refocus on the issues that we think we can address. Let me go to some specifics, and I Honorable Msokotwane, the impact of the war in Ukraine on the recovery and resilience of African economies, and can you give us some focus on Zambia, because I think we can pick it up from there as some specific examples.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As we go into the specifics, the war in Ukraine and Russia has had an impact on Zambia. Our perception of this war is framed in what you have just said about what Kofi Annan reminded us. In other words, with this, we see this war as a set of challenges and opportunities. Challenges and opportunities. Now, there are two ways in which Zambia has been affected. One in the agriculture sector and two in the energy sector. So let me try and deal with these two issues and talk about the challenges and also talk about what we've thought of doing in response so that we take advantage of the crisis to move forward. In terms of agriculture, first of all, we are fortunate. We are self-sufficient in maize and wheat, which are the staples. So we have not been affected by what is going out there compared to those who import. But however, that of course is the current situation. We don't know how long this war is going to take. And obviously, some of our neighbors are short of food, so there will be pressure to import from us. Okay, that pressure will be there. The question then is, what do you do? Well, we've taken the view that to avoid this perception that we are all dependent on Ukraine for food, we are opening up large tracts of land. Luckily enough for us, we have a lot of space. We have good rain generally, the soils are good. So we are opening up space, not just for the small-scale farmers, but also we'll be going around the capitals in the world for those who are interested in corporate farming to come to Zambia and farm so that we respond to this challenge of reduced food supplies in the world. So that is a specific step that we've taken. We've discussed with the World Bank, money is available so that these areas that we're opening up, we can do the roads, we can do the power, we can do the water development, so that those who want to grow, whether it's beans, whether it is wheat, whether it is maize, whether it is mangoes, let them come and contribute, of course, in conjunction with our small-scale farmers. I've heard colleagues here saying that we have not diversified. Well, I agree, but the problem that we have in Africa is that even in agriculture, we are still very low producers. It's not just a matter of diversification, it's actually low production. We've seen countries like Vietnam coming from behind, suddenly to become the major producers of coffee. Where are the groundnut pyramids in Nigeria? They've shifted somewhere else. Where is all these areas where we could produce palm oil, for example? We know it came from Nigeria, West Africa. The Asians have beaten to us. So yes, we need to diversify, but let's not forget the basics that we need to produce more of every commodity so that we claim the 21st century because we have the resources. So let's not be scared of doing agriculture, whether it's beef, whether it's cotton, whether it is what. And then, of course, with higher quantities, we'll be able to attract capital to value add. So that instead of buying a shirt like this one I'm wearing, made in Vietnam, does Vietnam really, is it the best place to do shirts and cotton? The answer is no. The home of cotton is in Africa. So this is the view that we're taking in Zambia. Within agriculture also, there's a challenge caused by the lack of fertilizers. That is the challenge. This is also an opportunity. So how have we responded to that? We have responded to that by making the conditions attractive for fertilizers to be produced in Zambia. So this year, I think a quota of fertilizer requirements will be produced in Zambia. In the next 2-3 years, we shall produce enough fertilizer, not just for ourselves, but also to export to the neighboring countries. So this is one of the practical ways in which we are saying, yes, it is a challenge, but transform that into an opportunity. Finally, on the issue of energy, petroleum prices have gone up. there's nothing that we can do as Zambia because we don't have petroleum. The only thing that we've done so far is one, change the legislation so that exploration of petroleum is enhanced, because there are always all these rumors from people share the Rift Valley with us that they found oil. So we said, okay, if that's the case, then we'll see what kind of tax regime they'll put in. We'll do the same and talk to these same people who are exploring in Kenya, Uganda, and so forth. Come and take a look at Zambia. So that's the only thing that we can do. But on top of that, there's the issue of if the petroleum prices are going up, what else can you do? And what we've chosen to do is to say, let's look at the whole configuration of petroleum supply chain into Zambia. Let's look at how we can make it more efficient so that, yes, as the crude price goes up, but the finished products can, at least we avoid the prices going up or escalating. So what we have done, number one is to close our refinery. We had a small refinery which is not large enough to be able to produce at economies of scale. So we've said we are better off importing the cheap finished products, from the cheapest sources that we can find. So we've closed that refinery. Then we said, now that we're importing the finished products, how can we deliver these products cheaply, more economically in Zambia? Two things. Number one, government is pulling out so that we enhance competition in the supply chains, which of course also means that the middlemen are being cut out. Okay? The middlemen are being cut out. Government is pulling out. The second thing that the pipeline from Dar es Salaam that used to supply crude to this inefficient refinery that we had, we have said this pipeline now is going to be converted from transporting crude into an inefficient refinery to transporting the finished products, because a pipeline will deliver fuel cheaper than the trucks that we use at the moment, which are also destroying our roads. So that pipeline is being converted, and also we are going to mobilize money so that it's actually made wider, because for now it can only deliver diesel, but we need it also to produce, we need a pipeline that delivers both diesel and petrol. So, Mr. Chairman, these are some of the things that we've responded to in terms of the crisis brought about by the war. If you had time, also I would have mentioned how we are responding to the issues of COVID and other issues. But I think this is enough for the time being. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Musokotwane. That there is, every crisis has an advantage, or there is what you call, you can take advantage of the crisis. There are opportunities that can be taken care of. And that is very, very important in terms of even some of the, perhaps, the agricultural sector, where it has been left behind in terms of its own production and actually creating value chain. That's very, very important. Let me come to Anthony. Anthony, you talked about, you said that the emphasis was too much on finance. But of course, at the end of your commentary, you also said that we need a development model. And perhaps also maybe you implied that the other previous development models that have been tried have failed. Perhaps you can give us some response in terms of what you think Northern West African regions have faring up with the crisis. And perhaps what is the road to recovery from your own point of view? Anthony?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Minister. And once again, let me just recognize the presence of my own Minister, Honorable Musokotwane. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I see a lot of commonality between North and West Africa in terms of the economic structures, but also the exposure to the shocks that have affected these regions. One area of commonality is that for each of the two regions, there are countries that export oil and gas, but there are also countries that rely heavily on imports of gas and oil. And then both regions are net importers of food. So this is one area of commonality. The second area of commonality is that both regions are highly vulnerable to effects of climate change, and the impact of climate change on both regions has been severe, as we have noticed. They are all water stressed. In some cases, they're experiencing high temperatures, but also floods, as has happened over the past few months in Nigeria, where I'm seated currently. The third area of commonality is that these countries have, over the past few years, undergone some serious political transformations, but that are also manifesting themselves in a proliferation of some degree of insecurity. We know that since the Arab Spring, Libya has been mired in political paralysis, despite all the efforts that have been made, but also there is a transition and movement of the jihadists across the Sahel that has also affected parts of West Africa. And then we add to all these challenges the effects of COVID, and now the effects of Russia's invasion on Ukraine, which has basically reversed all the gains that countries in these regions had made over the past few years. I will not dwell so much on individual countries' impacts and so on, because much of this has been well articulated by previous speakers, but also maybe policymakers in the audience can speak directly to some of these country-specific issues. But I'll highlight a few. In North Africa, where, as you know, Egypt is the world's largest importer of wheat. And you can imagine the impact that the Russian-Ukraine conflict has created in destabilizing the market for wheat, with all the possible social and economic dislocations in countries such as Egypt. And this cascades to many other countries as well, including those that export oil, as I said. So even though we have seen an increase in oil prices of oil and gas, the net effect of this increase is being overturned by the high rise in import bills for cereals, fertilizers, oil seeds, and all these other ones. So poverty has increased across the board. The challenge is that countries that produce oil and gas cannot take advantage of the increases in the prices currently because of the limited capacity. Even in those countries that are close to Europe, which ordinarily should be filling the gap that Russia has left by Europe divesting away from reliance on Russia, are unable to fill that gap because of limited capacity. So we have a huge discrepancy there that I think we need to be speaking to. And then, of course, we have the challenges on rising food insecurity and increasing poverty, as I've explained. And then you add to that the challenges of climate change. So the bank sees several opportunities on how these countries can navigate these challenges. We realize that the fiscal space across the two is very limited. And the possibility to provide social safety nets to individual households that are affected by these shocks would be determined by the degree of the adjustments in their country's fiscal positions. But we encourage targeted social safety nets without affecting the long-term debt positions of these countries, given that the room to increase domestic resource mobilization at the moment is also constrained by the low growth that we're experiencing across the board. The second aspect that we foresee these countries could look at is to be able to take advantage of the ability to increase vaccination rates, because currently for West Africa, for instance, the full vaccination rate is just about 15%. In North Africa is about 45%, much higher, but there is still need to increase herd immunity so that we can prepare ourselves for the next line of shock that may affect this country. But that should be accompanied by investment in health infrastructure, and that's where the bank comes in with its new strategy that seeks to promote investment in health infrastructure. Previously, you had not seen the bank getting involved in health, in financing health infrastructure, but there is now a realization that we now need to build resilience across Africa to build health infrastructure. And I believe the two regions can benefit from this initiative. The third point is that we need to continue to pay attention to domestic policy, environment, structural and institutional reforms that were talked about that will catalyze private sector investment, including in areas of renewable energies, where both regions have immense potential. And to do that, the bank has taken an initiative, at least, to unlock private sector investment. One initiative is the desert to power. As you know, the entire spectrum of the Sahara can generate energy to power the entire Africa. Rolling out the desert to power is in itself alone solve much of the energy challenges the regions, both regions are currently facing. And so we need to continue on improving institutional environment, institutional capacity to be able to attract private sector investment through our de-risking opportunities that the bank has put in place. The third point, and this speaks directly to the issue of agricultural productivity, and the minister from Zambia has highlighted some of the benefits that increasing opportunities in agriculture can generate in terms of building food security, not only in Africa, but also to feed the world. And we see immense opportunities in both regions, but we need to unlock this sector and attend to the immediate challenges that the sector is facing. The bank has now put in place the emergency agriculture support facility that will address the immediate challenges of fertilizer shortages to increase food and enhance food security. But it is targeting both the smallholder farmers as well as large farmers, because we see a lot of opportunities along that space. Let me speak directly now to the issue of the energy transition.
Let me give others a chance, Anthony. I think I want to give others a chance.
Okay, I'll come back to this.
You can come back, because I think one of the issues that I even raised in the morning, and also something that Stefan Darkon also presented, was I talked about markets myself, and the whole issue is, why don't we see those sectors, especially in agriculture, considering maybe the value chain that we see, why does it not materialize? It means maybe those markets have not developed very well, or they are not protected from capture. Something that we can really talk about. But let me turn to Madam Mavis, and coming from African Center for Economic Transformation, you may need to perhaps talk to us about what kind of policy response are we likely to see, and more specifically, what is the ECOWAS experience in this? It is actually the lessons that we learn from the crisis, but more importantly, what kind of economic transformation can we actually map out?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what Anthony has said about what has happened within the West African region. What I wanted to do was just briefly talk about the policy responses that we've seen within the region and some of the recommendations we have from ASET on how governments, not just in West Africa, but just generally across the continent, should think about in terms of building forward better. And so when we look at the crises, we've talked about food insecurity, fuel, and I really like the fact that Anthony also touched upon the fact that even prior to COVID, the Russia-Ukraine war, the monetary policy choices being made by US, within West Africa, we had multiple crises already that governments were having to navigate. So this was just an additional burden that they had to deal with. But a lot of the focus has been, one, in terms of responding to COVID, really looking at short-term support to micro and small and medium enterprises and households on how to navigate the COVID crisis. There's been an over-reliance on monetary policy instruments within the region, including using interest rate hikes to manage inflation. So we've seen Nigeria, for example, has lifted 500 basis points to 16.5% since May. The Bakau region has seen a benchmark interest rates by 25 basic points. And alongside this, we are also seeing countries starting to ban certain food commodities and encouraging the use of domestic products. And a number of countries are now talking about debt restructuring in the current situation they are in, and interestingly, more so than ever, joining the common framework. All of them are great short-term solutions, but I think as we've heard over and over and over again, we need to think of medium to long-term solution to these crises. So if we are looking at solutions, we must also lay the foundations for how we deal with long and medium-term crises. So at ASET, we actually have a definition for economic transformation, which is growth with depth. So the kind of growth that facilitates diversification of economies, enhances export competitiveness, strengthens productivity, ensures that technology is being used effectively, and contributes to human well-being. And our analysis has shown that between 2014 and 2018, pre the crisis, transformation was actually on a downward trend across the continent. A number of the poor transformers were actually within the. And when we look at each of the 5 pillars of depth, we saw that we have really seen a rapid decline in export competitiveness and productivity on the continent. We've seen some progress in diversification, but a lot of that diversification has been to service the Africa region, not necessarily for exports. And we've also seen some progress in use of technology. But worryingly, a lot of that use of technology is seen in the digital space, and it's actually not getting into the real economies. It's just service industries. We are not seeing the real economy take advantage of digitalization, where we have seen some depth. So Our recommendation is this is the time to be thinking about those long-term issues. And I will go very quickly through our 5 points. The first one is prioritize economic transformation. That will not surprise you given where we are coming from. And we think that countries really need to look at where they stand on the depth framework and really drill down on the areas where they are not doing very well. So really think about, do you need to invest in your productivity? Is it export competitiveness? Is it a mixture of all of those? Secondly, invest in skills. We have a real challenge on the continent of skills. We have a disconnect between supply and demand of skills, which is causing a lot of challenges for our rapidly growing youth population. And we also need to think about productive and decent jobs and capacity retention on the continent. All of these issues are affecting our ability to transform our economies. We need to also create a conducive setting for institutional and economic governance. We've talked a lot about the fact that we don't need basic institutions to transform, but we do need some basic fundamentals to be able to make progress. And we also need to ensure that all of our transformational policies and programs have a gender lens. We are a tad gender neutral, and it's not enabling us to move forward. You know, we are leaving 50% of our population behind. We always seem to be running to catch up when it comes to equity and gender equity. And if we are not intentional about those policies, we are in trouble. We need a coherent industrial policy, and this is the time for us to be really intentional in identifying the areas of job-led growth and investing in it intentionally across the whole value chain. I think the days of saying that it will happen by the market are gone. We now need to be very intentional, but we need to look at it not from a company by company lens, but look at sectors for growth. And here we are encouraging countries to look at your local issues, but really think about them regionally. So I think it was the minister who said earlier on that, you know, why is cotton being imported from Southeast Asia when the cotton growing industry in the Sahel is falling apart, yet we have rapidly growing, clothes manufacturing hubs in East and Southern Africa? There's something wrong in that system. So when we're looking at our growth and our employment opportunities, let's think about it from a regional perspective. We need an intentional and focused industrial policy. And in this, we need to think about agriculture. I think very often when everybody talks about agriculture, they think of farmland. But most of the growth and innovation we've seen in agriculture is actually coming from young Africans. And they are doing this using technology and innovation. But how do we move from those pockets to scale and seeing it as real job creation opportunities? And working in synergy with the private sector. We talk about it a lot, but we just haven't perfected the art of collaborating with the private sector. We need to create strong systems which enables private sector to take advantage of opportunities. If you talk to your average private sector on the continent today, they'll tell you, yeah, the policies are there, they're great, but try getting it implemented. It's really hard. So we are paying extra to get it implemented. And if we're paying extra to get it implemented, we will pass the cost on to the consumer. There are real ways in which we can work with the private sector in a more effective way. And we've got to be intentional in thinking about the private sector, not just in isolation, banks, SMEs, financial institutions, manufacturing. Let's think about ecosystems for growth. Ecosystems for transformation. How do we build those ecosystems for transformation? And we need to invest more in digital technology and innovation. We were very proud in shouting about how innovative our young people were during COVID. And at ASET, we used to have this bet that we would take a bet on how many of those innovations went to scale. I'm afraid I have lost that bet because I was convinced those innovations were going to go to scale. Very few of them did. Where are the ecosystems for facilitating innovation? Where are the ecosystems for effective digital engagement? So many young women who went online during COVID are rushing out of the digital space because of abuse online. There are just so many fundamental systems that we're not looking at. We can't take them in isolation. We've got to think about the digital ecosystem and how we make it work. And finally, sounding like a broken record because we've heard it a lot, we need to fix the political economy of development. We've just got to stop talking about it. It's time for us to commit to leadership who have common interest and are working as coalitions. Let's talk about it. We are all proud of our democracies wherever we have it. Let's use that democracy effectively. Let's invest in building competent bureaucracies and less corrupt bureaucracies. And everybody talks about corruption. We're doing a piece of work in Ghana right now, and we're always saying, actually, accountability works both ways. It's very easy as citizens to sit on one side and talk about how our bureaucracies is corrupt. Where is the accountability as civil society organizations? As researchers, how are we providing the information to drive accountability? And then finally, we need to set targets and goals. I was really disappointed when I looked across the SDGs, how many countries had taken the global targets and made it their targets. It doesn't make sense. We need to have national, regional targets that we can truly hold our leaders to account if the political economy for economic transformation will happen. And finally, I'd like to honor what Honorable Sintebelu said, which is we need to think locally but act regionally. And when we listen to the actions that Zambia is taking, they are taking local challenges, but really thinking of regional solutions. And that's the only way in which we are going to navigate our way out of this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we have lots and lots of issues to listen to. But more importantly, the thread of it all is that it is during crisis that all of a sudden you realize that you can actually come up with the policy failures, the institutional failures, and also map out what should be done. But once you are out of the crisis, you forget them. And the whole issue is how are we going to make sure that we don't forget, so that we have action force. When I listened to Stefan, and this is not the first time I listened to him talking about his book, one of the things that struck me is that we don't seem to critically look at ourselves, especially we want to map out. Why he says, why do some countries fail and others succeed? How did China manage, India, Malaysia, Taiwan, and such countries? How did they manage? And there are so many lessons to learn. But anyway, we'll come back to the open questions, and maybe we are going to get more answers. Let me go back to Madagascar. And one of the things I want to briefly ask Olivia is the policy responses in terms of the way he sees the problem and shaping up the recovery in Madagascar. Olivia, are you there? Very good.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Comme l'a soulevé tout à l'heure certains de mes prédécesseurs, oui, on parle de la crise. La crise, ça entraîne des effets néfastes, que ce soit sur l'économie ou sur la population ou sur la vie socio-économique. Mais comme il a été souligné tout à l'heure aussi, c'est une grande opportunité à saisir aussi des fois. Et nous, par rapport aux mesures qu'on a prises, évidemment, comme la plupart des pays dans le Covid, on a soutenu, on a relancé la demande, mais aussi soutenu en quelque sorte une partie de l'offre, parce que compte tenu des ressources limitées, on a dû se contenter sur certains secteurs qui ont été les plus vulnérables, comme le secteur touristique, par exemple. Pour le cas de la crise énergétique actuelle, avec l'accélération des prix des matières premières, avec le conflit russo-ukrainien, nous, en fait, on a essayé, comme on importe du pétrole, hein, effectivement, on a du pétrole, mais c'est du pétrole lourd et on n'est pas encore en mesure de l'exploiter de manière optimale. Et du coup, on importe encore, donc on encaisse l'effet de ça, de la hausse du prix du pétrole. Hein. Et pour nous, on a essayé en fait de lisser un peu le prix en négociant avec les pétroliers, mais ça engendre une accélération du passif de l'État. Donc, à terme, ce ne sera pas tenable. Il faudrait prendre une solution. Et du coup, finalement, au mois de juillet, par exemple, on a dû accepter une hausse de 44% du prix à la pompe des carburants, hein, ce qui a engendré une accélération de l'inflation qui avoisine presque les 2 chiffres actuellement. Donc, il y a des tentatives, mais à côté aussi, en fait, on essaye de voir aussi le moyen et long terme, hein, en essayant d'optimiser le peu de ressources que le pays dispose pour l'orienter dans l'apport de solutions plus ou moins moyen et long terme. Pourquoi? Parce que, comme il a été dit tout à l'heure, il y a des opportunités à saisir. Par exemple, nous, on a du nickel, on a du cobalt, on a du graphite. Tout ça font partie des composantes de la batterie. Actuellement, on sait très bien la transition énergétique qui se trame dans le monde. Et le pays en profite. L'exportation s'est accélérée ces derniers temps grâce à ça. Mais, comme il a été dit tout à l'heure, il faudrait transformer, il faudrait diversifier, mais ce qui est compliqué, c'est qu'on n'a pas accumulé suffisamment de capital pour effectuer ça. Il y a pas, le capital humain n'est pas suffisant, le capital physique pareillement. Donc, il faudrait allouer maximum les ressources dans ce sens-là pour pouvoir exploiter cela. C'est pareil aussi dans le domaine industriel. Hein, ces derniers temps, par exemple, si on compare la création d'unités industrielles de 2021 à 2022, en 2021, on a recensé 8 unités industrielles, mais en 2022, rien que jusqu'au mois d'août, on a recensé 38 unités industrielles. Et la grande partie, presque la moitié de cela, produit du PPM, compte tenu de la situation de l'inflation mondiale dans ces produits-là. Donc, il y a des opportunités, mais c'est très difficile de saisir des fois ces opportunités-là, et c'est là qu'il faudrait creuser un peu plus comment allouer de manière optimale les peu de ressources qu'on dispose pour pouvoir profiter de ces opportunités-là et relancer l'économie, sortir de la situation de crise tout en assurant un avenir beaucoup mieux dans le futur. Donc voilà, je pense, les grands défis par rapport à ça. Merci.
Thank you very much, Olivia. That is quite a good summary. And let me come, before we open up, to East Africa. Rose, you have been there in terms of even the work in AERC. For example, we started off with Abebe and the team with the COVID-19 impact. Conclusion was that it has taken us it has actually wiped out almost 2 decades of efforts in terms of poverty reduction. We came back to the drought effect. We came to the Ukrainian crisis. And I think you have all these issues and policy responses. But maybe we would like to hear from you in terms of policy responses and the way you see the road to recovery for the East African economies.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Having to speak the last, I have also to ensure that I don't repeat probably. And given that we all know, as you've indicated, the key shocks that have happened in the region, and the fact that in 2020, all countries in the East African region had either a contraction or a reduced growth, a slowed growth. The question then the chair wants me to focus on is just on the recovery. A key element, even in poverty reduction, that we noticed with the COVID is that agricultural sector played a key role, especially in 2020 in Kenya. Agricultural sector was thriving because we had very good rains, and it made it very possible to support growth when other sectors like manufacturing and the services sector was coming down. But in the period after, in 2021, when we were bouncing back and expecting that by 2022 we should be moving forward with the recovery, we realized that drought actually resulted in contraction of agricultural sector, a key sector. And this is attracting quite heavy attention by the government in the sense that you cannot ignore agricultural productivity, and more so either thinking about it from how to transition or to enhance non-raid fed agriculture, at the same time reducing the cost of inputs for agriculture, as well as thinking about new approaches. Currently we have a debate that is still going on, and probably as AERC we may want also to pick it up, and this is with the aspect of GMOs. It is an area I think we have not had very rigorous discussions, and it's an area that we may want to ask how do GMOs facilitate agricultural productivity and help us to secure food security. The other element is to recognize the micro and small enterprises. With the COVID, they were hit, they were able to come back in line, but their resilience depends on having a business environment that facilitates their activities, whether in terms of technology, being adaptive, whether it's in terms of the spaces that they operate from, and also the infrastructural services that they receive. So having micro and small enterprises, business environment focus becomes very critical. We've all talked about manufacturing as core in the diversification or even transformation agenda, but what you'll notice is that there is an aspect of circular economy. It's coming up as an area of interest, but with circular economy, you'll notice is we are at the end of circular economy. Say, for example, in the car industry, we are at the end in terms of second-hand motor vehicles. If you compare the number of second-hand motor vehicles that are bought compared to the new motor vehicles, you'll find there is a tilt to the second-hand. And most importantly is that even as we think about the digital economy and the ICT as an area that can become a source of growth, again, you notice that there's quite a lot of flooding of second-hand ICT related products, whether you're talking about laptops, whether you're talking about cameras, etc., which then gives us a key question to ask, how do you develop manufacturing, high-end, high technology manufacturing in Africa with a growing second-hand economy, not just in clothing, in motor vehicle, but now in ICT. E-waste is a key area that is coming as a challenge in a few years to come for the region. At the moment, we are producing very little. The other element I also wanted to bring out is the aspect of fiscal buffers. In the region, I think we were able to protect ourselves very well in the 2008-09 because of the fiscal buffers. This time round, with the COVID and everything that is happening, we were caught with not very strong fiscal buffers, and we all almost, East Africa behaved the same way. We went, all of us, to DSSI except for Rwanda. When HIPIC was there, all these countries went for were put in HIPIC except for Kenya. So it's an area as far as the debt aspect in the region is concerned. But a key thing that I noticed from Kenyan data is that with the take-up of the IMF and other multilateral bodies programs, we were able to tilt the structure of our debt with an increase in multilateral kind of debt in our in the structure. But that aside, when we look at the criteria for debt analysis, sustainability analysis, you'll notice that the key criteria that we are provided, we are outside what one would call the target levels for most of them, which means that debt remains an area of surveillance and heavy one, so that we maintain fiscal stability. And then the other element I also wanted to comment on is the aspect of multilateralism. In the morning, the issue of SDR was brought out. And one of, if you look at the East African region, and I want to give you the shares that we have as voting shares that we have, for example, with IMF. Burundi has 0.03, Kenya has 0.11, Rwanda has 0.03, Tanzania has 0.08, and Uganda has 0.08. In total, the region has about 0.33. Think about the US dollar 650 billion that was distributed, and this quota share is what was used for distribution of this. However much we bring, however many times that SDRs or special drawing rights are brought in, you'll notice that this is not something that the region can actually benefit as much from them. But there is one thing that we can think about, and that is how to deal with the GDP growth. In the formula for IMF, in terms of the quota share, you'll notice that GDP plays a key role. And as a region, this must be a key area of focus to how we can actually grow our economies, so that we can also grow our voice and share in multilateral debates, and we can benefit more from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rose, for bringing some of those key points. I remember I talked about I think in 2016, I think my first paper to actually contribute in terms of Brookings Africa Growth Initiative was actually the buffers that needs to be created to support negative shocks. But now you are also coming up in terms of multilateralism and there's been a lot of debate in terms of SDR reallocation to support development aspects in African economies. The problem is that the share is so small. And I think there are some countries that were willing to put it. For example, France had actually indicated that they would like to push it to African Development Fund within the African Development Bank. You can imagine that is kind of support that is coming up. Anyway, it leaves us with a lot of issues to discuss. But of course, the debate has been shaped up very well. And Honorable Mosokotwane has actually said that every crisis has its own advantages and you can take advantages of that. So the debate is shaped up in terms of saying we are not going to lament about the past failures. We are going to talk about what are the opportunities that are coming up. I remember I was in a meeting of that nature and everybody said that we cannot sit back and lament about the failure of the past, but let's talk about what opportunities can we implement, taking advantage of that. And that's very good as a platform in terms of trying to understand what the crisis hitting us and kind of solutions that we can take up. So I want to open the floor for questions, comments, and make sure there are two things. Maybe if it's question or comment, make sure that it is brief and clear. If you want to specifically address it to a particular panelist, that's up to you. But if you want just to be general, that is okay. It's also okay. I can see Stephen, you are raising your hand. Okay, Stephen.
Thank you very much, Prof. And good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Karingi from the Economic Commission for Africa. And it has been a very good Sorry? Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay. It has been a very good conversation. So I wanted, first of all, to say what I feel is something that we have to face head on, starting from the panel in the morning and to what has just been said this afternoon. It looks like we have always had this, our modeling schemes have always gone for the most competitive, for the most efficient. But listening to the conversations in the morning and the conversations this afternoon, and even the argument that we need to even start considering the second best, then we have to ask ourselves as researchers here at the AERC and within the continent, how do we take on board this new kind of modeling whereby we will actually start sacrificing some efficiency because we are building issues of political economy into our modeling schemes. And I think that's a critical question for those who are doing their papers at the moment. The second point I wanted to make, and this is more to respond to Marvi's argument, how do we take advantage of regional solutions? Just to say that in the last 2 years, actually Africa has come up with very good regional solutions. I think Hanan this morning did talk about the Africa Medical Supplies Platform, AVET, and we are currently actually operationalizing what we call the Africa Trade Exchange Platform, which is basically a platform that we are trying to see whether you can use the rules of origin of the AfCFTA to drive a Made in Africa agenda so that you can only be able to trade on that platform if you have a certificate of origin under the AfCFTA. We believe this is going to drive the diversification effort, especially through the SMEs, and it's also going to underpin the things which you have kept coming back to. Now, let me conclude by saying that last week was the Africa Industrialization Week. So we were in Niamey, in Nigeria for a whole week. And on Friday, we had an extraordinary summit of the African Union where the heads of state looked at two things. They looked at decisions, they made decisions, and a declaration where they recommitted themselves to economic diversification and industrialization, and at the same time, they looked at the progress made under the AFCFTA and sort of endorsed the outcomes of the phase 2 negotiations. And the phase 2 negotiations basically on intellectual property rights, competition policy and investment policy are the ones that are really going to advance this agenda of diversification within the continent, because they'll sort of secure investment, but also help in creating a level playing field. So we do actually have frameworks within the continent, and I think the challenge that we have here, and that's why I love these plenaries, is how many of us go to the Africa Union website, look at these frameworks that our leaders have sort of come up with, because it's these frameworks that at least we need to help us integrate the political economy dimension that we are talking about. So I'll stop here, but to say that quite a lot of food for thought, but also there are good examples that we saw during COVID and during the current crisis that we can build on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. I wanted to move from that side just because they started. I haven't seen any. Okay, let's come to. Oh, there's a hand. Oh, okay. Just hold on so that we don't. Okay, take it up.
Okay.
You are not well decided. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, I don't know where to address it exactly, but after the conversation since morning, I heard a lot of regional integration and to tame some of the challenges that we are facing. So I was just thinking aloud and out of curiosity to say, are there any prospects for one currency for Africa to facilitate trade among ourselves? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very precise. And I think that is, you're going to get some answers. Let me not spoil the party for the panelist. That side. Okay, then I go to, yes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm Abi Kader from University of Sheffield. I have one comment and one question. The comment is, I think, in relation to what Dr. Rose mentioned with respect to GDP. Yes, it is right that GDP is very important for our voice in IMF, but even not only just we have to grow our economies, but we have to measure it as well, because in many African countries, we don't follow the standard system of national accounts to rebase them. As we have seen in the past, when we rebased, we have seen Nigeria overnight to be the strongest economy. So I think measurement is one important point. That is a comment. The question I have is, maybe I think, Juguna, you said, let's look at ourselves. I think that refers to the internal accountability that Stephen was trying to get at. But he also said something about external accountability. So how can we marry the internal with the external accountability? And that is very challenging.
Thank you, thank you. That's very good in terms of accountability, internal and external accountability. It's something that we can debate on. Finn, you have your hand up.
Thank you very much. I was recently asked, so what is really the difference in relation to COVID when we're talking about policy responses and policy impacts between the advanced countries and the African countries? And the one fundamental difference is the fiscal response, both in terms of moderate fiscal response in Africa and even a relatively more moderate in Africa. On all of the other indicators, most of the things, they look pretty much the same. Stringency index, mobility index, etc., etc. There are, of course, lots of other things that can be said, but that one thing stands very clear, comes out very clearly in the comparisons. This leads to sort of my question. This, of course, points to the issue of domestic resource mobilization and so on in the longer term. One thing that I've been pondering about for a number of years now is, why is it so difficult, tax authorities, to get progress in terms of actually getting computerization, getting the data such that researchers can actually start working with the data and actually be helpful to the Ministries of Economy and Finance. I can give a very concrete example in Denmark. Collaboration between researchers and the tax authority led to discovery of $2 billion of just one person who had been transferring money out illegally. I would submit that if countries such as Tanzania, such as Zambia, we're getting pretty close in Zambia with a lot of backing there, we're not there yet, in Uganda and so on, there are lots of possibilities on actually getting in there and actually being helpful in relation to the Ministries of Economy and Finance and Planning. I'm sort of wondering, why is that not moving faster? Thank you.
Thank you, Finn. It looks like I was feeling like you are addressing me, but I will look into that. I have been asking myself the same question, but I was given, when I asked the tax authorities, they pointed to the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury and Economic Planning. I wasn't there then, so now I'm there. The whole issue is like you're addressing me, and again, that is a very practical way of actually looking at it, because essentially, why do we all talk about optimization, and we don't even bother to do it in practice? That is something that is on my cards. Yes, I have someone at the back there. Yes, then who starts? Who's okay? Fine. In the front, I'll come to you. Oh, John. Oh, you know, I can't recognize the cape.
Yeah, okay, I'll take up the hat. Thank you very much, John Mbaku from Weber State University in Utah. I enjoyed the presentation very much. I have a comment and then a question. And my comment is that I think that we in Africa were unprepared for the pandemic and also for the Russian war in Ukraine. While other countries were more prepared to react, we didn't really have a continental process in which we could have reacted as quickly as we should have. So my question is, why can't we, through the African Union, establish some kind of continental institution that can, probably at the university level, that can anticipate these problems, especially with respect to pandemics, climate change, so that when there is such a huge shock, researchers can be ready to consult with policymakers so that we can have a quick reaction that is not based on individual countries but is continent-wide, that will allow for policy to be implemented at a level in which we can avoid some of the problems that we had during the past 3 years. Finally, I feel that those of us who are doing research, we need to be very careful when we interpret our results, primarily because, as one of the presenters mentioned this morning, it may be appropriate for us to accept a lower rate of economic growth if that leads to more reduction in inequalities within the continent, because if we continue to pursue growth based on our models, we may be leaving behind a significant amount of people, especially people who live in the rural areas and in the urban areas and are suffering from extreme poverty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, sir, we have someone there.
I'm Osefusu from Kwame Nkrumah News. Concerning financing of climate change and the fact that there is a limited funding, it seems to me that there is a false paradigm here. If I listen to the presentation well, we contribute very little to climate change, but then the impact is quite devastating on us. And therefore, I'm inclined to suggest that then our focus, investment and research should be geared towards how to mitigate the effects, rather than investment in preventing the effects, the cause. Research like maybe early maturing crops, irrigation and all that maybe that will reduce our finances so that we can make a headway. That's my thinking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the people in this area will tell you that they've been talking about climate change, but focusing on mitigation, adaptation, and resilience, in that order. I don't know whether that is the appropriate order. But again, investing in mitigation is very, very critical. But of course, adaptation and all that is something that is, has been in a lot of debate. But you're going to get some answers. Yes, my friend?
Thank you, Prof. My name is Kamara Obein. I'm from the University of Cape Coast, Ghana. I think as researchers, we also pay attention to how we compensate public sector workers. My former president, President Kufuor, once said that government pretends to pay public sector workers, and then they also pretend to work. In these times of multiple shocks, SMEs will need services delivered. At this is the time they also sit down and then expect that we give them something before they deliver. So we should be thinking about how we can compensate people so that they will do the work. I also agree with Prof that the Ministry of Finance and then maybe the Internal Revenue Authorities should make data available. I find it difficult to understand why, in my country, for example, we cannot tax multinational institutions, but we go after SMEs, lock up their shops, while the multinationals are shipping billions across our shores. So painful. We need to, I don't know how we can do it, but Prof, you are here. Honorable Prof, maybe think about how we can collaborate with the research institutions so that we can find those who are shipping billions and tax them instead of going after SMEs who make very little money. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all, let's hear about comments before we come to your specific answer. I had, yes, is it Oliver?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, my name is Oliver Sasa. I'm one of the board members of AERC. I'm wearing the hat of the Trade and Development Bank here. I must express my appreciation of the interventions so far made, especially the presentations during the morning and the plenary here. I think the adoption of the political economy approach to how we address the shocks is fundamental because it allows us to appreciate the dynamics involved regarding at what levels are the expected policy changes supposed to take place. And the role of governance, especially political governance and policy choices that are made, are fundamental ultimately in addressing the issues of addressing the shocks. Prof, one of the aspects that I feel we haven't sufficiently addressed, which is really an addition rather than a subtraction to what we've discussed so far, is the recognition of the role of the private sector. Yes, it has been addressed by a few of the interveners, but I think it's important to recognize that while accessing finance globally is very important, generating resources that are needed, including human resources, is fundamental for the transformation we need. We have to recognize that the answer to Africa in terms of GDP growth and everything that goes with that is really the promotion of the private sector. Some of the countries are doing this very well, like here in this country, in Kenya, I must say. But there are a number of countries that have very good potential to tap into the dynamism of the private sector, but have sometimes left them napping and without really fully being accommodated in terms of provision of a facilitative environment to make them part of the equation to transform the African economies. And lastly, Prof, I feel that since the majority here are from the academia, I think as we talk about research in AERC, we should recognize that when we talk about what needs to be researched upon, we must package our results to ensure that our policymakers, the politicians, really understand ourselves, what we are saying. Most of the time, we talk above their heads. Many times, we talk about information they already know, but the challenge is not that they don't understand, but because there is need for advocacy to make them convinced that actually what is happening, the ball is in their court. And therefore you have to say it again and again for them to begin to appreciate. So the packaging of your research results, how policy relevant these are, become an integral part of what we expect out of gathering of this nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. Daniel?
Thank you. My name is Daniel Gurara from the IMF. This is my personal opinion. One thing that I have not heard been talking is about the inward looking, like how about the spending efficiency? For example, like in many of the research we have seen, investment efficiency, public investment efficiency in Africa is about 50%. And our benchmark is emerging market, which is about 75%. And given the huge fiscal space problem that what we have, and given the higher financing cost, rising even domestic borrowing costs, we have to really think about how we spend this thing more efficiently. And another one is, another point that I want to make is a question to the presenter in the morning. I think it's Dr. Amar. He was talking about all these climate change things. And in Africa now, we have at least 10 oil discoveries, oil and gas discoveries. And the government are really investing a lot, especially in providing infrastructure and all that. So how should we think about it? They might be stranded assets at some point. So do they have to stop investing now? Or if they have to stop, should there be some kind of compensation mechanism so that that kind of problem could be addressed? And I want also to echo Finn's point on the data provision. And I want also to say our research that we did with Abebe a while back in collaboration with the revenue authorities in Ethiopia and the African Development Bank. And then because of our research, we found out that there is like 37% under-reporting of taxable income. And we have mobilized quite a significant amount of tax revenue because we did some kind of intervention. And that would be probably Kenya. If you invite us, we are happy to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I think let's get some responses in some of the comments or even questions from the panelists, and that may open up more questions. I do believe that some of the comments that are coming up, if you have strong growth, it is going to help reduce poverty significantly, but that should be supplemented by some, should I say, interventions in terms of targeted social protection programs. And it has worked, for example, in COVID times. But what we're really saying is that it's not necessarily raw growth that may happen, but it's actually what happens to those who might be left behind, or even inequality that may choke the growth. And that is a debate that we can actually have, especially for, I think there was a, workshop to that effect? Yeah, a baby, yes. Okay, let me start from the reverse. I start with Rose. Just pick, because we did not have any specific comments or questions to any panelist. I think they pick the ones they feel comfortable with, and then we see whether there is balance left.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think I picked more of contributions than questions, but I just want to support one of the ideas and probably think through it more deeply on how we can actually come up with something like a continental research, a continental-wide research ecosystem. I think that is what Professor was trying to bring out, that you want to bring researchers, you also want to bring the AU, and you also want to bring the African leaders in one platform. But coming also from there is also asking how do we actually strengthen our African multilateralism. I know in 2021, I know during the G20 meeting, there is one proposal that had been put for African Union, thinking about a structure that would help Africa have either a permanent seat with the G20 or have a space where there could be continuity in representing the issues for the region. So I'm still pushing for the aspect of how the region can think about strengthening multilateral relationships. But one of the other things that, Chair, you may also, I may also want to point out is that with the COVID-19, we learned that digital transformation is key. And I know that, for example, Kenya, we are trying to prioritize it. But when you look at data on preparedness for the region in terms of digital economy, you'll notice that in some of the indices, we are actually coming almost at the ranking. The first country, for example, to be ranked is South Africa at a rank of 68, which means that everybody else comes after that. And this cuts across whether you're talking about technology, whether you're talking about utilization of that technology by individuals or by government, whether you're talking about the security and safety of utilizing this kind of technology, or if you're talking about also the impact that this kind of technology would have on the economy and the quality of life as per the impact. So I think this is also an area that we need to emphasize on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rose. Then we come to Honorable Musoko Twane.
Thank you very much. I'll make a few comments on the basis of what I heard. There was the issue of sacrificing efficiency for political realities. I think this has always been the case. Whether you're talking about America, whether you're talking about Europe, whether you're talking about Asia, it is something that is always there. Just to give you an example, in the EU, you have been having these subsidies on agriculture, which everybody knows that is highly inefficient, but it's a political reality. I think the issue here is really what's the balance to have a sensible balance mix between the political realities, but at the same time not have something that is going to be harmful to the economy. So that's just a reality of life. On the regional solutions and cooperation, this is actually very important because remember, most of us are small economies, small markets, which means that if you are going to grow, you actually need an export-led economy in the manner that we saw the Asians deliver. Now, to get to the export markets, of course, the easiest markets are your neighbors, because presumably things like those non-tariff barriers to do with health matters, and of course, their immediate neighbors. So that is important. And here, it's amazing, because if you look at a country like Angola, they import most of their food from Brazil. Now, can you imagine, they have neighbors like Zambia, Namibia, South Africa, and others, but they import from Brazil. Why? The issue of competitiveness and, of course, infrastructure. That's why I think if we are really going to transform, the issue of competitiveness and infrastructure are important. Can Africa have one currency? Well, personally, I believe for the time being, no. because it takes us back to the old debate of the optimum currency areas. I think that debate used to be there in the 70s and 80s. Basically, therefore, you ask the question like, if you take a look at the US and imagine that all those states were separate countries, but you have one currency amongst all of them, and it works for them. Can it work in Africa? Obviously, there are difficulties, because to give you a vivid example of why it would be difficult, if there are two states trading with one another, one is in serious deficit compared to the other, one way of financing that deficit is for human beings, precisely labor, to move from the deficit area to go on any incomes in the surplus area. So you presume that there is free movement of labor and so many other conditions. Now, take a look at what has been happening in South Africa. Obviously, there are surplus to many of the neighboring countries. So that's why you see migrants moving into South Africa to more or less equalize, to provide an automatic adjustment mechanism. Does it work? You've seen to yourself the xenophobia that comes out of that. So for the time being, the only thing that can balance out those trade inequalities will be flexibility in the exchange rate. So so in essence, therefore, you need to have currencies where are separate and the exchange rate amongst themselves is flexible to equalize imbalances in trade. And finally, there's been discussion here of more SDRs, more SDRs. I'm not sure whether that is very viable, because SDR, as we know, is a form of money, it's a currency. Like all central bankers know, including the former central bank governor here, you have to regulate the amount of cash that you are putting in the economy, including at the world level. So if we are going to say we are in trouble, print more SDRs, we are in trouble, print more SDRs, what's going to happen is global inflation. And for now, I'm not even sure, and I'm surprised that today this discussion is never brought to the fore of why is there so much inflation in the world. Well, for me, the matter is very clear. In response to COVID and all these things, central banks were pouring money in the economies. And what do you expect? It's inflation. But I think there are safer, where is there some room for that? I believe there are safer ways of financing development. And this is something that I don't know why this matter is never discussed very intensively. We know that one of the reasons why Asian countries have advanced much further than ourselves is because they attracted a lot of FDI. Everybody knows that. Okay? At one time, I think their FDIs was way up when Africa, the whole of Africa, was only attracting 3%. Okay? Everyone knows that where China is today, it's because of the FDIs that came from Taiwan and Hong Kong. That's how they ignited all that. Then after that, it came from the US and everybody else. But we can do the same. We can attract FDI in our countries to take advantage of the resources that we have. But somehow, in Africa, we are still very scared of this thing that has been known to be a real possibility. So let's open up. Okay, let's open up, allow capital in, the transformation will be incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's continue in the same Mavis.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to pick on a couple of points. The first one is on the regional integration point. I fully agree, Stephen, that we have protocols and we have platforms. The challenge is actually implementation, and that's what I was alluding to. So if you look across the board and you look at the national level, there's a real fear of what implementation of those protocols means in terms of losses to nation states. And there's a lot of work to be done to demonstrate that what might be a loss here could be a win there, and to encourage the implementation of those protocols and platforms at the domestic level. And then I'd also like to be a tad controversial, if I may. When COVID hit us, we saw Africa CDC skyrocket. We saw the AU economic team negotiating and navigating on behalf of the continent. I was especially impressed by the thinking that went into Africa CDC's work around building vaccine, producing vaccines on the continent. And there was a lot of thought going through value chain development for us to realize that ambition. Then the development community entered, and suddenly it was thrown out. Every country suddenly wanted to be a producer. We lost a lot of the analysis and work and thinking that had gone into those processes. So the question to us is, when do we own our own agenda? How do we say, well, thank you for the investment to build a manufacturing plant, but actually the manufacturing plant in this sub-region will be in Nigeria and Senegal, and we want you to invest in what we are doing around scientific research. We need to push some of those protocols if we are going to realize the Africa we want. So that was the first one. My second point is on public expenditure management. We don't have a problem finding efficiencies in our public expenditure when we are in a crisis. We have no problem. If you look across the continent, every time we have a major crisis, we seem to figure out where to do the cuts. And my colleagues from Ghana will know the pinch that we are all feeling right now with those efficiencies. But if we had probably started that process 3 or 4 years ago, the pinch would have been a lot less. So the question is, going back to this original, the point we are all harping on and on about, how do we make those difficult political economy choices to lay the foundations, to minimize the pain, the bigger pain that will come later on? And the third point is around internal and external accountability. From the work that we've done at ASSET, I'll be honest with you, we have discovered that the only time we make real traction is if we can convince Honorable Ndugu to buy into a policy recommendation and he convinces Honorable Ken to do the same. That's how we make progress. We don't make progress by sitting and disseminating lots of reports and having lots of conferences, etc. So there is a responsibility, I feel, across policymakers to work together and to see the building back as a common agenda. So whatever, if we are serious about having a stronger voice at the global community, then finance ministers need a consensus on the direction of travel and hold each other to account. The same way citizens can hold their ministers of finance to account, the same way the IMF and the global community, to be honest, they can only hold us to account when we have a crisis. Beyond that, they can't. So the real power of accountability sits within us. And if you bear with me, finally, on the private sector, recently, we published a report at ASSET around DFI investments into sub-Saharan Africa. And we were really struck to see that less than 20% of DFI investments goes into African-led, Black African-led, Black African-owned MSMEs. Okay? So look at the population of Black African businesses versus non-Black African businesses and look at where the money is going to. So we started to unpack what is happening there at the MSME level. Outside the challenges around, access to capital, If I was a banker, I know where I'd put my money to. It makes sense. Outside those challenges, infrastructure, energy, all the challenges that we've rehearsed over and over again, we discovered a fundamental disconnect between Black-owned businesses, how they do business, and the language spoken by the international finance community. We need to change that business model. We need more business models that are looking at, managing more effective books, having robust boards, whatever it is that we need to be able to attract that investment alongside the policy environment and all the other issues that we are navigating right now. And until we make that progress, the dream of businesses that will generate employment opportunities for our young is precisely that, a dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we get to Olivia. You're still online?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pour ne pas redire ce qui a été déjà dit, j'aimerais juste rebondir brièvement sur la question par rapport à la fiscalisation des municipales tout à l'heure, parce que c'est une question qui est souvent posée à notre institution fiscale en disant pourquoi ne pas effectivement taxer davantage ces institutions internationales qui exploitent par exemple nos minerais. La réponse, je pense, à mon avis, ça revient à ce qu'on a déjà soulevé tout à l'heure, c'est l'insuffisance d'accumulation de capital qu'on a dans nos pays. Donc, ce qui ne permet pas d'exploiter les potentiels qu'on a. On a identifié les potentiels dans nos pays, mais on a du mal à les exploiter parce qu'on n'a pas ni la capacité, les moyens techniques, ni les moyens matériels, ni les moyens financiers pour les exploiter. Donc, on est obligé de passer d'abord par ces multinationales-là, de faire venir des IDE. Ça a été soulevé tout à l'heure qu'on attire faiblement les IDE en Afrique, un chiffre de 3%. Mais en fait, on ne peut pas aggraver cette situation-là parce que, évidemment, ça revient à une sorte de remise en question du modèle de développement. Mais les IDE, les multinationales, on a besoin de ça pour exploiter ce potentiel-là, stimuler un peu, relancer la croissance et puis surtout d'aller vers le transfert de compétences. Parce que sans cela, je pense que ce serait difficile d'arriver à avoir la possibilité d'exploiter même nos ressources. Et il faut aussi, la question de timing aussi est importante là-dedans, je pense. Parce que nous, on a des ressources, par exemple, j'ai soulevé tout à l'heure le cas du graphite que Madagascar dispose. La moitié, jusqu'à maintenant, presque la moitié des composantes des batteries lithium qu'on connaît sont composées de graphite. Mais on sait que la technologie évolue, ça va évoluer, ça pourrait changer dans l'avenir. Et si on tarde à exploiter ça, on ne pourrait peut-être pas en profiter. Donc c'est le moment d'en profiter, mais comme on n'a pas les moyens techniques, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, ni le matériel ni financier pour les faire, autant inciter les investisseurs étrangers à le faire, et puis on essaiera au fur et à mesure de tirer profit de ces investissements-là. Voilà, merci.
Thank you very much, Olivia. Then let's go to Anthony. Is Anthony with us or is dropped off?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'll touch on three things basically. Some of those things have come from the floor, but others are issues that you raised regarding markets and why it's important that we need to be focusing on unlocking the potential of the market. And let me start with that. I think that the model that the Minister of Finance from Zambia talked about of unlocking large tracts of land in Zambia to create opportunities for agricultural development, I think this is the model that should be rolled out across many areas of Africa. And speaking of which, here in Nigeria, only a few weeks ago, the bank launched special agro-processing zones that many of you probably have heard of. This is an integrated project that seeks to leverage the role of the private sector to create an integrated agriculture and agro-led industrialization, essentially what we might call from farm to table, and making agriculture a reality of what we've been saying all along, that it must be a business. And so it will create infrastructure within a containerized area, but also creating value chains that allow small-scale farmers, allow food processors, allow financiers to integrate across the entire value chain of the agro-processing. And for us, this is important, but because it is private sector-led, we need to unlock the potential of the private sector. And for that, the project embeds a very important element of addressing coordination failures that you had earlier talked about in your opening remarks that have all along prevented the markets from evolving and becoming the kind of conduit to drive agricultural transformation on the continent. So that's an important step we see, and the model in Nigeria is being done elsewhere as well, and could be replicated in other countries, including Zambia, where I think feasibility studies have been already undertaken previously, but maybe implementation is now gaining traction now. So I thought I should speak to that specifically. One of the questions was on climate finance, and how can we leverage the role of the private sector to finance climate resilient infrastructure, to finance climate smart agriculture, and so on. Let me draw your attention to a report we just put out this year for our African Economic Outlook, a very influential report that has revealed some of the things that we probably did not know. And that is to say that across the entire continent, Africa is owed a lot of resources in what we call carbon debt, which, if provided, significantly transform the climate landscape of the continent. Let me just give you some figures here. In West Africa, it's about 33 billion per annum just in climate finance. In North Africa, it's about 30 billion per annum. That, if provided, the 100 billion that we keep talking about of international commitment would quickly be wiped out. But we need to start speaking to this kind of issues and to rally global coalitions so that we are able to mobilize these resources, especially from the higher polluters that have created this problem for the country. And I think that the step that has been taken at the COP in Sharm el-Sheikh a few days ago is also an important step in creating this loss and damage fund that I think we all need to support, because countries like Madagascar, which we had, and others that are suffering the effects of cyclones and so on, they need to leverage on this kind of funds. Finally, the role of the private sector I think remains key to the transformation of Africa. But that's why in my earlier intervention, I said we cannot ignore the issue of finance, because the financing will only come from private sector, because the fiscal positions for public sector is very, very small. And that's why the bank has been very, very deliberate in establishing the Africa Investment Forum, this one-stop shop boutique that brings investors together, brings public sector together, brings industrialists together to explore and debate and look at the opportunities that Africa offers. I think is the one area that, for me, it needs to be looked at as a conduit to mobilize the resources that are locked in assets under management, which globally are estimated at about $33 trillion, in Africa about $2.1 trillion. Only until we catalyze private sector investment will we start seeing the kind of transformation that we are talking about. So I thought I should just speak to those kind of issues, and then we can come back later if there are any other areas that the audience would like to raise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Anthony, there are so many issues. I think it was deliberate to try and package such a massive topic that you don't know where to start and where to end. But the most important thing is to make sure that researchers can slice their own piece and actually exert their own influence and pick up examples from their own countries. That's the idea. But essentially, when the presentations were made, you can imagine that there were specifics. But that is the most important thing. And I've seen some questions have come in. Some of them, we have been with them for a long time. For example, single currency for Africa. I remember there was a wave of creating African Central Bank. Then there was African Monetary Fund, something like that. I don't know what happened. You can imagine, we start off because we start with a constraint and we believe that the institutions we create are going to solve the constraint. And then we go off the steam. Perhaps we should understand and ask ourselves why. And obviously, for example, if the payment systems are not working across regions, then it's going to be very difficult even to talk about. And Honorable Mosokotwane was right. The first thing is actually to have currencies that can be exchanged, isn't it? Tradable. Or could I say floating exchange rate regimes will help in terms of computing bilateral exchange rates. And of course, that is not what we have. But even in countries where we do have, we still have some resistance. And you can imagine, for example, there's some debate about cryptocurrency, and everybody was saying, oh, we need to regulate cryptocurrency. But cryptocurrencies were developed just because of the frustration of cross-border payments or even remittances. And so it meant that you can actually transfer to wallets. Now we are coming back into digitalization, and it's working. It's a question of how we can actually create interoperable platforms that across regions. And I think this is an issue. Taxation, I know that comment has come up so many times, but I do believe that, you see, when you have high taxes, it does not necessarily give you high should I say, high revenue. I always make that joke, but actually it gives you an incentive to evade taxes. And, but in countries where there is very adequate social contracts are very well respected, then it means also that it works very well, because essentially you can see value for money. When I've been looking at issues, and I've seen that tax waivers are like an industry. Why is it an industry? You can imagine it's because there's an incentive to avoid taxes or even to get a waiver. So there are so many points that have been raised, and I think researchers can pick up most of them. And especially, Rose, the point you talked about digitization, and I recall one of the papers that I wrote, I think, is it recent? Not recently. Is it 2019 or 2018? I talked about digitization and state capacity. And it's because when I went to the central bank, one of the things that we realized we can do is actually introduce financial inclusion models that allow for each electronic payment system. And it worked very well. But of course, I did want that there will be like 4 problems you need to resolve to continue the way forward. And one of them was actually coverage, that is accessibility, network accessibility, so that no region should be left behind. And we've seen that some countries, especially in East Africa, are trying to put up the fiber optic network even into the rural areas, but it's not yet there. But you can imagine that is a major constraint. And the second one is actually develop a digital ID system or electronic ID system that would secure the market with appropriate definitions and rules of the game. We succeeded in Kenya because we have a national identity system, but of course it's not foolproof because we need something that is going to secure the market. And third, the topic of interoperable payment system, and that varies even within the same country. You don't have that. At least Tanzania has tried to get it right, but it's not easy. But essentially, it has all its own structural constraints that can be solved. And fourth, state capacity or regulatory capability that can stifle innovation. We have seen that institutional failure problem in Kenya has really been pervasive because of that state or that capacity, regulatory capacity. So there's so many issues we can talk about. You can pull one dimension and create massive lessons to be learned from there. And that was the idea. I think it has been an afternoon. I can see everybody is quiet. Anybody with a burning point or something that was left out? Yes, Witness and Coops Mlambo, Janvier, and Abebe. Oh, they are waking up. I thought I should put you to sleep. What should I do? No, I wasn't planning to do that. Let's start with Abebe. Sorry, let me end with Abebe. Let me start with Witness, then I go to Janvier, then Mlambo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And this has been a very sort of exciting session. I just want to sort of speak to the point that the Honorable Minister from Zambia raised in terms of the fact that I think there has been very little discussion of monetary policy issues in the sessions since morning. And I think there are 2 points that I just want to raise. So the first one, and these are, I think, part of these shocks that we have experienced as a region. So obviously, I think following what is happening globally in terms of inflation, we have seen that it has come to our region. And now, of course, we see central banks tightening policy quite a bit. And of course, I think Mavis, in a sort of opening remarks, she sounded like she wasn't sort of convinced that what the Bank of Nigeria was doing was the right policy move. That's my interpretation. I might be wrong. But I think the thing to think about is, if we don't act to contain inflation, what's going to happen? So I think there is a danger that inflation might actually get out of control. And if you look at what's happening now, so initially inflation was largely food and fuel, but I think in most countries it has actually moved to core inflation. So I think that's a point of worry that we need to think about. The second point for me is on the debt distress issue that a lot of countries are facing. There's one thing is about financing. How do we get countries to be financed? That's one issue. But the other issue is that, of course, the more debt that countries have, I think the more risk that they impose on their exchange rates. And of course, weaker exchange rates are again bad for inflation. So you end up getting into that cycle where you drive your inflation very high, and then central banks have to act. And in doing so, they constrain the economy. So I think there are issues that probably could be unpacked a bit further to try to understand how we get out of this quagmire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Janvier.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back to a point made by the panelists from Madagascar, which we haven't really talked much about. It's how does research help policy making and policymakers? I'm sure AERC has produced a lot of research, but to what extent has really this research been used by policymakers? So is there anything that we can do or that we should do to actually do research that actually help? Now, let me relay this to the discussion made this morning, especially the presentation by Stefan Derkon about context, considering each context when we carry out policy. I think AERC did some excellent really research, which was context specific. I wanted to go back to the project on understanding the political economy of economic growth in Africa. I felt compelled to mention this because I don't know whether there are many people left here in the room who worked on the project. I see Anke. I think the chair, you also you were involved. Yeah, I think that project was really specific. It was country specific. Those who have read the output, I think they could see that researchers try to be as specific and context as possible. To what extent did that help actually policymakers in Africa? I don't know. There was also another project by the GDN on understanding reform. Again, it was very interesting and there was a volume on Africa. Basically how some reforms, many reforms fail and why some reforms succeed. And it was very deep in the way it was explaining what type of reform fails and why. So I think there has been research that is context specific and that could help policymakers. But now maybe the link between that research and the policymakers themselves is probably, I don't know whether I would say weak. Maybe we need to do something. And my question to AERC again, do we need now to revisit again, given all that has been said today? Is there anything we should revisit? Maybe new projects are in order to try and improve on what we have already done. So I just wanted to raise this because these were very, very good projects and I was part of them, so I thought it should be good to mention. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Coops.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Genevieve has taken most of my thunder because that's exactly the point I wanted to raise. One of the points that I wanted to raise. Really, I think that at least in my 10 years of being in the central bank, I realized that we have a lot of very well-qualified ministers of finance across Africa right now and central bank governors who can pick a paper from the AERC and read it and understand it. So really it's not that they all know what should be done. The challenge is always how to do it. And political economy come in. Because you could have all the, I mean, we've seen this in the Central Bank of Argentina. You can come from Chicago, but when you come into a country, you meet the political economic context. And therefore, I think that our research going forward on some of these things, we should really bring back the ideas that Bates and others were pushing in the past, that we also need to know how. Because your colleagues in cabinet, Honorable Minister, are also very well qualified. They will understand when you explain to them. But how to actually implement that? I'll give you an example. We had, when I was in the central bank, we were always under pressure to move the allocation of foreign currency to the market, which is what we all think we should do. We all thought we should do that. But the political economic implications of it were always very complicated because the rate will shoot up, people will be on the street and the president will say, oh, so you want me to fall? Who wants to dare to do that? So that's very important that we need to understand how. Second point I just wanted to raise quickly. I want to link with what you said in the morning about preserving private investment, especially in the area of health. I think my own view is we should not get too much fixated on COVID as if it's something that is going to go away. So we worry a lot about the impact of COVID, and we should. But we need to think of this in a futuristic way, that we are going to face waves of global health pandemics going forward. So we need so the issue of resilience of our health systems, investment in health infrastructure, in healthcare becomes very critical for a lot of our countries, because this is not going to be a once-off, in my view. It won't be a once-off, but it's going to be. Then finally, on a lighter note, what Finn said about taxes, it's very nice that in Europe, especially Northern Europe, or in that part of Northern Europe, you have a lot of transparency about taxes. When I was in the central bank, we had a hard time getting information from tax administration. As a central bank, not individually me as a researcher, because they quote the act, they quote all sorts of confidentialities and so forth. So, but lucky you are in Northern Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coops. And Zimbabwe is one of the countries where AERC, should I say technology or manpower, has really invaded and managed the country. And Coops Mrambo has left the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe and has been succeeded by Innocent Mashe, who was our director of training. So you can imagine. And then the finance minister is a former AERC resource person and chairman of the board, Mturi Nguve. I don't know whether I clicked very well, but so you can imagine. But you are right, Mrambo, Coops. We were financed by Swedish SIDA to look at health financing in Africa. And when we were just about to conclude, the COVID hit, the global pandemic came. And we were told, you cannot finance this study, you have to go back and look at it in terms of health infrastructure in Africa and even the technology of managing pandemics. And you can imagine this is the knowledge base that is coming up and being supported. At least for that area, and especially when there is that acuteness in terms of ideas, the policymakers will listen. But as you said, the political economy is such that you fear failure, because essentially politicians cannot go home with failure. Technocrats can try. I fought very hard for many years for mobile phone-based financial inclusion, and today nobody complains about it. But at that particular time it was so hard. If I was a politician, I would not have tried, because politicians, I think the punishment in African setting, political setting, is actually very severe. You feel you don't want to experiment. Similarly, just even taxation, one of the things is actually to experiment changes in tax system. As long as you can guarantee that the revenues will not change, you'll be okay. But how can you guarantee that? Because the market response may be different. We have argued, I think Rose Guge and a few others, I think even Stephen Karinge here, we worked very hard on optimal taxation of excisable products in 2001. I presented it to the Minister of Finance. He was very happy about it. And he changed the tax because essentially it was, we argued that there's a rougher curve, and obviously as you raise the taxes, you're going to get less and less revenue. What we also wanted to tell him is that the rich, when you tax alcohol differently, the rich will upgrade consumption and the poor will downgrade consumption, but there are no products once you downgrade consumption. So essentially, you invite illicit. So you can imagine, he tried that. In 6 months, he wasn't there. They went back to the same old story. Nobody listened to us since then. So you can imagine. But the thing is, it has become worse. So essentially, you're right, the political economy, and that's also what Daniel was actually saying. I look forward, I think Abebe promised to give me that study on, now it is going to be relevant. It was an experimental design. Yeah, okay, but it's now your turn.
Thank you so much. Okay, so mine is, I didn't even think about talking today. I was just listening. Then it struck me, our distinguished panelists, from Stefan on elite bargaining and to Mavis, why are we talking all this, doing research on political economy, etc. So it took me a few weeks back, just not a couple of weeks back, to a discussion I had with a senior minister in Ethiopia. We were talking about the crisis there, etc. And he, I was saying the same thing my fellow economists would have said. And he said, have you read the book State and Powers in Africa? I said, you know, usually I follow the literature, of course. And then I said, no. It's by Jeffrey Herbst, and you should read it. And this is a guy I never heard of, not an economist, of course. So I went back and Googled this guy, and then I found out he was from Harvard. And then James Robinson had written also a comment on that book, which was published on Journal of Economic Literature. And one of the recommendations James made was African economists should read what political scientists say. So I read this guy's book. It was fascinating. It tells you why Africa as a nation has not evolved to create a capable government. Because we are talking about all this, finally, a capable, driven, effective state. So I'm challenging our AERC network people to go and read what political scientists are writing on Africa. Not everything is true, but it opens your eyes. Really, really, it opens your eyes. You can theorize, you can frame your empirical work, including Jeffrey's books. Go and read it, why we as Africans have not been able to come up with a government that we want or that, you know, should deliver. And James really made a very, very nice point about the faults of this argument. But still, he said there are lots of valid points, which means we can circle the square if we really understand the politics and the dynamics and the history of our continent. Thank you. I think this summarizes this plenary.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Abebe. You can imagine, we can start from any corner and you find that we actually get to the same conclusion. The bottom line is, how do we communicate this? And this is the point. How do we communicate this? It is true from what Koops is saying, also Genevieve, that yes, we have a lot of research, but if you sit there as the policymaker with a knowledge base, then it means that you can make a difference. But you have to be careful what the political economy answers will be. There is a lot of fear of failure. We in academia, we don't, or in research and even providing some advice, we don't think about that quadrant. We believe in positivity, but not everyone does so. But anyway, in times of breeze, nobody looks at those risks. It is in times of hardship that everybody looks at those risks. You can imagine that is the main issue. I'm told, how is the time? I think we have done enough. We need some reward. Charles or Theo, I don't know what, because I think I've exhausted I've overworked the panelists. Melvin, you want to give us okay, 1 point? Okay, you can make some closing remark, but let me first of all hear from Melvin.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Honorable Minister, I had to say that. Thank you, Mavis, for making that point about the missing link. Robert Bates and Paul Collier taught us that whenever we wish to understand economic policy, we must look to the political origins of that policy. And he also said that it's important to understand the international determinants of domestic policy. If you know the history of Patrice Lumumba, Moise Tshombe, and Joseph Kasavubu, you will understand that it's not fair to model African economies without considering the international dimensions. It cannot be silent, and I'm not sure why we lack the courage to make that forceful point. Thank you. Let me just stop at that.
Thank you, Melvin. I think to conclude, I think what I'm going to do is to give the panelists a minute each to make some conclusion. Let me start with the ones here. Can I start with Mavis?
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I'd like to begin by just making a quick correction. I was not inferring that, and I was saying that they are short-termist and they need to be accommodated with, complemented with medium and long-term policy solutions as well. So just to clarify that. Oh, no, it was the previous point on Nigeria and the monetary policy solutions around inflation. So that was the point. But thank you for that. I just wanted to make a couple of points. The first one is, you know, we sit in the room and we're talking right now, and it sounds really dire. But we've made progress as a continent. Our frustration is that we've not made progress at the pace we would like to make progress at. And it is becoming more and more critical because of our rapidly growing youth population and the fact that their tolerance levels for lack of progress is limited. So what we're looking for now is a conversation on pace. And what are the lessons from the past that we can draw on, not just to continue improving, but to move apace? So I think that's the first thing. The second point I'd like to make is around the importance of local and region. And I think the Honorable Minister of Finance from Zambia has spoken about this on a couple of occasions, and we can't underestimate the importance of thinking locally but acting regionally. We are too many small countries with a handful of 5 big markets amidst the 54 countries. And if we don't start thinking of our solutions regionally and allowing labor mobility and looking beyond our boundaries, we are going to struggle. And then the final thing is, I have the great advantage of being trained as a political economist, and I spend a lot of my time at the feet of some of the political economists at IDS. And you know, you kind of know the theory is pretty straightforward until you get to the practice. And I'll always remember a conversation with a couple of ministers, one in UK, Gordon Brown, he was finance minister at the time, and a number of finance ministers in Africa. And they said there's a very good reason why finance ministers don't last long, especially when they are implementing challenging policies, because the politics is not conducive to some of the fundamental systemic changes we need to drive. So the question is, now that we are looking at a regional dynamic, how do we make the politics work better at the regional level for our finance ministers that are ready to drive that change? Thank you.
Thank you, Mavis. And Waziri, we say in Swahili, Waziri, Minister.
Ndio, Waziri wa Fedha. Thank you very much. Just 2 points in closing. First point is that now that I'm back from where I left about 1990, I've re-engaged, okay? I've re-engaged, and I stand ready to cooperate with AERC. The second point is to encourage the researchers, as we re-engage and look at your report, feel free to present your recommendations. Politics by nature is a risky business. But I can also tell you that unless a politician is ready to take risks, you will not achieve anything. Because sometimes some of the things that are good for the economy, the very public that we are trying to sell that idea to, they will resist vehemently. Okay? I remember listening to some of the colleagues who are struggling with foreign currency and so forth. And the answer is very simple: free the exchange rate. For us, we did that back in 1993, and there was serious resistance. But if you do the reform early enough, so that by the time you come to the end of your term, you have demonstrated that the fear was unfounded, and in fact the advantages, people will accept it. Recently, we removed the subsidies on fuel, just about half a year ago. Of course, there was a lot of noise, there was a lot of resistance. But at the same time, we said, and truthfully so, and you must remain truthfully, we are removing this fuel on subsidies because this money is being diverted to make sure that school children can go up to grade 12 without paying anything. Free. Okay? Free. And when the debate became very hot, of course, many of the young people said, we want free education. So they supported it. So this is an example of the courage that you need to be able to move the country forward. The last example, today we marvel at China. But how many of you reflect on the courage and determination that Deng Xiaoping had to put on the table? Remember, this was a communist state, the most communist state at the time. Then you tell these communist people, we are going to allow private sector people to operate. They skin you alive. Okay? But he had to be courageous, he had to be brave. And today, look at how much he has transformed China. If you had said, they will kill me, China, of course, would still be as disorganized as then. So be free to make your recommendations. It's up to us to make the assessment and determine what kind of risk we can take and what, perhaps, for that time being, is a hot potato. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Wasiri wa Fedha. Okay, Rose?
Yeah, thanks very much. Chair, I also want to, first of all, appreciate the forum that we are in today. First of all, is sharing platform with my minister. Professor Ndungu, the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury now, is my minister because Kipra is actually under National Treasury and Economic Planning. So allow me to address you as a Honorable CS. Secondly, I want to say that shocks today, there will also be shocks tomorrow. The dynamics, the intensity will vary. And I think the key question we should always ask is what lessons do we learn? COVID was a very new shock to the global world. And I think many of us have opportunity to deepen research and understand what did we do right, what did we do right, where did we move fast enough, could we have done things differently, probably to avoid the impact that the COVID had. And the other thing also is to say that when the shocks came, there are several systems that have been exposed. For example, with COVID, it exposed heavily our health system. A lot of investments went into health system. And at this juncture is to ask, how do we secure the investments that we have done so far in the health sector? And how do we continue? We don't say now, forget about it now. We are off the COVID and we can move on without it. How do we secure our health system so that we can gain our health sovereignty? Ukraine-Russia war, what it has exposed to us is our food systems. It has shown us that there are major risks if we are to depend so heavily from outside. And I think in the morning we said we can think how to enhance our local production. Which other systems that we need to think about without waiting for a shock, or what the chair is talking about, that we respond or we move in during a crisis period. So for me, it's been a learning lesson from the various shocks that we have seen. And for example, for Kenya, even before the COVID came, we had the desert locusts. COVID came, then came the drought situation, which is still persisting. And we now have the Ukraine war, which is still ongoing. And tomorrow we don't know what else will come. So building resilience in our systems then becomes critical. And as researchers, then it's our duty to see the kind of proposals that we can bring forth for the policymaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rose, for that. Now we have Olivia, 1 minute conclusion. Are you still online?
Oui, je suis là, professeur. Merci, Président. J'aimerais juste rebondir sur 2 petits points. Il a été soulevé tout à l'heure que certains pays ont su mieux se préparer par rapport à ces choses-là que d'autres. Ça, c'est, à mon avis, c'est une information très importante à creuser, parce que je pense qu'il faudrait renforcer cette capacité d'anticipation-là, car cela nous aiderait non seulement à limiter les dégâts, les impacts, mais aussi de pouvoir rebondir plus vite après les crises. Bon, ça, c'est juste une petite remarque que j'aimerais soulever, d'après ce que j'ai entendu tout à l'heure. Et deuxième point, je suis tout à fait d'accord par rapport à l'importance de l'économie politique dans les prises de décision. Mais en fait, ce que je voulais parler surtout, c'est que oui, effectivement, certains des dirigeants, par exemple des ministres des Finances ou de l'économie ou de la planification sont des chercheurs, des enseignants, des anciens enseignants. Mais ce n'est pas forcément le cas de tous les dirigeants. Et d'ailleurs, même s'ils accèdent, quand ils accèdent à ces postes-là, ils n'ont pas forcément le temps d'approfondir tout le temps la recherche et de suivre l'évolution de la littérature, par exemple. Et c'est là où on peut jouer un grand rôle dans la diffusion de nos résultats de recherche et chercher un moyen pour que ces dirigeants-là, ces décideurs-là puissent à tout moment avoir, surtout au moment opportun, avoir accès à ces résultats de recherche-là. Voilà, merci.
Thank you very much, Olivia. Let's finally go to Anthony.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'll start by acknowledging just how important this forum has been to creating what I would call a domesticated African narrative. And I think that's the narrative that we need to be championing, because clearly the AERC has trained many of us, and we are peppered all over the continent with a lot of capacity to change the course of Africa's development. I think this is a plus on the part of the AERC. Let me just highlight 2 to 3 things that I need to emphasize on. One of which is taking up from where Minister Musokotwane left off with regards to the abolition of fuel subsidies. You know that many countries in West Africa, but also in North Africa, have spent a lot of resources subsidizing their populations. In Nigeria, for instance, the subsidy on petrol alone is about 3% of GDP. Now, imagine if those resources were channeled towards improving the health infrastructure and improving the education system, where it is estimated that about 10 million of school-going children are out of school. Imagine the kind of change that we would generate with just removing even half of the fuel subsidies that are currently in place. And this cuts across all the other countries, including those in North Africa. So I think we need to rethink the subsidy regime and maybe start thinking of better targeting to benefit those that are most in need of these subsidies. The second point, and that speaks to the point Rose raised regarding health infrastructure. I think for a long time, the health infrastructure has been neglected and remains largely underfunded, falling short of the global and continental thresholds that our leaders have set for allocation of budget to this sector. I think there's now need, the pandemic does create an opportunity for us to rethink our approach to financing of health. And this does not necessarily mean that we rely on public resources, but there are innovative ways we can utilize that the private sector can come in and complement the public sector in creating more robust and resilient health infrastructure. And I think models that have been used, including deployment of PPPs and others, can be deployed and explored on the continent. And finally, I wanted to speak specifically to the issue of public debt, which, as you know, is very high now on the continent, and we are channeling a lot of resources to servicing this debt. I will probably give another example, which I'm very familiar with here in Nigeria, where the government is spending upwards of 70% of revenues at the federal level to service debt. Now, imagine your resources, you take 70% of those resources to service debt. If only we can utilize this debt into growth-enhancing sectors that will generate their own income streams to refinance the repayments, I think we'll go a long way. And so we need to start thinking of productive investments and efficient utilization of the debt that we contract, especially now that there is a transition towards commercial debt, which has increased in proportion relative to multilateral and bilateral debt. I thought I should just speak to those 3 key areas, and thank you very much for the opportunity once again.
Thank you very much, Anthony. It has been a long day, but I think at the end of the day, what appears to be very, very important is that the role of economic advisory will not go away. My experience, and in fact, most of the people are disowning me. Rose does not even say that we work together in Kipra. I've moved all over. But you see, the role of economic advisory becomes very important in terms of policy implementation. I did participate, especially in 2003, in terms of advisory role. And we have seen that we saw it working very well. There was National Economic and Advisory Council then. The other day I was reminding someone that the last time we met at National Economic and Advisory Council was in 2012. Now, the new administration now has established an Economic Advisory Council, and you can see the difference, because it's not only advisory, but to restructure policies and to make sure that they are implemented to the end, and we will see the difference. And that is what is going to make a difference, because that is what is going to strengthen institutions that oversee this. And Waziri wa Fedha kutoka Zambia, you know, the exchange rate itself has been a major issue. For example, we went through the same problem in 1992-93 in Kenya, because everybody believed that once you have a floating exchange rate, you're going to deplete resources within a day, because we are used to this control mentality, but essentially it messes up most of the things. But come the liberal systems, and where are we? There was a period African leaders never wanted to see exchange rate depreciating, because it was actually like reflecting the leaders themselves. If the currency is weakening, it means also leadership was weakening. It's a bad interpretation. I argued, for example, in Kenya, that the nominal exchange rate is an automatic stabilizer. But the politicians were looking differently. But you see, it only becomes important when it is, what is it? Oyinka once said that a compost heap has got its own uses as long as the wind is flowing on the other direction. You can imagine. This is what we are. But I think when we have a strong advisory council, we will see some change. And I think the end result is that AERC will be there to provide that stopgap, so that we interpret the right policies, they are enforced, and then we can see the benefits. I think it's a long day. It has been a long day, but I think fruitful. And I'm sure that the researchers will pick up some of these topical issues. And AERC will commission studies in the relevant areas, but it's only something that is going to create interest. Otherwise, the diverse areas is how you apply that to your respective countries and how you help in terms of assessing the policy outturn and even looking at new policies. As Rosa said, and the others here, resilience is very, very important. After persistent shocks, you don't know what next is coming. But the most important thing is, what kind of buffers do you create to mitigate those negative and persistent shocks in future? So thank you very much from me, chairing this panel this afternoon. It is an honor. I thought everybody would call me Jogona, as I'm used to. I'm now getting like running away from people because I'm not used to titles. Everybody has been calling me Jogona, but we can continue that way in the network. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Chair, for efficiently guiding this high-level policy panel. We've had very enriching discussions. Now I'd like to invite Theophil Zemao, Professor, to come and do the wrap-up. And then after the wrap-up, we'll break for tea, and you don't have to come back here. So we'll only come back during the dinner around 7 o'clock. So welcome, Professor Theo.
Okay. Dear friends, chers amis, ce fut une très few words in French. Ce fut une très longue journée, mais je vous invite à ne pas être fatigué parce que le meilleur est devant nous. La journée n'est pas encore terminée. So, I just said that, dear friends, this has been a very long day, very massive and rich in terms of ideas, right? And I'm inviting you all to keep up because we still have another event coming, okay? Because we need to celebrate Honorable. He left? We are here. Thank you. Okay, I'm looking for you. I need to put my glasses. Okay. So thank you, Njuguna, for chairing this very inspiring panel. So this workshop is coming to an end. Both these morning discussions and this panel have paved the way for future research. And I would like to summarize them very quickly as we have a dinner this evening in honor of our honorable. It seems that I start enjoying calling you honorable. I'm sorry for that. And we need to put our best clothes for him. Please keep this in mind. The challenge from this plenary and these ideas that have come through all the presentations, that Africa has experienced impact of shocks which have happened simultaneously. The shocks are not, sequential, one shock after others, or no. Now they are simultaneous. And when you say simultaneous, you can have complementarity effect, and they can be very negative or very positive, depending on the shocks. So COVID-19 and climate change and Russian war, Russian-Ukraine war, and also growth in Africa are many of these shocks that we are experiencing. And we do not know the depth and how long this crisis will last, as Africa is yet to recover from COVID. And short-term policies have been used over resilience of monetary instruments to deal with crisis. More African countries financing are limited, and they are limited to concessional financing, and we need to find other avenues for financing. Cost of debt servicing and acquiring new capital is on the rise, especially for countries most vulnerable to climate change. Based on these challenges, one is to increase competitiveness and diversify economies. 2, map out activities Africa has comparative advantage on other countries. 3, given the nature of shocks we are facing, we will need significant concessional financing. We, however, need to expand envelope of low-cost financing, for example, enhanced use of SDR, and I will add as honorable points during the panel that we also need to strategize more when it comes to FDI. We need major policy change as we rely too much on short-term solutions, and we need to anticipate future challenge and not always, reacting only when shocks happen. We need to anticipate. The right kind of economic transformation can mitigate the worst impacts of climate change and support strong, sustainable, inclusive, and resilient growth and development in Africa. And to finish, let me highlight this, that more empirical research, and that's one of the objectives of this plenary session, to brainstorm and find, new ideas, new ways of research, to tackle the issue of multiple shocks. So more empirical research on these issues, and also a better dissemination of our outputs and an appropriate dissemination of this output. I would like to thank you all for your contribution, to thank everyone for participating in the event of today. Merci beaucoup. Certes, Asante Sana, thank you, as we said, and our first thanks goes to our Honorable Minister. I enjoy saying this, I can tell you. Yeah. And remember, once you told me that AERC is in your DNA. You gave us today an evidence by making time on your very busy schedule. Even if today is Sunday, because for someone like you, Sunday is like another day, any other day, right? So thank you so much for making time and for your tremendous achievement. Allow us to give you a big applause, please. For Dr. Honorable Situmbeko Musokutwane, thank you for honoring us with your participation. A big applause for Ms. Alves. For Dr. Professor Ernest Arieti, I'd like to express our heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. A big applause from him as well. For all the contributors here and online, you remember, this is a hybrid, biannual. Thanks for your great ideas, your knowledge sharing. Thanks for everyone, and for those who are online and who really commit for that, and maybe from long distance, we don't know where they are connecting from. Please, let's make a big applause as well. For the network, including those, as I said, who are online, you make this network vibrant. We have 3 years of COVID, it's still ongoing. However, your commitment keeps this community very vibrant, and today we are back to physical. Thank you all. A big applause. And for the AERC Secretariat, I cannot forget the Secretariat. Organizing a biannual, a face-to-face biannual, is really demanding, I can tell you. This is not my first biannual, but I was on the other side, like you. I participate as resource person twice, and then this is my third biannual from inside, and I'm given this opportunity to contribute to the organization. And I can tell you that this is a hard work. And the Secretariat has shown a lot of resilience. They have gone a long way to make this successful, to make it happen. Please, let us applaud the Secretariat. So thank you so much for making time for coming today. As I told you, we have another event this evening, okay, in honor of our Honorable. And we will make it really great. And this scheduled for 7:30? 7:30? Okay, please come, 7:30, okay, in your best clothes for him, okay? He will never forget that one. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Thank you.
Just a few housekeeping announcements. One, We'll have three special sessions from tomorrow. On 28th, we'll have an IMF presentation, which will be online on retirement and outreach mission. And then on the 29th, we'll have a book launch on titled Rethinking Regional Integration. This is a special issue journal that will be published soon. And then on the 30th, we'll have another book launch by UNU Wider. The title of the book is Climbing the Job Ladders. So let's meet here at 7:30 so that we can honor Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, Honorable. And also just one piece of reminder that the receivers need to be charged. So please don't shift them away from the desks that they are on. Thank you very much. Something? Okay. As you will be coming in for dinner, you'll be given 2 vouchers for a drink. Please make sure you pick your voucher. Thank you very much. So we can clear the place so that we can rearrange for the dinner.